Good morning, Julia. How are we doing? This loading screen is diabolical. Thank you, Snow. Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, hey, I made it, so I might as well use it until the next time that it's time for Chud Snark. You know? How are you guys doing? This still reminds me of elevated PS1 item shop music. My ex made that for me. It's called Salad Cat. It's about Poke-chan. See down there? A little white kitty eating all of the supporters. That's Poke-chan because she likes salad. And, you know, it's like, it's been my opening for a billion years. So until I find something that I like better, I stop using all of the other stream music. Like, I don't really associate it with him. My landlord. I ran into my landlord when I was when I went outside. She was like, "You need to go out. You need," because I like never see them, even though like I live in the same place. She's like, you need to go out and meet people. So I haven't like seen her in like, I don't know, a year. She wanted the gossip on what happened with my ex. Oh, it's the AC and the fan. So just pretend it doesn't exist. But you know, it's cute. It's cute. You know, when like older ladies want to make sure that you are out and about, I guess. But guys, please like the stream. Hey, Sidonia, Queen, Free Pie. What is going on? Let me put on some music. But yes, Ethan Klein lawsuit update dismissed. Very cool. Good. Congratulations to Noah Samson, and also, I mean, Denim's truly destroyed Ethan. Ethan is fully gaped. Hey, post hominid. Managed to make it through the night with 0 substance related nightmares. Listen, I uploaded it. We watched Substance last night, and it was very good. And if you missed it, you can catch up here on my Patreon. I appreciate all my paid patrons that make it possible to have all my content there at free tier. So check it out. There's lots of shit. Oh, tomorrow, before music video review stream, I'm going to talk to Sleepy about the Mizkif essay thing. Have a conversation on stream. So that will be fun. That's the thing that'll happen. Let me see. Wonder there are other songs I can add of theirs.
There was smoking crack in the lobby. I asked me if I wanted to buy any sunglasses. I said, I'm alright, mate. If it were only sunny, you could charge a higher rate. But he didn't find it funny. It was October. Said you could wear them when you're hungover. I avert my eyes and shuffle to my bus through the slurry, with one hand on the weed and another on the money. No peace, another pilgrimage for trees. At home, a smoke on my knees, head in my hands like praying. The only reason that I'm earning, the only reason that I'm paying. Back on the bus, scrolling past the shell shock and the floods. Bad news goes around like blood. He lost a limb every time he chopped the wood, so he gave up trying. Grew up in a hurry, never seen him laughing or crying. Life
I want to see if there are any other songs of theirs that I have
and another on the money.
playlist.
No peace, another pilgrimage for trees. At home, a smoke on my knees, head in my hands like praying. The only reason that I'm earning, the only reason that I'm paying.
Oh, I have the the screen tilted down from when I watched when we watched Substance, and I became horizontal. Hi, Frankie. Does anyone know about the Anthony Fantano stuff? Not super familiar with him. I know he's a little bit of a joke in some sense. I feel like there's something is somewhere. Something is somewhere.
I'm sure you're wrong.
No. It's like if I don't use something, I don't have the muscle memory to find where it is. God damn it. Oh well. Hey Mobbins, I heard people said he had an old Halsey review that didn't age well and he did not back down from it. Yes, well I have. This is the original review. I don't know if we're gonna look at any of this, but this is the reaction from Halsey. And then here's this Cope stream from last month that was deleted. Anthony Fantano has a meltdown over Halsey saga. And then he just a day ago put out addressing my most hated review. When was this original? Oh, the original one was October 29th, 2024. How did it take so long? Like, did she just discover it, like, recently? I don't know. Well, we'll find out. We will find out. I feel like we can listen to this song to start with, and then we'll look at Ethan Klein. But what's going on, guys? Eventually the retweeting, quote tweeting of his review got back to her. over the course of like a year and a half. She didn't say anything before that. But we'll see. I don't even know. I feel like I liked a song of hers years ago, but I don't remember which one it was. And I'm pretty sure I haven't listened to the album that he reviewed. Hi, Frankie. She's on the floor looking at me. Right down there. Hey, Bubble. If you want, I only have a few songs on this that I know won't get the stream blocked. But here's the official 208 music videos that are all epic. Tomorrow evening, after I chat with Sleepy, music video reviews on Kick. If you'd like to submit a song, you can. Yeah, the bots are still a mess. Whatever. We'll figure it out. If you're with me. Because, I don't just play anything because I don't want the VOD to get blocked. And so that people can't see it for like a few hours, you know? Until I am able to edit it and it finished processing. Hi, baby. I just want to scoop her up. Little precious baby. I want to put my hands under her tummy and go like... It's a good way to start the day. Cats are so funny when they lay like an otter. Do you have cats that do that? That'll just like lay like this. Like a little otter floating. Okay. Now. Ethan Klein lawsuit update dismissed. Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Noah Samsen is over, which is awesome. Yeah. I mean, Denham's won. She completely, fully won, and as a result of this humiliation, I think that Ethan doesn't want to take another L. I think his lawyer's probably like, well, we don't have a great... If he's fighting this, we don't have a great chance. But this is a good smile. Like, this expression that Noah has here. Yeah, this is it. This is a I won... we won against the great, I don't know, I don't want to say evil, it's more like he's, like a wet blankets, like a wet blanket that's spread out upon all of us, but we're little mice, you know? We're just little, and he's just come and he's just dropped this heavy, huge, wet blanket, just this weight. Hey, Dad. This is a smile of righteousness here. Um, but yeah, no, I didn't want to. I don't know. I don't want to say Ethan's. I don't know. What does evil mean? Me and Brooks talked about it a little bit during our conversation, which is a great conversation. He used to have like a friendly relationship IRL with Ethan, so he's the one. When I was still on the cope of, oh, he's you know, like he's not a Zionist, right? 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 And Brooks was like, more than you think. Evil only makes sense in a religious context, but I will say as an a-religious man that Ethan is the devil. I mean, he is definitely consumed, I would say, because all the most evil people in the world are still people, you know? I think however it was that he started out, he was consumed by evil, and now, you know, he has an opportunity. I don't know, everyone has an opportunity to, you know, have a better arc. The question is always, will you though? Will you? Hey, Techno. Evil is that which opposes the human social construct of good by which they protect their hearts from their wrongdoing. It's those who think of themselves as good that do the greatest evil. Yeah. Or in pursuit of something that is good. He was once good but has taken the evil within himself. Well, I don't even know if he was good so much as, like, if you are getting praise and rewarded, it's easy to be, you know, someone who is, I guess, continuing to do the thing that gets them praise. It's more like, what happens when people do not like you? You know? Like I've said, if other people in the world can make you change your values, your politics, especially people on the internet, you are weak. You should deal with that for your own sake. Ethan's more akin to a Dark Lord now. Yes, he's gonna go, like, what do they do when they go back into their fortress and sulk and huddle? You know? They, like, sit on their dark throne and, like, this, and ponder and seethe. You know? Ro Khanna was detained at gunpoint in the West Bank? Really? Armed Israeli settlers detained him. He is undetained, right? The IDF said that the identity of the armed individual is currently under review. Maybe we'll watch a video. Watch a video. At some point. I'll see you later, Dab. Okay. Well, I'm sure there will be videos about it. Well, I don't know what'll happen, but I hope for... I mean, I can't imagine Israel would do anything. But, you know, I think... I don't know. Hopefully something useful comes of it. It's bad. But, yeah. I don't really have words for it at the moment. Okay. Ethan Klein lawsuit update. Dismissed. Noah Samson's video. Let's go.
Hey everybody, I've got a big lawsuit update for you. It's over. Ethan Klein has dropped his defamation lawsuit against me. He filed a motion to dismiss the case with prejudice, meaning that he cannot sue me for the claims in this lawsuit ever again. It's over. We won. I mean, kind of. We didn't really win anything. In fact, I actually lost like a bunch of time and money and peace of mind and all that. But I am no longer being sued, so I guess we'll take it. This lawsuit and the legal threats leading up to it have been a massive year-long headache. I'm super glad that it's over. I can get back to just focusing on videos. And we also get to donate the money we raised for my legal defense, which after subtracting the fees should still be about $100,000. Unfortunately, right now, GoFundMe is holding the funds for review. We've given them all the information they need and we haven't heard back. It's been super frustrating. Hopefully it gets cleared up soon. And once it does, I'll be posting an update on community posts or maybe a video. In the meantime, consider donating to Project Sarsour, which is where the money will go. It's my friend Ahmed's project. He lives in Gaza and the money will go to help families there and a number of other projects. Anyways, so the first question you might have here is what happened? Why?
I hope something like it's fucked up and terrible that happened, but I hope that, something, I don't know. I hope that it can be, I don't know in what way, but, inspire further pressure, pushback against Israel. Does that make sense? Rokana's detainment. I hope that, perhaps it can generate even more outrage and more, things that help it click for people. I hope it helps history unfold in better ways. Yeah. Yes.
Did Ethan drop the lawsuit? And right now, I don't have a firm answer for that. Ethan hasn't commented publicly and did not respond to my requests for comment. But now that it's been dropped with prejudice and with no confidentiality clauses, I'm able to talk openly about everything that happened. And I think by the end of the video, we should have a little bit more of an idea as to how this all played out the way that it did. So first, a brief recap. In March of last year, I released this video, The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide. It was a response to a video from Ethan Klein called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. In that video, I highlighted a bunch of statements from several prominent content creators and used those statements to demonstrate the way that the Western media apparatus has helped to normalize Israel's genocide in Gaza. Things like atrocity propaganda, misinformation about groups resisting Israel, and Zionist historical narratives. Ethan Klein responded to the video by immediately threatening to sue me for defamation. He issued a cease and desist and demanded that I take the video down.
Mudahar. Remember when Mudahar was on this lawsuit? I feel like people forgot about that. But they shouldn't.
Mudaharanas is a fraud. Mudaharanas is a fraud. Mudaharanas is a fraud. It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Dear Mr. Sampson, we are counsel for Mudaharanas and Ethan Klein. They were on the same thing, but he dropped off of it. You know who doesn't forget though? I remember. I can't remember You know, where I put down a thing that was just in my hand, but I do remember little things like this.
And apologize, or else he would sue
I remember the things that other people would not like me to remember.
me. He dedicated
Inconvenient things.
a few episodes of his podcast to issuing these sorts of threats.
See? There he is in the back. Look at him, so serious. Oh, and that's Mama Max. I don't even remember what this is in relation to. It was something with Mama Max.
All he has to do to avoid getting sued.
Also, I know that Ethan dyed his hair black for like some kind of goal thing. It's a bad look.
Is apologize for everything he said and did. He started his second video by saying, Ethan's threatened to sue me. It's not a threat. I'm going to sue you. Noah said in his second video, Ethan's threatening to sue me. Have fun with that, I guess. He said, well, I'm about to have fun with it. And unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be having much fun with it.
But I kept the video up. After speaking with several lawyers, I felt pretty confident that I'd be able to defend against a defamation suit. And I also believe that the cease and desist was just a scare tactic, as they're commonly used, to get me to delete my criticism from the internet. The deadline passed and I didn't hear anything from Ethan, and it seemed like everything was good. But then a year later, 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Ethan actually filed the lawsuit. He alleged that I defamed him with...
Okay, so Midahar was on like the cease and desist, not on this.
Before the statute of limitations was up, Ethan actually filed the lawsuit. He alleged that I defamed him with 6 statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video and various other claims that I made. He was seeking unlimited damages and a jury trial. When you get served a defamation lawsuit, you have 30 days to respond or face default. So I spent the majority of my time the next few weeks looking everywhere to find a lawyer. Just to file a reply, I was being quoted upwards of $100,000, which is obviously pretty stressful because I don't have that kind of money on hand. So I ended up doing a fundraiser.
Crazy.
And I fundraised as much as I could. We got not quite to the goal, but over $100,000, which I thought was pretty good. But as the deadline approached and I started to get even more stressed out, I still hadn't found a lawyer. That's when I got in touch with Deborah Drews. Deborah Drews is an LA-based attorney who specializes in defamation law, and honestly, I owe her my life. She's an incredible lawyer, and from our first conversation, she showed genuine interest in this case. She was also willing to work at a major discount, which is what made it possible to donate most of this money that we raised. So anyways, I retained Deborah's counsel, of course, and we began working on our response. Our approach was going to be to...
Bless you, Deborah. Deborah, let's get a round of applause for Deborah. Thank you, Deborah. Let's go.
Major discount, which is what made it possible to donate most of this money that we raised. So anyways, I retained...
Just like, remember, there are all the Ethan Kleins out there, but there are also Deborahs out there. Be a Deborah. Don't be a, do something. Contribute in a way that leads to good things happening, and not be a little tyrant child just trying to knock blocks down because you're having feelings.
Deborah's counsel, of course, and we began working on our response. Our approach was going to be to file an anti-SLAPP motion. The SLAPP in anti-SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation, and the statute was designed to prevent powerful people from weaponizing their resources to silence dissent from critics that cannot sustain a long-term legal battle. A successful anti-SLAPP motion can dismiss frivolous lawsuits before they even go to trial and force the plaintiff, in this case it would be Ethan, to pay the defendant's legal fees. As our work on the case progressed, we started to feel like we'd put together a pretty strong case. But then, just a few days before the filing deadline, Ethan Klein reached out to us looking to open up settlement talks. Now, at first, I was taken aback. Ethan sued me, made me pay a bunch of money, stressed out me and my family, and now he's coming to me to settle? No, we're not doing that. That's not happening, especially given how strong we felt our defense was. But Deborah, in her infinite wisdom and expertise, suggested that we didn't know what their terms would be.
We're about to hear it. Hey, Robin. We'll see. I wonder what the terms are, I'm sure they wouldn't have been good. That's like Ethan's whole thing. He doesn't want to actually have to go through and win. He just wants to bully people with, you know, he just wants to bully and humiliate people. He doesn't want to actually have to fight.
Maybe they really wanted out of the lawsuit, and maybe their offer would reflect this, and it could be good for us. A settlement would end proceedings immediately, it would eliminate all risk, and it would free up the money that we'd raised to be donated right away. Depending on the specifics, that could be a pretty good deal. So we agreed to file an extension to start settlement talks, but nothing could have prepared me for what they came up with. In exchange for dropping his lawsuit, Ethan Klein wanted a public apology on my...
Okay. Like Casey Tron? A public humiliation. Makes sense. It's like, literally, it's so pathetic. I want you to apologize to me. I want you to apologize to me. I think I deserve an apology. Hey, gamer. Yep. Noah Samson is free. Ethan dropped the lawsuit. Hey, Mrs. Soap. It's awesome. I just want to enjoy every moment of it.
My primary YouTube channel and Twitter account, pre-approved by Ethan, which would need to include a claim that he and his wife Hila have both...
Oh, God. Can you imagine? I wish that we could see exactly what the deal with Casey Tron, like what the terms of it were. I wonder like what his demands in the apology was. Okay. Apology for saying my client supported genocide. Acknowledgement that my client and his wife has supported the Palestinian cause. Okay, that's like something that you wouldn't even give Ethan, but Hila, definitely fucking not. Definitely not. Brooke's kind of like, you know, not verbatim, but like the idea is like Ethan is a wife guy, you know? So Ethan may not care so passionately about it, but his wife is definitely not for the Palestinian cause whatsoever. Free to say he disagrees with my client and my client does too much to defend Israel.
Both supported the Palestinian cause. He also wanted me to remove 6 separate videos from my...
Free to say he disagrees with my client and my client does so much to defend Israel, or too much. Free to say he does too much to defend Israel. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Dav. I have the videos that you sent before, but I'll make sure that I have all of them. Thank you. Videos to be taken down. The YouTubers who backed a genocide. The genocide supporting YouTubers respondent. Ethan Klein lawsuit response. Ethan Klein offers some safety advice for Jewish viewers of Hassan. Ethan Klein is suing me. How to girl boss a genocide.
YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure it's all the videos I've ever talked about him in, which includes several videos that are unrelated to the claim.
It's just like fucking pathetic. I love how these YouTubers will be so like, they're like, yeah, it's totally fine that people make critical videos of me. You know, it happens to all of us and we just deal with it and it doesn't bother me. But as soon as they have power, suddenly they want all of it gone.
It's made in the actual lawsuit. He also
He's saying that he's allowed to say that and that he disagrees with Ethan. Okay.
wanted a non-disparagement clause, which would bar me from ever publicly criticizing Ethan again.
That's
it did include
also insane. Imagine being this much of a fucking baby. Imagine needing not just external validation, but full domination. You know? Like anyone who has made him feel any kind of way needs to prostrate themselves in front of him at his feet. Depending on the amount, my client may be willing to replenish the amount used from the fund to pay legal expenses if the following were to occur. Funds would be donated to a mutually agreed upon charity.
Include a potential provision to reimburse my legal fees to be donated to a mutually agreed upon charity. So that's great, but only if my public apology included an acknowledgement that Ethan replenished these funds so that they can go to charity.
Yeah. He wants the credit. He wants to erase all the history of criticism of his Zionism and his behavior. And he wants credit. Like the audacity of all of these specific requests, like, this is why I don't forget things, okay? In a different era, people would have forgotten. This would have been erased and people would have forgotten, but I remember. I will always remember. When someone thinks that they have transcended a time and swept something, gotten away with it. Listen, there's still time. All the people who have gotten away with shit up to this point, unless you plan on dying, there's still time. He was gonna steal from the legal fund. I think it's saying that he would Ethan would pay for the costs that Noah had already spent, and that they would have to, I guess, use all the funds, including his funds. I don't know how much he was expecting to get a payout.
On despair,
Okay, let
I
me-
wanted a public apology on my primary YouTube channel and Twitter account, pre-approved by Ethan, which would need to include a claim that he and his wife Hila have both supported the Palestinian cause. He also wanted me to remove 6 separate videos from my YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure it's all the videos I've ever talked about him in, which includes several videos that are unrelated to the claims made in the actual lawsuit. He also wanted a non-disparagement clause, which would bar me from ever publicly criticizing Ethan again. They did include a potential provision to reimburse my legal fees to be donated to a mutually agreed upon charity. So that's great, but only if my public apology included an acknowledgement that Ethan replenished these funds so that they can go to charity. So these terms were, let's just call them inadequate, hard for us to accept.
Yeah.
So we made
He wanted, he was willing to potentially reimburse Noah for the fees, his lawyer fees, his legal fees up to that point. But that money would go to a mutually agreed upon charity. Eye of the Octopus, hello. Noah did a fundraiser to fight the lawsuit, so they're saying they'd return the money he spent from that fund. Yes, but they want that to go to a mutually agreed upon charity where he would get credits. Disgusting.
a counteroffer. No apology, no confidentiality, full reimbursement for all of our legal fees, no deleting any videos outside of the ones which were about the lawsuit, which we felt would become irrelevant if it was settled, and then one public statement which would read as follows. Ethan and I disagree about a video I made in response to his video Content Nuke Hassan Piker. He thinks my video says one thing, and I think it says another. Both of us believe that YouTube is a place for free expression, and
I mean, that part, I feel like that's a big concession to make. This part, it's like I would it would be the worst, honestly. I would not be able to say something that I don't believe. I would have to make up some other concept, like, you know, the karmic wheel of rape to express myself.
In response to his video Content Nuke Hassan Piker. He thinks my video says one thing and I think it says another. Both of us believe that YouTube is a place for free expression and recognize the right to criticize each other's views. So we've decided to end our dispute amicably. Keeping it out of court frees up funds to help families in Gaza right now. We sent these terms over and didn't hear back, so we prepared to file our anti-slap motion. It was all ready to go. I was kind of excited. Honestly, Deborah cooked. But then a few days later, Ethan filed the motion to dismiss with prejudice. And that was it. So back to that question of like what happened? Why'd he back out? Because he hasn't.
So what does that mean exactly? Does that mean he's not going to pay for the fees? He's just dropping it completely? So was that, he's like, well, that was fun. See ya.
Publicly commented, and he didn't respond to my request for comment. We can really only speculate. Maybe
is the show back on? Are they back from like vacation or whatever? It means he can appeal, which is excellent. Hello, Shy. Everyone, please like the stream. Live, not top chat. Twitch and kick hello. So far, 30 people are on YouTube and only 13 likes. Please like the stream. Or you're confessing that you wish that Ethan sued everyone. Every one of us. So if you don't, you should like the stream. Ethan can't sue again over the same thing. He likely dropped it because he found out Noah had a lawyer. He just Bellman. I think that, I don't think that's the only reason. Maybe, I think it was Denim's. I think that he was humiliated by the Denim's outcome and he just didn't want to take another L. And I think his lawyer probably, like, you know, yeah, basically, like, since Noah didn't just, like, roll over, his lawyer's probably like, well, if it actually goes to court, this is probably not going to work out. So I think this is the closest to not losing Ethan could really, really do at this point.
He did have a change of heart. Maybe he doesn't want to be the one that hands out lawsuits left and right to silence critics. And maybe if he were to admit this publicly and apologize for wasting my time and money and acting like a freak throughout the whole process, then maybe I'd believe that. But until then, I think there are more likely explanations. See, Ethan has stated publicly that his many lawsuits against smaller creators have damaged his reputation.
I don't want to be the fucking litigious asshole that's suing everybody.
You literally,
like, I know what people think of me. I know what people...
He denies that that's what he is, though. But that's what you are. You are what you do, okay? You can have this hypothetical concept of who you think you are as a person, this idea of yourself. You reveal who you are by demonstrating it in life with your actions. You can think you're a hero, but then, you know, leave a child in a burning building when you could have probably saved them, but you were too scared, you know? Like, think that you're the kind of guy that would, like, jump in front of a bullet to save an old lady or a baby. Not that guy. Instead, you're the jumping behind the old lady.
Say about me. I'm not a moron. I know, like, the consequences of doing all these lawsuits and stuff.
I don't think he knew it in advance. Like, I think he's realizing it now, but I think that he just didn't expect, you know, people like Moist Critical to say something.
The biggest backlash so far came very recently when he was criticized by a prominent YouTuber, Charlie of the channel Penguin Zero. He criticized Ethan's lawsuits, and these videos got millions of views.
Ethan, of all people, should be very familiar with how defamatory lawsuits can be exploited by those with a lot of money. He was the guy that always fought on the right side of these kind of battles. And now in this case, I really think he's lost his way.
I mean, also, to be fair, the right side of the battle for him, when the thing he gets praised for, was in his interest. The right, like, he was the oppressed in that situation. So the right thing was to support, you know, the, what do you call it? You know what I'm saying. He wasn't supporting it from a position of power. He wasn't one of the benevolent people contributing. What was it? Brooks said, wasn't there? Okay. Brooks told us about how Ethan actually got money from wait, let me look.
But with that lawsuit, the idea was how to start. We say why don't we do a Ethan and Hila pack? Put them in payday.
Here we go. Here we go. The Brooks conversation was literally, like, every moment was interesting. I'm gonna upload a segment, like, of it. A different portion, a really moving story that Brooks shared. Hey, Ice Beans. Yes, he was the underdog. Would you say he had a conflict of interest? What do you mean? Who? Okay.
Like, VR was never going to make anyone money, and I knew it, so I've got to make money for the company some other place.
Yeah.
And one of the things was they were in this lawsuit, and I was, at the time, I was a pretty avid watcher, generally. But they were in this lawsuit with the guy who, like, they were making fun of, the guy who did the hit-on videos that were awful, that, like, sued them over fair use. It's the famous case that they were part of.
Yeah.
The win that,
Matt
like,
Haas
hilariously they've undone. Yeah, the win that they're literally, like, fighting themselves now on.
Oh my God, yeah.
But with that lawsuit, the idea was how to start. We say, why don't we do a Ethan and Hila pack? Put them in payday, make it dumb, make it silly, and have 100% of the, we do that. We can just have all the money go to them. It's a big, PR thing. And they were down for it, and they were really cool about it. They were, again, we went to dinner. We had, like, a lot of fun setting it up, getting it going. I happened to live down the street from, at the time, one of the Logan brothers. And it was right at the time that he was setting his pool on fire. And
wait, let me see. Because the interpersonal stuff is not the point. Let's see. Everything is being very slow right now. Hey, Big Jerry. Was there something? But in any case, basically, people like Brooks, who use their resources, you know, to do things that supported them during that time. People supported Ethan would not have won if he didn't have the support, and modern day Ethan was like I can't wait to take all that, the GoFund, like go donate to their GoFundMes so I can take it, you know, because that's gonna be my money. But yeah.
Way in that regard.
Ethan also just lost a lawsuit against the streamer Denims. He sued her for copyright infringement, and the ruling on this one was just brutal. The judge ruled against Ethan while citing his own previous case of defending against a frivolous copyright lawsuit.
Which is awesome.
It wasn't until both of these events that Ethan began offering to drop his defamation lawsuits, in exchange for an apology, of course.
If Ian would issue a genuine apology, I'd probably think about dropping the lawsuit. And honestly, the same is true of Noah Sampson. If he just issued
He's
like
just trying to get what he can get. He's like acting like, oh, I'm so, look how magnanimous I am. I'm willing to, instead of financially ruining them, I will accept them kneeling before me.
a heartfelt apology, I'd probably consider dropping it.
And there's another part to this that I think is worth discussing, which is how Ethan's reputation has also taken hits due to his support for Israel. According to him, this perception has ruined some of his personal and professional relationships.
From a professional perspective, our entire lives are ruined. Collaborations, partners, business partners, employees, creators, you know, friends.
If you look
Hey,
at the
Matt.
trends and views and
They don't have to anymore because Ethan did drop the lawsuits. The Ian one was too unpopular, and you know, multiple people made videos about that. Moist Critical, I think Anthony Fantano. People were not down for that, so he got an apology out of Ian and dropped it. He wanted to settle with Noah and get apologies and all of this stuff out of Noah Sampson and have it like a non-disclosure, and have him delete his videos and retract his statements and all of that.
There's been a demonstrable drop since October of 2023. Former fans of H3 are leaving and have spoken about the sort of rampant Zionism in that community. Apparently, even just wearing their merch now has an explicit association with the state of Israel. At one point, Ethan may have thought that suing me for criticizing his statements about Israel could change this public perception.
Like, here's the thing, too. You know what he could have done? Not talked about it. He didn't have to talk about Israel every stream, Israel, and how evil Hassan is. He didn't have to, you know? He could have just stayed out of it and done his other content.
I'd love to see you reason out in a court document about how I
This
and Mudo...
fresh tattoo here. Fresh, what do you call it? There's like an element of body horror involved in this.
support genocide. I really look forward to that.
But somewhere along the line, he must have realized that this strategy wouldn't work. When he got the chance to prove me
The
wrong
zombie
in front of a
bite.
judge, just like he wanted, he folded. He backed out at the
course.
last minute. So here we are. So anyways, super glad this is all over, ready to get back to making regular videos. I'll update everyone with a post as soon as I can about the GoFundMe situation once that's cleared up. I appreciate everyone who has supported me throughout this whole ordeal, including those who have contributed to the fundraiser and the...
Awesome. Great. This is a win for Noah, but it's also a win for us. A loss for Ethan is a win for fair use and general expression on the internet, especially YouTube. Hey, Chazardus. It's got the weasel word of considerate. Yeah. I'll consider it. Cool. let's put on a song. I'm gonna, pee before we start the next segment. This is my coping song. This song is the only thing that got me through watching that Aiden Food Shops call. Okay, one moment. Please like the stream. Live, not top chat. Okay.
Stuff's coming out. Oh, yeah. Let's actually go. Oh, yeah. Weigh scales on my belly. Oh, yeah. I trust them. Oh, yeah. I eat raw flour, call the shit a cake. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My body fizzes and my armpits trickle. I bang my head on the radiator. Bang my socks on the radiator. Bang my head on the radiator. Bang my head. Oh yeah. Stroke the doggy. Oh yeah. And then hit the doggy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've got 3 words for you. The Dyson Airblade. Once just a man looking at his hands thinking, I'm gonna make these so fucking dry, you won't believe it. A lifelong fiddling. Thumb twiddling. 1400 minor tweaks. A big fat gas leak. I feel sick. The smell doesn't stop. I feel sick. I've just stopped sniffing it. I feel sick. 5 to 6 days a week. Everything's fucking shit. I feel fucking shit. Everything's fucking shit. I feel sick. Like a Gungan burial chamber. Oh, yeah. I failed the task. Oh, yeah. Could someone punch me in the face? Yeah. Could I do the questionnaire again, please? I don't think my personality came through.
Mad one bitch, a harlot, a rare. Woman assassin, action is an air. Fishy get a bug, shack. Had a funny way of talking, but then we taught him. Got road free clutch in a vein. No animosity or campaign. We watch the winners of the barley. History time at me to my party.
Walker and for Black Tana, K.H. Shaw and Firebug Dana. Mix of James Connolly and Clannet. Bandit like a wee western scanner. No more speech, so they want this Policiac, but not that king. That well gets you locked up, make stuff free and Rick did the hat. Buzzwords, headliners, you go what's your pretty hat. I'll huff, I'll puff, I'll blow your house up. This is the pain and we it does that. Chin the grawa, yeah, it does stop. Cause your trans bubble is what we're about. Can't sword contact after me. Cut the more or them deck dastardly. You weak green fiend, bastard G. Era in the higgle, made possibly.
Got your lumps of rhyme is down there. Couple of jokes, actory and bander. Cut and white, cut a rev larger. Two of my suck, but go journey, miss Padger.
vodka. Did I say hello? I don't remember. Also, like I said, I uploaded the substance from us watching it yesterday. It was really good. You can catch up on Patreon. The goal content today will be continuing interview with the vampire. If you are not caught up, catch up. I appreciate all my paid patrons. Make it possible for me to have my content at free tier so everyone can enjoy regardless of financial status. Hey, Crystallize. Yeah, I saw it for the first time. It was really good. But yeah, catch up on interview. Okay. All right, let me adjust the title. Okay. So, I don't actually really know too much about Anthony Fantano. I have a couple samples that I just haven't really used. And it's been it's been so long that I don't even know where they are. I really wish that I just...
I smoke crack and I have AIDS. I have full-blown AIDS.
Mm. I give up. I've been ruined. Anyway, okay. So, like I said, I don't really know anything about Anthony Fantano aside from a couple memes. I've seen him. And it's been a really long time. I remember vaguely him being pretty cringe and very. I think I watched him interview someone, and you didn't quite seem like a person. Totally. Who knows? But who knows? We're gonna go in with open hearts. Okay, maybe not open heart. Open eyes. Open minds. Ish. Does he have a Sleater Kinney framed album on here? Because I do not want to give him points for that. But kind of, you know? But anyway, so as far as like music, like I haven't really watched his music reviews. One of these days, we will review his music ratings and see what we think for ourselves. Maybe he's Snark worthy, maybe not. Who knows? We'll find out eventually. But so from my understanding, Fantano, like in October 2024, did a review of Halsey's The Great Impersonator album review. And she was not happy with it. a while later. And so he did a long deleted VOD. You know, I got it. It is exciting when you see deleted VOD in parentheses on a video. You're like, ooh, why'd it get deleted? Fairly sure he's on the left. Yes. That, yes. Which is cool. Good. Doesn't mean he's not cringe still. But that's good. Hey, Berm. Brioche? Brioche. Brioche. So, this is him coping. I'm looking forward to seeing some of this. Anthony Fantano has a meltdown over the Halsey saga. And, most recently, yesterday, he uploaded addressing my most hated review. Oh, I think there's, what's this? Someone made a video about this, I guess. Maybe instead of the D'Angelo Wallace video. We'll see, we'll see. All right, let's start from the beginning. October 2024, let's see.
Hi everyone, Ringthony Tano here, the internet's busiest music nerd. And it's time for a review of this new Halsey record, The Great Impersonator. Pop singer and songwriter, Halsey. From Tumblr fandom to mainstream stardom, Halsey's rise to popularity has been interesting to say the least.
I feel like I would listen to this song, but I wish we could listen to the song, but I feel like it might get blocked.
Because while I've never quite been a fan of her, interesting to say the least. Because while I've never quite been a fan of her work, she always has some sort of surprise in store, which I feel like you have to respect on some level. Especially since her last record saw her flirting with industrial fusions of pop and rock with wall-to-wall production from Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails fame. And this new LP over here was essentially promised to be this multi-genre, multi-era exploration of music and emotion. Really Halsey's full creative range. Now, if you are at all a music fan and you use social media, I would bet over the past couple of months you've been kind of inundated with numerous photos of Halsey doing various cosplay photo shoots that see her embodying a variety of different legendary, influential musicians. Bowie, Bush, Apple, Lennox, Mitchell, Harvey, Springsteen, Cher, Björk, which is not even all of them, but still a lot of very amazing, groundbreaking, game-changing artists to reference in the lead-up to your new album.
Is it the audacity? Is Fantano displeased with the audacity? Like she's putting herself in that lineup?
Which, again, reminder, is titled The Great Impersonator. The Great Impersonation. That is not me. That is not how I talk at all.
That's not me. That's not how I talk at all.
Okay, stop it.
Okay, stop it.
Seriously, I gotta do this review.
Come on, man.
Is this a bit that he does? Is this a character, a recurring character? Or is this random? Yeah, it's literally you, and you're literally talking like that.
Do this review.
No, really, stop.
No.
See? Now he is doing it.
Whoa! Ha ha ha! Comedy.
Comedy.
You have to be a linguist. Oh, really? Stay.
Why are you doing this? Why? Why are you doing this? Why? Look, I'm
Oh,
not
honey, you gotta. Your hair's not short enough. Is it an active bit? It's a regular bit he does? Hey, post hominid. Is that like a recurring bit? Is this a specific character?
gonna say I'm like an expert on Halsey's music taste.
It's him showing that Halsey's album is a mockery because if she were impersonating Cher, she did it terribly. So that was a guy he was being a guy impersonating himself. Who would want to impersonate you? But oh honey, listen. You cannot be working with this gap, okay? Just
music taste. Her
you cannot have this little island here. It's not a recurring bit. You know? This, no. You know, just a little shorter.
Her understanding of any of these artists or her. Look, I'm not going to say I'm like an expert on Halsey's music taste, her understanding of any of these artists, or her full capabilities as an artist. But the chances she was going to drop an album.
Hey Ryan, the character is a recurring bit. It is? What's it supposed to be?
Album here that would have a fraction of the impact that even one of these artists had on the music industry in
He's just mad at the audacity, I guess.
their lifetime was pretty slim. And
Okay, cool, post hominid. I'll see you later.
honestly, I would even be hesitant to put money on the likelihood of her accurately capturing the sound and essence of one of these artists in a way that was actually flattering and complimentary. And yeah, you know what? I regret to.
Hey Caden, the bit is Latino Man? Fantano. I'm gonna have to... is that something that I can search? Filipino Man? Search Cal. Oh, God.
Hi, everybody. Cal Chester here.
Oh, my God. 2011. What is this mustache?
The roommate of the internet's busiest music nerd. I'm going to talk about my favorite albums. 2011. Nice, swag. This year. I mean, let's look at it. The instant replay. I mean, you are Cal. You have been whack. That is why we have the whack Cal zone. Get in it. What do you think of Balkans?
Oh, no. Oh, no. He's not even good at doing a mocking mouth noise.
There's no talking in the whack hell. Like it. I like it. You're a smart man.
Okay, let's go to
Pizza
the
Hut.
main.
I ate at Taco Bell. I ate at Pizza.
The main part.
Loved the tapes. I ate at Pizza Hut. I ate at Taco Bell. I ate at Pizza Hut. I ate Taco Bell. Could there possibly be a day where maybe I'm enjoying auto-tune? Friday. Anthony, I'm not interested in another obscure band. How come you don't review any popular music that I want to hear about? Mousetrap is not a good band. If they were good, they'd be #1 on the charts. Shut up! Blink-182, punk band. You like punk. They invented punk. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that. Well, progressive rock, you like that. Ooh, experimental.
Gonna have some edible.
You like that. It's too sugary for you. You brush your teeth and you'll be...
Oh, God. Is Anthony, Latino? Let me go back to his, mocking. I guess he has his own mustache now. Okay.
Fraction of the impact that even one of these artists had on the music industry in their lifetime was pretty slim. And
The guy's acting out the worst of his comment section.
honestly, I would even be hesitant to put money on the likelihood of her accurately capturing the sound and essence of one of these artists in a way that was actually flattering and complimentary. And yeah, you know what? I regret to fucking inform you there's not a single goddamn second on this album that sounds like Fiona Apple, Kate Bush, or Björk. And for sure, I know in reaction to this, there will be some detractors saying like, the impersonations, it's not like literal. But I have had actual press materials passed to me saying things like, ooh, Halsey channels Stevie Nicks on new performance of Single Panic Attack, which like, she wishes. I mean, maybe the instrumental on the verses of that song sounds a little reminiscent of mid-70s Fleetwood Mac, sure, but the similarities kind of start in...
Is he really having a crash out? Well, this is 2024, the original video. So I'm going in pretty blind, pretty dry. I'm more looking forward to hit this hour-long deleted VOD that says he has a meltdown over it. And he just yesterday, he just made a video about it. Wearing the... Is he wearing... I think he's wearing the same shirt in it. Okay.
Stop there, especially once you hit the track's chorus, which sounds like your average cheesy 2000s folk pop kind of ballad, which I actually think is more representative of the overall artistic vibe of the songs on this album, because again, you will be sadly disappointed if you go into this thing expecting a celebration of the greats or even ripples of their influence. I mean, sure, there are a few spots on this...
He's one of those guys who thinks he knows how you should enjoy a record. That's pretty unbearable.
Record that have slight country or Americana vibes. Of course, there is that Britney Spears interpolation on the song Lucky, which was a single, and there's some Evanescence influence going on the very edgy alt-rocker Lonely Is the Muse, which handily has some of the most
He color codes his reviews with flannels. Red is bad, yellow is good. Really? Okay. Is this the male version of a wine mom? No. I think there's something missing
excruciating
here.
lyrics on the entire record. But outside of that,
There's some kind of, from what I see, you know, it's a little too early to be snarking. Green is good. There's like a little density.
for the most part, I'm just not really hearing these reference points, even when Halsey is doing her best to point directly at them. Because if you're unaware, many of these photos that you are seeing, where you're getting these impersonations, they were released.
That lucky interpolation was amazing. So who has actually heard any of these songs? Because I have not heard this album. I can't even remember which one Halsey is. I feel like I liked one of her songs years ago, but I don't remember what it was.
Alongside snippets of the songs they allegedly inspired, like on Letter to God 1983, which oddly enough is the second of 3 versions of this same song in the goddamn track list. Yeah, to finish this album off, you have to hear.
Some people do that. Some people do like multiple versions on their albums of the same song, right? That's a thing that I feel like people have done. Either that or they like, you know, just drop them over time. I don't know. I'm like, what is the song? Am I even thinking of the right person? Uncertain.
Hear the same mid ballad 3 times,
It's
and this
just a
version
decent-
apparently is supposed to.
Just a decent album, nothing to get all pissed off about. Maybe, if we get the goal, before we watch Interview, then we will, check out her album. Or the new Americana High on Legal Marijuana. I can probably play a moment of this. Let's see.
Cigarettes in tiny liquor bottles, just they're money, cool, and survival of the richest.
No. No. No, I might be thinking of a different band. Yes, tomorrow is music night. I will be talking to Sleepy around maybe like 6-7 p.m. tomorrow before music stream. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Most of her songs on the album were written about Matty Healy. Ugh, he's a fucking gross loser. From what little I've seen, not impressive stuff. Well, I think we'll get to that, Vodka. Basically, there are Fantano snarkers, and they've been snarking him over this review for years. Matty Healy dated Taylor Swift is the most thing that I know about him. And he said racist things and was like, but like, I mean, most people do, but in like, haha, I'm so cool and edgy and rock and roll.
to be kind of Springsteen, but what is Springsteen about the way this sounds? The airy synthesizers, faint rock drum beat, and crowd noise in the background, which doesn't sound like Springsteen. What it sounds like is you trying to recall the vibes of the one time you've heard Dancing in the Dark years ago. I guess it's fitting that this album is dropping toward the end of October because so many of these tracks just feel like bad Halloween costumes, musically speaking. Really though, if Halsey was going to do a cosplay of the influences that actually meaningfully impact the sound and writing process of this record, she would have dressed up as
a lot of, like, you know, a lot of this is a lot of audacity here.
Avril, and then as a young Taylor Swift, and that would have been it. Because
Avril Lavigne and a young Taylor Swift. That's very rude. Very rude. Yeah, way too focused on the cosplay. Like, I think it just seems like he finds her obnoxious and didn't really like her album. Like maybe if she wasn't doing all the things that he found personally obnoxious, maybe he wouldn't have cared. You know? Maybe it's like he feels like the disparity was too great. Like, how dare you? He doesn't even like girl artists. I'm convinced of it. Possibly. Well, he has this... are these albums on the side? Are these there always? Or are they, like, rotated depending on what he's reviewing? He's saying the music is a faint cosplay of the other artists instead of the tributes. Well, I mean, like, when she dressed, like, her dressing up as all of these artists, like Bowie and Cher and etc. I think it's, yeah, interesting. But I would like to see more of his reviews on women, sure. They rotate. I think he puts the most recent albums. He's like the most there. Well, this is Sleater-Kinney. Sleater-Kinney, one of my formative bands in when I left the church and entered public high school at 15. Yeah, Sleater-Kinney was very meaningful to me. Musical comparisons are never good reviews. Yeah, musical comparisons, I feel like bringing up comparisons and, like, thinking about it is, you know, just thinking about things in a, like, it's a dimension to think about things in, but it's not, like, that's not the main thing. If he's, like, he interviewed Olivia Rodrigo last weekend was the worst interview ever. Rick Beato. Yes, I did watch Portlandia.
When you dig into a lot of these tracks, the stale 2000s pop rock vibes.
Oh, I just remembered. I think I went to see Sleater-Kinney maybe when I was around 18-ish. I feel like it might have been Coney Island. It was like somewhere way far out. Was there mermaids involved? I don't remember. But I went to see Sleater-Kinney. It was very hot in the summer, and I remember seeing a man with a tattoo on his chest, like a prison home done tattoo, like a stick and poke and whatever tattoo of a penis with little spurts of semen going towards his face, like he was just wearing like an open shirt. He really likes Billie Eilish. Okay. But yeah, no, I just thought about that tattoo on this man. Okay. I think it was like a Hawaiian shirt that was just open. He was like an older man.
some of the melodies and songwriting ideas. Like that's actually what's at play here. That and the sort of songs you only remember for their association.
He's a standard music snob. That makes sense.
That's actually what's at play here. That and the sort of songs you only.
Bad time to focus back on stream. That's just I just remember that. It's just a memory that came back to
You
me.
remember for their association with various teen flicks throughout the 90s and 2000s and, family television dramas. Speaking of which, why does every goddamn song on this record sound like it's being written from the perspective of some troubled girl character from those shows? Or, I don't know, one of those like Delaney Rose skits on TikTok.
I don't know who Delaney Rose is. I think he just doesn't like her audacity.
Ideas like that's actually what's at play here. That and the sort of songs you only remember for their association with various teen flicks throughout the 90s. Stale. That would have been it. Because when you dig into a lot of these tracks, the stale 2000s pop rock vibes, some of the melodies and songwriting ideas, like that's actually what's at play here. That and the sort of songs you only remember for their association with various teen flicks throughout the 90s and 2000s and,
Some of those are iconic. Come on.
family television dramas. Speaking of which, why does every goddamn song on this record sound like it's being written from the perspective of some troubled girl character from those shows? Or
A troubled girl character from those shows. I'm interested. Yeah, I hear. How dare a girl be troubled and write songs?
Or, I don't know, one of those like Delaney Rose skits on.
Okay. The wealthy, overly sheltered character in every movie decides to live a little. And absolutely insufferable female lead of an indie movie whenever there's a window in this scene. Yeah, I feel like he just doesn't like her. And thinks she's insufferable. Like, I will say, I have found, when I see Lily Allen pop up, right? When the stuff first happened with her husband cheating on her and the Pussy Palace song and stuff, I was into it. I was like, yeah, cool. Yeah, definitely. But knowing that she also cheated on the father of her children, like a bunch earlier in her career, I'm like, this whole like tour of her, her entire show, her album and her shows, it's just this performance of the scorned wife, and it's like, it's just, you know what, this is too much. I don't like it because of her previous cheating. Like, have you really fully taken accountability for that? Because yes, it's fucked up, what happened, and I understand, but like, she is milking it, which is smart. Obviously, it's the right smart thing for her to do within her career. But I don't like it. I think it's toxic.
On TikTok, where she's pretending to
like,
be
it's a kind
character.
Of, I guess it's like female empowerment. But like, maybe you don't need to be empowered until you remove the plank from your own eye.
In some coming of age movie or like a girl from an indie film. Now, granted, there are some pockets of this record where Halsey is going for this vibe, going for this sound, and she actually captures it pretty well and executes a good song in the process. Like on the track Ego, which is a...
she executes a good song in progress. Okay. In the process. Accidentally. Is an accident.
From an indie film. Now, granted, there are some pockets of this record where Halsey is going for this vibe, going for this sound, and she actually captures it pretty well and executes a good song in the process, like on the track Ego, which is a great, again, 2000s era teen flick, credits roll type rocker. But simultaneously, when she sings about needing to kill her ego because may in fact kill her, she was not kidding, because this entire record has the worst case of main character syndrome I've heard on any pop album in 2024. Not only due to the fact that this record subjects listeners to multiple indulgent cuts that sound like messy demos and just would not make it onto a more respectable release that was
these are just it's interesting word choices and analogies, you know. Indulgent, you know.
Heard on any pop album in 2024.
Yeah, main character on her own album. Yes, that's the thing. I think he thinks that she's trying to rise above her station, like she's you know, like sit down, lady.
Only due to the fact that this record subjects listeners to multiple indulgent cuts that sound like messy demos and just would not make it onto a more respectable release that was actually well conceptualized, most notably the draft track of Life of the Spider. So yeah, it's that, and also all of the lyrics on this record where it seems like Halsey is just hell-bent on making sure the...
Is a draft track like literally a previous draft of a track? I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's literally like sit down, girl. She's too uppity. That's, I think, just call her uppity. How about that? Uh-huh. I imagine an early draft wouldn't sound finished. Okay.
Audience knows just how dark and tortured and edgy she is. Well, they say all dogs go to heaven. Well, what about a bitch? What about an evil girl left lying in a ditch?
I mean, is that great? It's not great, but I don't know. How does it sound? It's those are cringe lyrics, but the way he said it are very like.
And edgy she is. Well, they say all dogs go to heaven. Well, what about a bitch? What about an evil girl left lying in a ditch? Jesus Christ. Again, it feels like she's bringing back so many ideas and elements from just very angsty rock music that came out of the 90s and 2000s. But
do you think that maybe there was like an indie girl that broke Anthony Fantano's heart in the 2000s or something? I don't know how old he is. But do you think maybe he has residual scorn? Hey, Dimmy. Yeah, it's only okay when guys do it. Men can literally sing about how they are God. Kanye can say that he's literally God. Guy's almost 40. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna guess at some point in this 90s, 2000s, there was a girl that broke his heart, and he is having flashbacks.
Her hands being like, oh yeah, oh she's such a dirty fucking slut, what a dirty bitch, God, I love it.
That does not get a numbie. Maybe he forgot to cancel. No thank you. I'm not counting that. But I mean, it'll go to a good cause of Frankie's new meat paste. To be fair, Kanye's insane. Hey, Sumdum. But I mean, like, you know, just literally, like, forget Kanye being insane. But like, men can like talk about how they're like they're the best, they're kings, they're like the next whatever. You know?
She is not.
I just don't really listen to this I don't really listen to pop music, I guess. I don't really understand genres or anything. But also at the same time, remember I spent the past 6 years in a neurodivergent shutdown where I didn't listen to any music or watch any movies or shows, and all I did was read on my phone screen, my Kindle app, so it could be very small, so I could be very small. So I might have missed things. I mean, I probably did, but yeah. I don't know. I don't think this is like really a genre I would pursue, I guess. I don't know. IDK. To be fair, Fantano isn't lenient for any guy musicians as well, but this video is unnecessarily overblown insult thinly veiled as criticism. Yeah. I don't think he'd be able to handle cunty. This is cunty. This is her being cunty in this. You know, hey Curio Cat. I mean, yeah, the lyrics are kind of cringe, but I don't know. I really think that Anthony Fantano had his heart broken by an indie girl during the times when those albums were famous and or popular, and you know, when did 10 Things I Hate About You come out? You know? Hey, Envy. We should have him review Cunty. That would be... No, I think he would be down. I think he would like it, and what's the fun in that? I know. I feel like there's a special element here.
Allowing us to remember the stuff that made that music great, or what made it popular in the first place. The 90s elements from just... It feels like she's bringing back so many ideas and elements from just very angsty rock music that came out of the 90s and 2000s, but she is not allowing us to remember the stuff that made that music great, or what made it popular in the first place.
He did review the Lambrini Girls album like it. Yeah, I feel like he would. I mean, like, actual cuntiness. Not the music, not the album. Especially if he likes Sleater Kinney's down. With a bit of, you know, Riot Girl. 10 Things. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. 10 Things I Hate About You came out in 99. Yeah, that sounds like it could be a thing.
She's only holding on to the stuff that kind of ended up being its downfall, the elements of it that aged the worst. Halsey doesn't really seem interested in these styles of music for their aesthetics or what made them creative. Really, she only seems to be using them as a means of laundering untold amounts of just, again, childish angst and expecting...
It's... Honest, I feel like this is projection. I really do. Like I said, I haven't heard this, but just the way that he's talking about it is so loaded. It's so loaded, and it's really just giving like heartbroken 14-year-old boy, or however old he was at the time. You know what I mean? Like first crushes, first you know, relationships. The songs and artists that built her, yes, she used them for how they made her feel. Yeah. What do you do? Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you cannot like the song and think that like something like misses some things, but he's like, she is sullying all she is sullying the legacy of these different songs and artists. Wasn't this album about her having a near-death experience or something? I'm not sure, but potentially. This is all loaded, yes.
Us to sit here and wonder at it, you know, just marvel.
He also might be remembering himself being cringe. Yeah, maybe he feels like a cringe little 14-year-old boy who got his heart broken by a manic pixie dream girl. She was struggling with lupus. She almost died of cancer. Oh, man. And got divorced and had a kid. Yeah. Lupus is called the Great Impersonator. What do you mean? This is her telling us about it. Yeah, we should definitely listen to the album later and see
At how mediocre it is at genre switching and making songs that sound absolutely nothing like the artist.
Yeah, cancer, divorce, pregnancy. Why are you so angsty, though? Oh, because a lot of things are misdiagnosed as lupus. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, this is all very... Like, give me an example. Give me a song. How about, you know what I mean? Like, give me something to compare this to, you know? Give me specifics. What are your specific issues?
That supposedly inspire.
Also, why do you need to sound like an artist that inspired you? Are you supposed to copy? Hey, Form. Remember when, I don't know if anyone remembers this, who are former viewers. I remember when Ethan Klein was like eternally believing he had lupus. That just, I was reminded of that. Yeah.
You sit here and wonder at it, you know, just marvel at how mediocre.
He's just projecting this whole, like, a whole person on her. He's projecting us like an inexperienced, ignorant, entitled, tantruming child.
Really, she only seems to be using them as a means of laundering untold amounts of just, again, childish angst and expecting us to sit here and wonder at it, you know, just marvel at how mediocre it is at genre switching and making songs that sound absolutely nothing like the artists that supposedly inspired them. Yeah.
Like, what? Like, am I supposed to... Like, I'm inspired by a lot of, you know, books that I've read, like Murakami, you know, old Miranda July. Like, there are, I think that you could see, like that's it's influential. But why does it need to be like that? Why does it... What are you expecting? Like, copy and paste with like a little twist?
Yeah, this album was a really tough listen, and frankly, in some pockets, laughable, which is why I'm feeling a light to decent 1 on it. Transition, have you given this album a listen? Did you love it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? You're the best. You're the best. What should I review next?
Okay. He's basically like, I wanted you to be this way in my mind, but the way you made your own music just seems like you are too absorbed with yourself and don't care about what I want. Yes. Anthony, this is literally Anthony Fantano having main character syndrome. Wow, okay. So Dav gave me this D'Angelo Wallace video and also this is this commentary or
of big actor house gets the diagnosis
okay
about women who are talking about their of something you heard in 2024. Yeah,
I'm gonna skip around a little bit.
This situation has burst back onto the limelight after Halsey basically eviscerated him over Twitter. So I want to talk about that a little bit. I also have a few other assorted topics. We have A24 making the worst decision possible involving Google and AI, and right after their success with them from T-Pain, DoorDash. So I guess it's gonna be you. Singer-songwriter Halsey had released an album called The Great Impersonator that covered multiple things, but primarily her experience getting gravely sick, thinking that she was actually going to die, thankfully recovering, and then being able to channel that into a musical experience. The reason this became discourse is because, frankly, Halsey's album also kind of served as a microcosm of how people talk about women who are talking about their health. You don't need me to tell you, you can just literally look at the studies showing how there's a history of invalidation, ignoring claims, claiming that women are just being dramatic when they're talking about their own bodies and their own health issues. And that is why
D'Angelo is actually pretty fucking based. I've watched him, like, just not a ton, but here and there. I've seen some of his streams. Yeah, he's pretty based.
when Anthony Fantano, aka The Needle Drop, a music reviewer here on YouTube, probably one of the biggest, put out a video in which he said that Halsey was exhibiting main character syndrome and was just working very hard to show everybody how, quote, tortured and edgy she was. It turned into a pretty big conversation about, hey, how come women do get talked about this way when they bring up their health issues? Multiple things are happening here at once, though. It is also a music review. Anthony Fantano is entitled to give whatever score he wants. So if 1 out of 10 was his genuine opinion, I don't think that means you have to get dragged for it. But like scrolling the comments, you know his take is bad when the comments are actually discussing the review. Life imitating art. You could be literally dying, but some dude will still think you're doing too much. Fellas, is it main character syndrome to be diagnosed with cancer? Imagine making an album where you talk about how you're...
Yeah, he is, now I'm recalling, he is really good at deconstructing stuff like this, so maybe we will watch.
Cancer wasn't taken seriously by your doctors because they thought you were just being overly dramatic about your symptoms. And then the music reviewer says he didn't like the album because you're being overly dramatic about your cancer. It was very poorly received. This also wasn't the only case of Halsey being seemingly misunderstood or misinterpreted. And the conversation it sparked, I just really want to highlight because this is important. This comment on the pop music subreddit sums it up the best. The 1 out of 10 isn't even the bad part. It's how he trivializes her concerns about effing death as, quote,
but yeah, 1 out of 10 is crazy, you know, like what other albums are, like, what are some 2s that he's given out? What are those albums like?
Main character syndrome and childish and angsty. Like, what the F is that? And somebody says misogyny, pure misogyny. I thought it was an important conversation to have. I didn't love the way that it panned out, but I was kind of happy that people were using this as a launching pad to say, hey, look what can happen when people try to speak up about their experiences. But this review has kind of followed Fantano throughout like 1.5 years since it was released, and he finally said something about it, responding to a tweet. Whereas everything I've said just...
Oh, so okay, this is not coming up because Halsey brought it up. He kept talking about it. He couldn't handle not saying something. Okay. Hey, Joe.
now is old news. This is literally from, I think, the other day. Someone said, I didn't really agree with how Fantano approached some aspects of his Halsey review, but I can't understand how there's still discourse about it all this time later. It's not like it's some great album. How are people still hung up over it?
It is good. This is a good conversation to have.
And Fantano says, well, if they're more into the review than the album, and then you have the like covering your face laughing emoji. Which
That's so okay. Anthony Fantano is incredibly fucking cringe. Okay? Cringe person. He conducts himself as cringe. And immature. And he seems like he's not terribly introspective.
I have diagnosed her with lack of relationship with consciousness. Philosophy Brittany coming in.
I don't feel so bad about not getting into Fantano now. I remember whatever previous thing I was covering him for. I don't think he was the main thing. I think that it was a situation that involved him and someone else. But I remember being like, yeah, he's kind of off. Every millennial is Quirk Chungus coded. Listen. Am I?
I like Jessica Pistol Pussy Lips. How about that? How's that grab you?
Oh my god, was she here for that?
Wait, how is that better? We're naming someone specific pussy. Okay.
Jessica, do you still want me to lick your pussy? It's kind of like.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter, for the $25 dono. Everyone say thank you to Peter for doing the Tommy C alert and saving you from all Tommy C alerts during music stream tomorrow. Hey, Lefty. And our first 2 numbies, we are 8 numbies away from Numby time with Frankie. I got more meat paste for her to tide her over while her fancy paste. I got regular churu to tide her over because her real true love paste is not going to be here till Monday. I'm in X-Brad Taste Discord mod, so I had to deal with a lot of Fantano fans. Oh. Fantano drones are dumber than he is. Yeah, it seems like he seems like a guy who kind of like looks for the right thing to say and isn't really like he won't necessarily get what's going on. He just wants to know what to do. I don't know if that makes sense. My cats don't fuck with those tubes. The pearly one, not sponsored, but it's like a different experience with this. Okay? No. I'm sorry. She's coming over. No. Sorry, baby. That's not what this is. She heard me play with it and she came over. I'm sorry. False alarm. Aw, look at this tail. Not yet, baby. I'm so sorry. I feel bad. Aw, baby. Tail bombing. He's sometimes great when he talks about how the music industry exploits artists and the way large platforms like Spotify are making things shittier for both artists and listeners. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty common take, and he probably has more insight into it than another person would. He's just sitting here. I'm so sorry, baby. It's not time yet. You're so beautiful and patient.
Obviously, he is somewhat joking here, but regardless, there was one person who clearly didn't find his response funny, and that would be Halsey herself. So Halsey, who uses she and they pronouns, hadn't actually really responded to like the meat and the potatoes of this discourse as it was happening. There was this other Pitchfork review that had sort of similar complaints.
She's climbing up. It's not time yet. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyone wants to throw some numbies? Just relax. No, she's not relaxed. She's waiting. She's like, what do I do? Where do I go? What are you waiting for? I feel so bad now.
About her back in 2024 when Pitchfork said, "It's still hard to focus your eyes on who Halsey is. They're not great at channeling artists from eras gone by, nor are they a particularly sharp assessor of modern celebrity. So what then? Is it enough, as the album so clearly wants us to believe it is, to say that you've suffered for your art and your fans and call it a day?" Which, again, I think you would have to be a little obtuse to not see why people found this to be dismissive. But Halsey kind of just turned this into a joke at that time. She said, "Thank you, Pitchfork, for your kind words. I think it's so beautiful that everyone interprets things differently," and then just clipped out all of the parts where they...
Thank you, Soap, for the $1.99 super chat. That is our third numby. She's right here. This poor baby. Oops.
said something nice about her. I just thought that was funny at the time because it kind of highlights what people were basically...
Coordination is insane. It's insane. Jesus, it's insane. I can't believe it.
Psycho is teasing this poor cat.
What? Oh, my wife's butt plug fell out.
Jessa 1312 tipped $4.20.
Thank you so much, Jessa, for the 420 President Sunday Destiny impression, and Soap for the $4.99 and the $1.99. How many? 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. 5, 6.
We're just like,
6. I'll worry about tallying it up
Suffer
later.
Frankie.
Thank you so much. Oh, my wife's butt plug fell out. Look at this baby, just this suffering. Just look at this suffering baby. This unnumbied baby. A no numby Frankie.
we're just like,
Thank you.
That Sunday alert
So-
is wild.
For the $4.99, I think that's 7. Yes, that is on the 420 Sunday Destiny impression Gamba. There's a good FD signifier one too that hasn't popped up in a while. There's also a 333 new Dickers alert. Diaper alert. My baby. Can you hear that?
we're just like,
Can you hear that? 8.
Frankie wasting away over here.
Thank you so much for the $1.99 soap. 2 more numbies. baby. I love you so much. Can you hear her? No. Baby. Oh, she's given up for now. Oh, no, she just went to the... She's getting comfortable now. She's so patient. She's such a patient baby. Now I have her hair all over my face because she's shedding. I don't know how to get it off. Okay. She's looking at me. You're such a good baby. Thank you. She knows that I'll be good for it.
We're just like,
Thank you, Soap, for the $4.99.
She knows what's coming.
One more. She does. She's expectant.
her hands being like, oh yeah, oh she's such a dirty fucking slut, what a dirty bitch, God, I love it.
Thank you, Sidonia, for the 10th Numby, gifting a kick sub. Very base and very pog.
We're just like,
And thank you, Soap, for the $1.99.
Numbies.
Locking in numbies on top. Okay. I'm gonna put on a song because I don't have the paste right here. Actually, no, because as soon as I bring it over, you know what? Hold on. So patient. Such a good baby. There you go. Hey, tipster. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Numbies, 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 numbies. Give me your numbies, girl. Numbies, 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 numbies. Give me your numbies, girl. I need your numbies right now. If you give them, you get paste as a treat. She was purring. What do you think, baby? You see how her paws are like wrapped around my wrists? Like she's operating the Numby, the paste dispensing machine. She's like tightening her paws around me. Okay, let me see. She's like, she likes it, but she's not desperate for this, the churu. Like the pearly one, she's like, gets desperate for it. Where she's like literally, she will like take her paw and try to snatch it. Here, she's like into it. Thank you, baby. What a good baby. And she isn't pulling your hand the same. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, baby. Awesome. Okay. I got some paste on my hand, so I'm gonna just wash it off real quick.
Something's just come to my attention. I'm not happy about it. I'm not fucking happy about
It better be. He said talk too much, should be in jeopardy. Every Friday night I can see it's gonna be another tale in this sweet old town. I stopped there, fuck all, cause it ain't my run. Basically, I took the teddy, pick a flow, I crushed it up and then I sniffed it with some D&D.
Something's just come to my attention. It's a lovely drop.
Watch this place burn down, the place blow up, and the crowd get fucked. Off my nut when I smoke that line, and I feel so free, like I'm back at 03, better off my nut. I come about to tell you all the truth, I gotta make it out. Yeah, he told me back here and he said blow it out. Telling me my songs are fluke. Fuck off cause I only drop bombs and news. Walk so clever me. I bring the rhythm and the blues. I play the cuss to be the boss you shoot.
Something's just come to my attention. It's a lovely drop.
Watch this place burn down, the place blow up, and the crowd get fucked. Off my nut when I smoke that line, and I feel so free, like I'm back at 03, better off my nut.
It's a lovely drop.
Basically, I took the teddy, pick a flow, I crushed it up and then I sniffed it with some D&D.
Something's just come to my attention. It's a lovely drop.
Watch this place burn down, the place blow up, and the crowd get fucked. Off my nut when I smoke that line, and I feel so free, like I'm back at 03, better off my nut. Hey, UK Tour 2024, theskinnerbrothers.com on sale now.
I'm not happy about it. I'm not fucking happy about it.
It's all show, they don't even know. I was really out here on London City Go. I was in the trenches, running from the cold. I was in the trenches, mixing up the 9-6 in the morning. Bent Capricorn, come kick my door in. Standard issue pepper spray got me fooling. Swallow 2 fat boys, now I'm all in. I don't want no trouble. That's just wait and see. If your search concludes nothing, then you've got to set me free. You got nothing on me. Hands up! Step out of the car! Look at me! Down on your knees! On your stomach! Hands out in front of you now! This a joke? I don't even know how the fuck they find out. There must have been a grass. I was making waves, now I'm laying on my eyes. I was making waves, selling raps in a park. This the way that we function. Way of life is the scene to the junction. Dangerous it be when you make the assumption. Riot shields, red roses and truncheons. I don't want no trouble. Let's just wait and see. If your search concludes nothing, then you've got to set me free. You got nothing on me. Got nothing on me.
Let me add the super chats real quick.
I think my amateur in bad shape. With me, it's a full-time job. Now behave yourself.
I'm glad that I'm, thank you to Dav for linking me the appropriate links for the Fantano Halsey drama. I'm glad that we're checking out the D'Angelo Wallace one. Oh, everyone, please like the stream. Live, not top chat. Dyscalculia is very annoying. Okay, one more.
I said, know your fucking place from me. I'm a lion in a sheepskin, see. I've been hella back, you know that's me, that's me, that's me, that's me, that's boom. I've been lower than a man should go. Been higher than a Grateful Dead. I'm a chill guy, but don't test me. Yeah, I'm a chill guy till you get blown. When we come around, don't suffer fools gladly, I don't do crimes. They say we sound like London town. Double with that rude boy on my way. Higher mash, push up my lighter. Everyday soldier, man, not any fighter. Pull it back and get the big boy sniper. It's a way of life, something that we didn't decide. I go
Okay. If Oh, I'm signed into the wrong thing.
Fucking what? You certainly didn't think you were going to live forever.
One more
I've
second.
got to die before I get old. Well, you know, I'm going to die, so fuck it. Might as well enjoy myself while I'm fucking here.
They try to tell me things about me, but nobody don't really know me. Them fucking rats see me breaking out the mold. Only way to stop me is a bullet to the soul. I've been lower than a man should go.
I always wonder if his mask impedes his singing at all. If he had to get used to it. Okay, cool. Hey, Lily. Saw the substance pod. Oh, yes. Very relevant to a lot of things. Substance was very relevant to a lot of things we've been talking about specifically lately. Midnight showing of Obsession. Hey, Deckham. Did you enjoy it? Apparently there's like one guy out there that made a review of Obsession who doesn't get it. I saw that there's some people made a video about this one guy. I watched multiple videos about it. Alex Myers? Okay, yeah. I saw that was a thing. I don't know if I need to look at it. Probably don't need it. Some people walked out. Oh, because it was so gross. I know, yeah. Obsession is a pretty mid idea, hard carried by the female lead. That's what it seemed like, for sure. That is what it seemed like. I don't know if I'm like in a headspace that I want to watch that. You know what I mean? Like I've seen, like I know what happens and stuff, and I've seen, like, I get it and I feel it. Like, I get it and I feel it. I don't know if I want to experience that specifically right now. You know? Just, it's too much rape around me. The karmic wheel of rape. has not been turning enough for me to watch yet another man raping and dehumanizing. You know what I mean? And I feel like it's something that I don't really have. I don't know. I'm sure that we'll watch it eventually sometime. Eventually. But when I'm on in a different space, I guess. I mean, cuz we watched The Substance and that was The Substance, I really liked that it wasn't from what I remember. If you haven't seen it, I'm not going to describe what actually happened. I'm not going to spoil anything, but just overall, The Substance was like that's why when we were talking about the thing with Passashock, we were talking about it and he saw it for like an addiction angle and not having agency. Whereas, it's important that it's a movie where she does have agency, because in Obsession, she does not have agency. And I'm just like, I guess maybe like a man didn't force this upon her. Hey Peter, I enjoyed the discussion after the movie yesterday. I think your analysis is true, but I absolutely agree with Passashock about some of his perspective. I mean, it's also like it's like how much agency do you give someone in society? You know what I mean? It's like in an yeah, I don't know. Hey Marcus. It's an explosive tale of vanity. Well, I don't think it's not necessarily even like vanity, Like it is, but it's not like the vanity isn't coming from nowhere. It's not like, oh, look at this vain woman, where the vain woman who's like a villain. This is like directly, like things are happening, being done to her, and she's trying to keep up. You know what I mean? So, but I would rewatch it at some point for sure. But yeah, if you missed it, here it is on Patreon. Thank you to all the paid patrons that make it possible for me to have everything at free tier on Patreon. Think about your younger self being left to make a decision like that. In my opinion, younger self would be playing hockey, not even considering my old ass. Honestly, no. Not for me, but I don't know. Not me in the same way as, well, I guess I've had extra bonus time before worrying about aging. I've been able to think about it slowly. Before, when I was way younger, I thought that there would be like, by the time that I have to worry about that, there will be magical things that they can do. So I didn't even stress about it, and I don't have any wrinkles yet. So I'm like, when we'll see how I feel about that. I'm in this weird in-between zone. I'm like in this liminal aging space. Like, it's not just about, because it is like, I guess, you know, the edible is kicking in. I feel like, the world, when you're, a woman or not a man, not a cis man, your gender is inflicted upon you. You know what I mean? Like whatever individual gender identity, when the world sees you as a woman, they will do things to you as a result. So you are bearing this. You have to decide how to navigate this, because a lot of women will clutch on to their youth, and maybe if I aged faster and like in a place where I was like didn't have a sense of security in myself or identity, like if it was, you know, but it's but that's it doesn't have to be that way, you know? And that's why I talk about how like because I'm thinking like even when it comes to the young girl, and all the admiration and all the things that are happening to her, it's still being inflicted upon her. And the praise, like if you are aware that the praise, you know, when you're younger, when you're young and peak and people admire you and praise you and reinforce you, like it's good to keep in mind. And this isn't something that I necessarily would have like in a less, in a, I don't know, in a younger stage, that they are doing that because they see you and they want something from you. It's not you. You know what I mean? Like when you're getting praise for your looks and your youth and your whatever it is, you can't internalize that validation, because as soon as you don't have that, then they will throw you in the trash. So you have to, I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad that I've had time to think on this stuff before really stressing about it. Like I think I'm kind of growing out my gray hairs. I'm thinking, you know, seeing where that goes. But I guess what it is like rejecting, I guess, like drawing a line of where you are, where you end and other people begin, and all the stuff that's coming at you this way, like towards you from outside, that is about valuing those aspects of you that you possess in that moment. Like you need to have like a fucking, I don't know, you need to have like a moat around you, a moat of self-worth and a sense of self and identity and whatnot here. So that way, like it will affect you, it'll affect you, yes, but it won't dissolve you. You are not, you know, like during a week when you're, you know, like I don't want to get too specific, but like how when someone would the old person, like during that period of time, just waste it away, you know? Like your life is only worthwhile if you have something that people want, you know? Hey, Babu. I don't hide the grays. I haven't colored my hair in a couple years. But they're not that plentiful yet. So they don't really look cool yet. I don't know if it was real. All I know is if it was real, I don't think I would ever do it because I know if I were young again, I'd want to play hockey again. My younger self wouldn't want to miss a game, so I think I'd be totally fucked. Yeah. Society also makes women feel as if there's a clock attached to their body that is counting down until they become unworthy. Yeah, that's it is everywhere. You are drowning in it. If you're a woman, you are drowning in it, which is why I reject. Like, okay, that's cool. I'm beyond that phase. Like, that is still, like, that is, you're surrounded by that, right? But that's not all that there is in the world, okay? It's a specific genre of people and culture, and, you know, like, there is a whole magical. There are magical things out there. There are bits of diamond in the dirt that you have to sift through, okay? Because that stuff, those people that are trying to get from you, you know, the machine wanting to extract as much value from you as possible, to also make other people feel the same way, to keep the entire thing going, they are not all that exists. And why is it that they are the arbiters of value? Why is the machine the arbiter of value? Because we equate value with money, and but that's not a good metric of value, because it's the amount of money that they want to give you is based on the amount of money that they can get from you, that they can extract and exploit to get other people, you know, like you know how like when we were talking to Brooks, when I was talking to Brooks, and he was saying about how, like, he was sitting like there was in the company, when there were like a group of men, including him, that were like too valuable to get rid of, but didn't really have anything for them to do. And he was talking about how, like, they're like, you know, in general, when it came to game VR, whatever, I don't know what these terms are. All I remember is that it should be especially obvious nowadays, now that we can see how much things that the corporations or big production companies, mainstream things, are out of touch. They're just working with a formula. So, you know what I mean? They call women over 23 hags even in this space. That's crazy. That's like, yeah. Really all that is, it just shows me where someone's at. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, you can be there if you want. I mean, I hope for you to have a more fulfilling life than being in this piss-filled kiddie pool. That's really what it is. There's you know, if what you're chasing is validation from the specific machine, then you're gonna have a bad time. And that's not, even if you win, even if you get all of that, it's still not you're still like relying on it. You're still dependent on it. But yeah. I guess this is also related to the, you know, the Halsey stuff, the how people see and treat women and assumptions and unconscious internalized misogyny. Corporations can't make stuff people care about. People make stuff people care about, and corporations try to figure out how to make those people stop caring and give up their cash. Yes, or to just be able to take it from them. Like, I wonder what's gonna happen to with Kane Pixels. I want to see Backrooms, but I don't want to go to a movie theater. But I think, like, who was it that, I don't know who owns it or who put it out, but it was something about like AI, going to work more with AI, and I'm like, if they have rights to the movie, then like, can they just have rights to do and like use that as data to like, you know, work with like to plug into the AI? You know what I mean? Very true. The machine only cares as far as it can extract value from you, then throws you away once it got the last drop. Yes, and like when it comes to, you know, like I think, like I've been thinking about it more in the context of why would I want that kind of attention and appreciation from people? You know what I mean? If that's all that, like, if that's all there is to it, you know what I mean? Like, what do I even need to do with that? What is that for? Reassurance? Reassurance because of insecurities? I guess I'm just thinking about it in the context of like, it's like, what is it that they call fool's gold, where it looks like gold but it's not worth anything? You know, to use an analogy of something that has arbitrary value. Pyrite. But basically, like, you know, like that's basically what you get from people who are people, or just positive reinforcement from wherever because of those things that the machine values out of you, specifically, you know, if you're a woman. It's like, it's nice when people appreciate you, but like centering your identity around that, like having, like, people's opinions of you in those ways, like changing your belief in yourself. That's incredible. That's how it usually goes. But it doesn't have to be that way. But again, I mean, I say this now. We'll check in another 10 years. If it's only about youthful looks, I think the decisions made were also about her career opportunities. We can talk about the movie more specifically when we rewatch it. But yes. But anyway, I don't know. let's go back to this.
Doing with the
Yes,
album.
the capitalism of it all. No. Don't be sorry. I don't want to get more specific. Frankie, she's resting on the floor in front of me.
But a couple of days ago, we finally get a response that may be a little more indicative of Halsey's true feelings about this. I'm certain my least memorable song will be remembered more fondly and for more time than anything you ever do with your life will be. Everything you say is more, quote, whiny and, quote, edgy than I was at any point on that album. But at least I had the excuse of going through chemo, which,
That's good. That was a really good one. Yeah.
And to this, Fantano responds saying, flattered to be on your radar, queen. Hands up emoji. How's it goes?
That's so so cringe. It's like, what do you mean? I'm just a little guy.
It's not his own fault. He's just a little sweet boy.
Just a little boy. I'm a baby boy and I can't rent a car. Why would you care about my opinion? Ridiculous. I mean, he really like we said, all of the language he used was very loaded, very personally targeted, you know? Like I felt like he was having flashbacks to his youth when in some kind of manic pixie dream girl, indie girl broke his young heart. Like, based on all the things he was saying about her.
On to clarify a little bit. Who cares that he gave a bad review? I care that a pay-for-clicks reaction YouTuber can facade as a pro critic and say it's, quote, main character syndrome for an artist to lament her medical suffering on an album, surprise, about her own life. He's erased by 4chan, edgelord bully. Yuck. I think where this whole conversation has been breaking down, I've seen in various music discussion spaces. If you think that...
I mean, is she wrong, though? No. She's completely right.
This is Halsey angry because somebody rated her album half a star out of 5, then sure, I guess her responses seem wildly out of pocket. But she very clearly and over multiple tweets said this wasn't the thing she was upset about. I think like her last tweet is probably the clearest. Being a woman dealing with serious health issues often means being afraid of telling the truth about the pain you're in because you're afraid of not being believed or seeming attention seeking. He validated that fear to thousands of women. And dog, I'm here to tell you that's true. I was there when it happened. I literally feel like the Chronicles of Narnia in here. Don't cite the ancient magic to me. I was there when it was written. There was literally think piece upon think piece about how this could be seen as an expression of exactly what she's talking about here. So don't let nobody tell you she's mad over nothing. Okay?
Yeah.
To this, Anthony Fantano went in Variety magazine, gave this response, which I could only describe as interesting. Music critic Anthony Fantano defends himself against Halsey. I'm not the devil himself.
Oh, God. He seems like a very vapid, person. Not terribly introspective or thoughtful. And I don't mean thoughtful in like of other people. I mean like just thinking, having thoughts. That's actually very accurate. Many of the current famous quote-unquote leftist YouTubers are actually edgelords who sort of simmer down but never let go of that internal edgelord. Yeah. I'm not the devil himself. Okay. No one didn't listen. You know what you are? You are a basic bitch. You are not the devil. You are one of many. This is an issue of society. I don't think that Anthony Fantano consciously was like, I fucking hate women, and you know, I don't think he realized why he was having this like emotional reaction. The things that he was saying, the comparisons he was making to Avril Lavigne in late 90s and early 2000s movies, rom-com. Like, you're just projecting your past feelings when you were young and your heart was broken. This is him actually being main character. Like he just is like the misogyny is just flowing through him, you know? It entered his mind, you know, like we all live in this
Jessica
soup.
Pissel Pussy Lips. How about that? How's that grab you?
Oh my god, was she here for that?
Wait, how is that better?
That's
We're naming
disgusting.
someone specific pussy. Okay.
Jessica, do you still want me to lick your pussy? It's kind of like.
Thank you.
Numbies.
Thank you, Passashock, for the $10. We are $9 minus YouTube's 30% for super chats away from continuing interview with the vampire. Thank you, thank you. It's like he's just reaching for like the toxic society thoughts about women. You know what I mean? Like, he's having feelings. He's not upset about the songs not sounding awesome or to his taste or accurate enough impressions of the artists that it's inspired by. These, like, this is what you ought to have done with your art piece. And the lyrics, I mean, in the context of knowing that she was like dying, the heaven bitch thing, that makes more sense. That works more. You know? That makes sense in context. But yeah, so I think he just literally just parroted the classics. Yeah.
He says, sure, of course. We're talking about a 2-year-old review here where I've remained mostly silent on the reception of the review, despite the fact that Halsey and her fans, for the duration of that time, have pushed the narrative that I disliked the album, or said in my assessment of the album that there was a, quote, self-centeredness about it because she was...
Liar. Okay, liar. There's no shot he believes that. He doesn't believe that at all. No. I'm sure he didn't know. I'm sure he didn't know. He was projecting all of this stuff on her. He saw this woman that he thought was mid, cosplaying as these great impactful artists of the past that changed music. Bowie, Cher, who else? I don't know. A bunch of different artists. And he was like, you do not deserve to... You sit down, lady. You know? Like, you are... Like, he could have just called her uppity, really. There's no shot that he actually fucking believes that people think that it was because she was sick. Like, this is a deflection, and I think that's disgusting. He could have been like, yeah, I don't know. Hey, maybe he goes, and after this we're gonna watch his some of his hour-long deleted VOD coping about this situation. But what he could have done was be like, you know, I wasn't aware of what, you know, like my he could have been like, I wasn't aware, and you know, I can take back what I said about the angsty, unlived, inexperienced teenage girl. You know? Instead of deflecting. I'm not evil. Okay. Well, you look stupid. Can't you just be like, yeah, I look pretty stupid now?
Sick. I will say, unless I totally missed something, I don't think she had addressed it beforehand. I could have missed it though. That I specifically attacked this album and tore it apart because there's some cartoonishly evil characteristic about me that somehow just singled this out.
That's what people do. People who did something wrong compare, like, try to put a mental image of something next to them that's worse. Like, I might have assaulted, but I'm not a rapist. I stopped. Okay. Does that mean that you didn't do what you did? Like, it's... You were thoughtless and projected. What you're describing is literal projection. Yes. Yes, he should... That's what you do. He should take his snark gracefully. Be like, yeah, in hindsight, that was a pretty dumb thing to say. Because you don't have... Even if he doesn't like the music and thinks the music is mid, he said a lot of things about her as a person, just projecting shit that had nothing to do with her, that was completely not the case. And if he had known beforehand, he would not have been able to say those things. People who don't introspect tend to operate in projection by default. Yeah, that makes sense. They're just like, you know, grabbing things and throwing them. It seems like he went into the album without even learning the basic info about the album and her background, and as you said, pulled from the classic misogynistic rhetoric to make a review. Does he normally? Does he normally, like, look at basic information? I don't know. Fantano has said a lot of dumb shit about hip-hop, and now he is afraid of the heads and reviews pop for clicks. He's always a contrarian. Yeah, I don't know. Were you here when we watched his actual review?
Out because of who she is or the illness that she suffered during that time in her life that inspired the record, which couldn't be further from the truth. He was saying his assessment had nothing to do with the real pain and suffering Halsey had endured, but everything to do with how bad I feel her various takes on inspirations that she tries to pull from and impersonate are, and how weak the songwriting is.
It's not about impersonating those songs. He like, oh my god. Okay. Is this like a potential neurodivergent thing where he like saw her dressed up in these different outfits and he's like, oh, she's trying to be them, and what she's gonna present should be them? You know what I mean? Like, he took it, like, the, like, something in his brain connected, like, that was the bar. Like, oh, she's dressed up in these outfits, and this is called the great impersonation. So she is trying to make songs that are impersonating other people's songs. So Halsey is so good at impersonating something other than herself. We didn't clock she got cancer, and Fantano is so fucking dumb he couldn't pick up the point of impersonation here. Yeah, I think so. You know what? That's a good... He seems very dumb.
Which again, I would like to say, those are fine opinions to have. If you put on that album and you were like, wow, this joint isn't enjoyable to listen to and I don't think it was well done, you're allowed to do that even if someone who made it went through something deep.
I feel like Fantano, I don't know what he would say about Kneecap's album, but I'm gonna guess, just guessing, I think that since how recent is it? Because if it's after Kneecap was banned for vocally supporting Palestine, if the review came after, then I feel like it would be a positive review no matter what. Because he's one of I'm trying to figure out how to describe it. He's on the lefty side of things.
I don't think that kind of thing manifests in the exact language that was being used in the OG review, all of which seems to be absent from this response. You don't have
He gave it a 7.
to agree with me. He says, but one thing I can't stand and allow to happen is this performative act where people want to act like I'm Satan incarnate for not liking this album.
Again, he does not get it. He doesn't get it. He has no fucking idea, and he isn't interested in figuring it out. It's literally just, it's not about what he did. It's that what everyone's doing to him. Is because what he said was, it was not just about not liking the album. It was not just about the music. It was about her. It was projecting things about who she is as a person, knowing anything, and then looking dumb because what he projected has nothing to do with reality. So he looks stupid for that. He doesn't have to like the album. I haven't even heard it yet. Yeah, you cannot be Satan and do something dumb. Just admit that you did something dumb. Don't talk. There are countless women whose projects I've championed over the years. You can support women and also vomit misogyny at them. It's inside of us. We're in this stew, okay? We can't escape it. Yes, 1 out of 10. Fantano rated it 1 out of 10. But also he said that there were some good. He said that like some songs turned out good, but it was like in spite of these other, I don't know, very strange. Yes, he gave her a 1. Imagine if Satan actually did music reviews. I bet they would be fire and very intelligent. I agree.
Which I'm not. I'm not the devil himself for not enjoying this album. That's just not what Halsey's doing, bro.
Yeah, it's like no one cares about you not enjoying the fucking album. That is main character. Yes. That was one big projection. He was triggered by his past lost love who broke his 14-year-old heart. And then he projected all of his feelings about that onto her.
It's not what she said in any of her tweets, nor what I said in my original video, nor what the majority of the comments replying to him were saying in all of the threads, all of the discussions. It's almost like no surprise that you missed the point in the album when you then miss the point in all the criticism that came for you.
I think he has some correct opinions, but he never went a step beyond "I'm against this" to introspect and remove some of the edgelord tendencies. This makes him think he can be misogynistic. Yes, he is one of the people. He's one of the people who are who they just want to know what the right thing to do is. Like, kind of like FD Signifier. They just want to know like what the right thing to say is. Oh, I still have to show President Sunday FD Signifier talking about how Neo of the Matrix is she, her pronouns, actually. Hey, CTV, how are you doing? What's going on with you? He just really doesn't like criticism, ironically. Well, that's his cope whenever he gives Taylor a bad review. He claims the only people pushing back are psychotic Swiftie cultists and they're threatening to kill him. The wine moms. Yes, it's very fun.
After the fact. On top of that, it has nothing to do with Halsey being a woman.
By the way, guys, please like the stream.
Countless women whose
Live, not top chat.
projects I've championed
Twitch and Kick, hello.
over the years. Oh, nah. Some of your best friends are women, huh? Fantano proceeded to describe how he's withstood waves of harassment.
He just wants to know what the right, like, what the, you know, the right thing for a lefty guy to do is and have that position. He wants to know what positions to have. He's not interested in thinking about why.
From Aiden,
which is why I feel like he would have given Kneecap a positive review, even if the album was terrible.
Ross's edgelord fandom for sticking.
He's cashing the check. True. He's like, look at all the work. Look at all the supporting women I did. Okay. Really, you could just be like, yeah, that was stupid. That was a stupid thing to say. And it was based on a wrong assumption. And I have egg on my face. You could just do that. But people like this, they can't do it. So learn by the examples like these, okay? Don't be Anthony Fantano. You know, if you find yourself caught in a situation where you're being criticized and there's actually some validity to the criticism, just fucking say so. People will appreciate that. I'm not saying he was a bully, but he for sure was trying to bully this girl for whatever reasons. Yeah.
Up for Doechii in light of his misogynistic attacks on her, as well as Tory Lanez fans for standing up for Megan Thee Stallion after he shot her. You know, on God, that's a little bit random for sticking up.
He's withstood waves of harassment from Aiden Ross's edgelord fandom for standing up for Doechii. Look at all the women I've defended. I guess he thought he was punching up. I don't think he thought that he was punching sideways. I don't know what he thought. I think... Yeah, maybe he thought that he was punching up a bit. Like she was a safe target. Yeah, I don't think he thought... I think that, you know, whatever kind of like... whatever operational node it is in his brain, I'm making this up, but you know, like whatever the not subconscious, well, I guess it's subconscious. Whatever whatever helps him navigate, you know, thoughtlessly, that operates his body and his mouth. I feel like that there weren't any red flags that popped up. Metaconscious? Yeah.
For Doechii in light of his misogynistic attacks on her, as well as Tory Lanez fans for standing
up.
Like
you can just be like, my bad. I look dumb. Don't be afraid to say that something you did was wrong. You don't have to let people put more on it than... Where's my edible? You do not have to accept more than that, you know? I'm getting a headache. I need to get half a peanut butter and jelly. FD is now being upheld as being right too early by some of the leftist morons who fell for Graham Plattner like Hassan for his video where he pretends his critics were only white leftists. FD Signifier did not have a dimension. He essentialized everything down to race and ignored all other factors. Yes, it is always a factor and is always a major factor, but that is not the only factor when we watched his white leftist video. Hey Brooks, Fantano had a moment. Oh yes. Oh yes. Let me see. But sometimes you say dumb shit and then the person sees it and you're like, I didn't think that you were gonna see it. It's very stupid. Wait, give me a second, because my brain is literally turned off. Speaking of kneecap. A moment. Can someone do a summary? We're about to watch his Cope stream. Hey, someone try to explain while I'm gone.
You like to think that you're fooling everybody, but you're not. Just like the average idiot, your career is gonna rock her arm, but on the cock, yeah, me had a smart cap, a recognition, raw, the regard, the short, I got the right, I'm a chin to the hobby, you wally, the maggie, go the Lisa, love me, like, I'm a king, can you just come and go, Kim, a dog,
Mayonnaise monster tip $9.
When they see me, chat, I lower and I book, good shit, man, cause I'm here to stroke.
They shouldn't be playing Glastonbury.
Them to remove this despicable evil which Kneecap represents. Absolutely not. Sorry, Kneecap.
Shame on Glastonbury.
Glastonbury, I'm a free man! Good effort, Cammy. Hard lines in the elections, and onwards and upwards. Free Palestine. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
'cause it felt like God to me. And yeah, I'm a fucking crawler. Crawling hurts, but it works for me.
Thank you for the $9, Peter. And getting the goal. This is such a good live performance. Basically, Fantano made a review of Halsey's new album about her fight with lupus and called it main character syndrome and angsty, amongst many other unnecessary misogynistic inserts. Yes. Yeah. Old Fantano review of the Halsey album is being dredged up and has led the internet to catch on to the fact he's stupid, ignorant, arrogant, and coping. Yes. It is true. Like, very dumb. One more song because I'm almost done with my sandwich. I just love this song, man.
Get back. I ain't got time for the tack. Grinning with a bird sack. Young brother sharp as a tax. Snatch a crown from a king, and I tell you why I slap. Grown man simple for a rap. Bootlicker blues, you and that. Time to start a ride. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Left side to the right side. Front side to the back. Stampede if you with me. Where you tryna hear that? Left side to the right side. Front side to the back. Stampede if you with me. We ain't tryna hear that. We ain't tryna hear that. No point in arguing.
The thing with Fantano, it's like he's not exceptional in any way, you know? I think like he's just being a basic bitch, you know? And trying to defend himself like, I wasn't being misogynistic. I supported women and their projects for so long. I got attacked by Aiden Ross for defending Dochi. That doesn't matter. Good. That was before. Keep doing that. Sounds great. Do you want a cookie?
Give him my reply with a bet. Find out all the gawk, get him taxed. Running out of time.
Oh, did anyone see the thing with Hassan? How Mitch McConnell, it might not be alive anymore. Like, We'll see. He put out a day ago a response to all of this. The original review was in 2024. But yes, Hassan has taken to needle drop was always a thing, generally decent takes on things. I think, like I was saying before, that he's like the kind of guy that wants to know just like what are the things, what are the positions, what are the takes, what are the, you know, how do I conduct myself in the right way, not like a why, or just like, you know, getting brownie points. He's trying to cash in the checks of having supported women. Oh, I want to also, I mean, like, oh, okay.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Hassan's Mitch McConnell.
Right-wing boogeyman Hassan Piker has diabolical idea to get Mitch McConnell's health update. Yeah. I know people are coming here for their Mitch McConnell news because you know that I've been having sex with him. And the answer is no. We're still hooking up. Some interesting comments about Mitch McConnell. Yeah, Mitch McConnell, you mean my boyfriend? Yeah, that's right. It's time to come out and say the truth. Yeah, I was sexting him last night. I can't wait to go to DC and see him. So we can have gay sex, or as we like to call it, sex. Yeah.
Hassan's suit era is very gay. I think it's smart. He's conducting himself a little bit more seriously, you know. I think it has I think it's made a difference, you know. Makes sense.
Yeah, we're dating. That's why his wife flew to China. Yeah. Go ahead, Mitch. Deny the relationship if you can. Oh, really? You got a problem? Deny it. He can't. He's shy. Okay? Yeah, Mitch McConnell, very much alive. Let me tell you, okay? Alive, sexy. And also, yeah, I tweeted it yesterday. Just got off the phone with Mitch McConnell. We had phone sex.
Because a bunch of, like, certain Republican people are like, Mitch McConnell's not dead. I talked to him for 20 minutes the other day. He's very well. So that's why Hassan is saying this.
Yeah. A lot of people are talking to Mitch. I'm one of those.
This is really truly like this is my kind of thing. Just say some ridiculous shit. Just, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? Prove me wrong. You got something to say? You know, I love the what would you even call this? This style of snark really hits with me. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, I'll have a little more edible.
People, it's cool. He told me it's okay. It's okay to reveal to the world that we're dating. How did he sound? Was he into it? Yeah. No, he. Yeah. Genuinely curious. Why would they lie about him being alive? Because every state has a different set of rules, but like if potential election, but from others that if there was a special election that takes place that Thomas Massey could possibly run, I'm running. And we're gonna. That's neither here nor there. Yeah. So yeah, we had sex. We had phone sex, and we're gonna have sex, gay sex, also known as sex. And go ahead, deny it. Go ahead, Mitch, deny it. The people deserve to know that we've had a gay relationship.
Are you allowed to
can't
chat?
Deny it, and
Why
that's
wouldn't
why
you?
your wife escaped to China because she didn't want to deal with
Could
the
you not?
fallout. So yeah, just pointing that out. What are you supposed to do, men? Deny it. No shot, Mitch could bag you. Shaking my head.
no.
I love powerful men. Nah, you know.
Also,
Mitch McConnell health update. Rumors have been swirling about the senator after he was
And
hospitalized
now
last month. Tom
it
Piker came up with a
got
wily way
caught up in the media.
to get it. Oh my
Huffington
God, this is
Post.
a news story. The progressive political streamer who's been all-consuming obsession of conservative media as of late tried to bait the senator into coming out of hiding by claiming they were having a torrid affair during Wednesday edition of his daily Twitch stream. Riffing on the news of the day, Piker joked that he knows Mitch McConnell's alive and well because he was sexting him last night and can't wait to go to DC and see him. Go ahead, Mitch, deny the relationship if you can, he goaded.
This is just, you know, when you give birth to a meme, a little snark, and it carries forward.
Really, you got a problem? Deny it. He can't. He's shy. McConnell hasn't been seen publicly
awesome.
since June 14th when 911 was called to respond to an unconscious person who was believed to have had a heart attack at the senator's Washington, D.C. home address. HuffPo. Oh, hell nah. This is turning into real journalism hours. No. The senator's office has released few details about his current health status. McConnell, who's planning to end his 4-decade Senate career when his term concludes in January, has had a number of health issues in recent years. He was hospitalized in March 2023 after suffering a concussion from a serious fall. Piker's questions about McConnell weren't limited to his spicy livestream claims. On Tuesday X Post, he called BS on CNN contributor Scott Jennings, claiming he'd spoken on the senator on the phone as he continues to recover in hospital care. Jennings' account mirrored stories from a short list of prominent Republicans and is far from the only idea to get Mitch McConnell's health updated. Yeah, in peace. Hudson with the Post. Is it true that you America's this thing? Are you reportedly dating? Yes, we are poly.
Yeah, so that's awesome. Good meme. Good meme. I love it. I support it. All right, back to Halsey.
Up for Megan Thee Stallion after he shot her. You know, on God, some of your best friends are women. I'm
Okay.
Satan incarnate view, all of which seems to be absent from this response. You don't have to agree with me, he says, but one thing I can't stand and allow to happen is this performative act where people want to act like I'm Satan incarnate for not liking this album, which I'm not. I'm not the devil himself for not enjoying this album. That's just not what Halsey's doing.
Just
bro.
totally
It's not-
fucking just doesn't understand. The main character here is the one that is speaking.
what she said in any of her tweets, nor what I said in my original video, nor what the majority of the comments replying to him were saying in all of the threads, all of the discussions. It's almost like no surprise that you missed the point in the album when you then miss the point in all the criticism that came for you after
That's
the fact.
true.
On top of that, it has nothing to do with Halsey being a woman. There are countless—
Oh, I haven't seen Hassan talk to Jang. It looked boring. But I don't know what his treatment of Jang. I don't know what he was. I don't know this way he was engaging with him. Like, oh, I'm sorry, you're the most. I'm sorry, I thought you were the most evil man on earth. I retract my criticism of you, my criticism of your review. Sunday wasn't a fan. maybe I'll take a peek at some
women
point.
whose projects
it's
I've
long.
championed over the years. Oh, nah. Some of your best friends are women, huh? Fantano proceeded to describe how he's withstood waves of harassment from Aiden Ross's edgelord fandom for sticking up for Doechii in light of his misogynistic attacks on her, as well as Tory Lane's fans for standing up for Megan.
It's like, here, look at my punch card. This is my misogyny pass card. Okay, these are all the things that I've done to support women and demonstrate that I deserve a pass when it's time. Yes, Jang is the professor that's well, he's not a professor. He just calls himself that. And he swept for Platinum. Did he? Did he? Because I saw him say that, like, he believed it, at least. I don't know what he swept for. I didn't really watch Hassan talk about Platinum, which we will get back to again soon, because of Anna Kasparian. Disgusting. If you watch the stream from a couple days ago where I covered it, TYT just lied, just straight up lied about the evidence the political reporter had that made him decide that, and like Politico decide that like it was enough to run the story. They cut the first 2 minutes of the response, and connected her question to a completely different end of an answer to a different question.
The Stallion after he shot her. You know, on God.
Ryan Grimm has been kind of unbearable lately. I haven't seen, but I've heard a couple people say that, but I have no idea what he's been doing.
That's a little bit red flaggy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
What?
In light of his misogynistic attacks on her, as well as Tory Lane's fans for standing up for Megan Thee Stallion after he shot her. You know, on God, that's a little bit red flaggy. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna say it as a man who is also trying to do this feminist thing to the best of his ability, just based off my belief that everybody deserves equal rights. It's a pretty bad look if somebody is saying, hey, this thing that you did is misogynist, and you immediately start bringing up, oh yeah, what about all these other times I did things for women? That really does put the rest of your work in a very off-putting light. Even though I understand the point that you're driving at here, I just don't think it's a good look, baby. As far as Halsey's comment that Fantano was raised by 4chan edgelord bully culture, she may be referring to an article from 2017 about his since deleted YouTube account That Is The Plan, where he posted videos like Pepe the Frog triggers Hillary Clinton and quote, I changed my gender cause Donald Trump. Fantano and
2017. He's 40. I think this is just, yeah, I think this just also is like, a good, this is supporting evidence for the whole, like, not, no introspection, you know, projecting and just repeating things.
About his since deleted YouTube account That Is The Plan, where he posted videos like Pepe the Frog
the
triggers
article
Hillary
was
Clinton
in 2017.
and quote, I changed my gender cause Donald Trump.
Okay, the article is from 2017. Okay. I don't know how long ago it actually was, but Hassan's response was adequate, but he kept saying, we can believe it because she's a Democrat and she has text messages evidence, unlike the other Republican woman we don't have to believe. Oh, I see. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that.
Trump. Fantano insists he's not a professional edgelord, but a leftist who supports Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani and was calling Israel's attacks on Palestinians.
That's literally, this is the fucking thing. Guys like these just want to know what the right things to say, the right positions to have, the correct virtue signals. So that way, when he does something in the future, he can cash it in. You know what I mean? Not like he's trying. You know what I mean? He's building a history. He's building his credit score. That's not how this works, though. He could have literally just been like, my bad. I look pretty dumb. I was completely wrong about her when I said that she was just being angsty and edgy, like a 90s, late 90s, early 2000s teen flick. He's just re-experiencing some kind of trauma he had when he was a youth with a manic pixie dream girl who broke his heart. That's all that it is. Hey, War Machine. Hey, Langustin. That's just his opinion, though? No, if you weren't here for before, there's a whole context. It wasn't about the music. It was him very clearly. It was about her and projecting who he thought she was and what her life experiences were. And it was incredibly off the mark of reality. He was basically saying, like, it was about, like, I think, okay, it's too much for me to explain right now. You would just have to go back. But we'll get around to it again when we watch his response, I'm sure. But it wasn't, he gave the album a 1. It was just very clearly about something else.
A genocide before even Bernie was. I don't think I'm singularly...
It wasn't about music, though. That's what it was. It wasn't about the music. Yes, he wasn't reviewing the album so much as he was doing a misogynistic reading of her and her intentions. Yes. It wasn't about the actual music. It was about like his idea of her inner monologue. And that's fine to think that, but he just said a bunch of things that were presumptive of her being something completely different than she is. Like, it's supposed to, like, I feel like he took it very literally. The great impersonator. Like, I think that he, like, saw her dressing up like music icons and having an album called The Great Impersonator was her supposed to be mimicking or doing a spin on these inspirations, but really it was about her like having cancer and lupus and almost dying and stuff. You can disagree. I'm just telling you, like, you don't have the... I understand why you don't understand. You don't have to take my word for it. But just so you know, there is context that makes it, like, typically you are correct, but this is a different, this is just a specific situation. Yeah. Like, I really feel like he was just projecting some idea or past experience on her. Most of the video was, she is this instead of the music is this. Yeah. Yes. It was really just talking about her as a person and not very much about the actual music.
Alone and having found some early 2010s internet edgy humor funny or in a satirical way reviewing some memes on the internet as a joke. I've never said anything as edgy as an accidental 9/11 joke at Pitchfork's expense, which Halsey very notably did.
What about this other... What do you mean? Why am I getting in trouble? Meanwhile, they did this other thing. Be an adult. Jesus.
I also covered this in 2024. I feel like bringing this up in this context is so wild to me. So yeah, this did happen where Halsey said, can the basement they run Pitchfork out of just collapse already? Not knowing that it was run out of the World Trade Center, which would unfortunately be asking for like another collapse of that building. But she literally apologized after the fact and said, holy crap, I did not know. And I was not trying to reference that. So I feel like bringing it up here is confusing to me. But anyways,
It just
Variety
seems like he's just grasping at deflections.
Says, in Halsey's defense, Fantano is an internet provocateur whose initial tweet that people were, quote, more into the review than the album appeared to set the musician off. His reviews can come off as patronizing, but Fantano feels that Halsey is dead wrong when it comes to his own legacy. I don't have to prove my track record to Halsey, he maintains. I have been the most relevant and impactful music critic of my and any generation for over 10 years now.
That's so cringe. If you don't have to prove it, then why do you have to say it? Sounds like you're coping. Also, 10 years is a long time, but it's not, in the grand scheme, it's not legacy. 10 years and you're still going, I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I think that this is just a crazy thing to say about yourself. I have been the most relevant and impactful music critic of my and any generation for over 10 years now. You can't really debate that. There's no music critic bigger than me who's had more impact than me for as long as I have consistently. And if I die tomorrow, nobody's gonna outdo that run. First of all, incorrect. Incorrect? What do you mean? This is the issue with ego. When you validate yourself and base your identity on what they think they are accomplishing, like they are the inherently just this extra magical person, an exceptional person who's doing things that no one else could do. No one can do what you're doing specifically, but eventually someone's gonna do something way better. YouTube, whatever, you know? Who knows what's next? This is just a crazy thing to say. This is reminding me of FT's I can get more likes and views than you response to Sunday. Yeah. It's like if people stop watching you and paying attention to you, which they could, anything could happen. You know what I mean? Like, he's been around for a long time. He's consistent. You know, like I said, I am not really familiar with him. Clearly, he hasn't seen your Kick music video reviews, or he'd know better than to say something like that. True, which will also be happening tomorrow. Evening, Sundays, always music video reviews, and then whatever we do after. But before we do music video reviews, I will be talking to Sleepy on stream, like around maybe 6 or 7 o'clock Eastern. We'll be talking about, I want to get some insight into his thoughts on the Mizkif essay situation. Anton and his ego. What's that band? Is that what I'm thinking about? Or no, this isn't what I'm thinking of. There's something, fuck. There's a band that literally just got triggered when you said that, and I wish that fuck. Where is it? I feel it. I can see the edge, like the corner of a piece of paper. I can see it's somewhere in the dark. And I'm like, I'm searching. Where is this? Something in. And then I'm trying to feel like what was happening? Where was I? How did I feel when I was also experiencing that song? It's like 2002, maybe? So when I was listening, I was being introduced to a lot of like, punk and punk indie stuff by my high school best friend. Fuck. I wish that I could find this song in my head, but you know. Hey Sherlock. He's a big deal for a YouTube music critic, but that's like a fraction of the music listening population that get their reviews through this platform. Most people read articles in respected magazines. Yeah. I thought you were looking for Ratatouille. No. I'm looking for a song. I was listening to it. You saying that triggered a memory of a band, of a song, and I feel it, but I can't extract the words. It's like trying to grasp it. Maybe it'll occur to me at some point. But yes, no, you're completely right. This, yeah, impactful music critic of my and any generation. It's a lot.
Can't really debate that. There's no music critic bigger than me who's had more impact than me for as long as I have consistently. And if I die tomorrow, nobody's going to outdo that run.
That's crazy. You have no idea. You have no idea. Someone could blow up so big tomorrow and outrun you. You could become. This is the problem. When you have when you feed your ego. When your ego, your ego is a thing that needs to be fed and cared for. Your ego is like a baby. You need to cradle it. You need to feed it and change its diaper and all of that. Deal with the messes that it creates. Because you rely on it for having a sense of identity and self-worth that you could not have without that. You take away that that external validation and appreciation, and then what do you have? Who are you? Who is he if he's not if he doesn't have this legacy?
Suppose.
A lot of these men worrying about their legacies. This really FD Signifier does come to mind often with things like this. But who is he without this? You know? Like you you become a slave to your ego child, and it makes you do things that are not the best outcomes for you. You will go against your best interests because of needing to go home and feed and change your ego. Instead of, I think that, and I've said this before, I think it's a much healthier way to look at it if you look at it as you are an individual. You do have an identity. You have your inherent value, or inherent and also not. You know whatever value you have. You know what your worth is. You know what you care about. You know what you're interested in. You know what you want to be a part of, a larger thing. You understand that the things you put out are not just coming from a magical extra organ that you have. You are a part of it. So, like, you can be proud of tapping into something, you know, like all of this, anything that you can create that's, you know, participating, making art of any kind, you know, creating things. If you think of it as, like, all of that is happening and you are an individual that can tap into that, and it resonates with people, and that's awesome. But once you detach from the flow, once you unplug, then you need to be okay on your own, you know? Buddy averages 150 views per vid. Let's stop pretending he's the best to ever do it. Yeah, he seems a bit deranged. I don't think I know who Rick Beto is. Why did he go after him? The ego is a reflection of the world around us, while the superego is effectively the self-analysis of the input stimuli, but this is all very Fordian. Yeah, I'm not really too familiar. What's hilarious to me is he couldn't take the time to research and learn that she's struggling with her health, but has time to research what she's mistakenly said in the past. Yeah. True. Well, or at least now. But yes, he, it's like he didn't, I think it's because he had an emotional reaction. Like this, unpack your feelings, okay? Because he would not be in this mess if he wasn't having some, like, kind of reaction to her. You know? It wasn't just the music. I haven't listened to yet. Maybe it's very mid. Who knows? Maybe it's not good at all. Who knows? Even though he said that there were some good songs in it, in, like, the most backhanded way. Because Rick Beto noticed that the Google search for music was pretty low, and Anthony went after him like Rick was a total moron. Like, manage your emotions. Yes, don't be reactionary. Understand your emotions. When you have a strong feeling, instead of letting it out, just ask yourself, where is this coming from? Just it's for your own for your own good. It doesn't make any difference to me if you you know, stay this way, incurious, not interested in growing. But there's a whole world out there that you cannot access while being shut down like this. Look up Rick Beto. I think my ex used to watch him. But okay. I mean, it looks like... What's he getting? 1.5 million views? Yeah, they're consistently ones that are well over 1 million views. Well over. And Anthony Fantano. Addressing my most hated review has under 200,000 from yesterday. American football album review, 34K, 91K, 121K, 35K, 84K. His Olivia Rodrigo review, 390K. Dude. And he said this when? He said this in like last month? He has way more views and subscribers. 5.7 million. $3.08 million. The idea, like, that really just tells you where his head's at. I've been the most relevant and impactful music critic of my and any generation for over 10 years now. You can't really debate that. There's no music critic bigger than me who's had more impact than me for as long as I have consistently. And if I die tomorrow, nobody's going to outdo that run. I feel like people already are. He was not trolling. Definitely not trolling. That's crazy. It's crazy for this man to say that. This tells you the delusion. Like, he said main character syndrome because he has it. And he doesn't like seeing it in someone else. Even though the reason he sees it is because he's projecting it.
Debate that. There's no music critic bigger than me who's had more impact than me for as long as I have consistently. And if I die tomorrow, nobody's going to outdo that run. I suppose. Whatever you got to tell yourself, bro. I think the thing that's annoying about a lot of Fantano's responses here is he seems very myopic. He focuses on the parts that don't actually matter.
Oh, God. His tweet. Quote, "Ooh, you're such a bully." Sad face. Meanwhile, towers must crumble for me. Angry, exhaling steam emoji.
Ooh, woo, you're such a bully, he tweets, mocking Halsey. Meanwhile, towers must crumble for me. Dog, the point wasn't that you were being a bully. The point was the misogyny that many people...
Be suspicious. Anytime someone gets criticized and they're like, well, what about this other person? And this time that they did this unrelated thing. No. Be suspicious.
felt like you were playing into, which I would agree with, I'm not gonna lie, especially at this point. So I feel like trying to reframe all of this as actually you're being attacked by somebody who also has been edgy accidentally in the past, while doing so in a half joking, half serious manner, to where I don't know if I'm supposed to take you seriously when you're saying you think you're like the greatest music reviewer of all time. I just find all better than what you do now, because right now you suck. So unfortunately, famous people are doing hell. I'm not actually saying that binge watching short series of the character, because I am familiar. Example of the recent who was trying to it's a Toy Story and said it's a huge.
This is something else. Okay, thank you, D'Angelo. Very insightful. Very based insights and whatnot. Now, you don't need this one. Now, someone has re-uploaded. Bless all the re-uploaders out there, the deleted VODs that people don't want you to see because they fucked up. Anthony Fantano has a meltdown over the Halsey saga deleted VOD. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna hear him talk about this. And here he is dancing. He's got that variety piece up. I'm not the devil himself. Dude. Also, be suspicious of when someone's being criticized and they're like, I'm not like Hitler. I'm not like a rapist. I didn't rape anyone in an alley violently. You know? You shouldn't have to compare. You should be able to stand on whatever it is that you are, that you've done, and deal with that, and not have to bring these other things in. Because no, what he did was not evil. It was boringly mundane. It was par for the course, you could say.
A little bit of bleeding is kind of par for the course.
Imagine a double blind date where him and Queeman are the men and they took the dates to a musical movie. I feel like the women would just leave. And then they could debate each other. I feel like I might have to put on. Listen,
there we go.
I might have to put on my comfort song at some point if I start getting. Then Queeman will make sure you like the movie properly, and Fantano will make sure you understood the music correctly. That's true. True. Sonic the Musical. Take these. These are cautionary tales, okay? Because keep your ego in check, or you could end up. Do you want to be this person? No, it's not a good look. It's embarrassing. Hey, Bob. Can anyone want to throw it? TLDR, we are about to start Anthony Fantano's Cope stream.
Actually, let me do this. Let me do this first. Whew. Hey everyone, how you doing? How's everyone doing? What's going on, man? What happened today?
You have a hair island. I thought that if he made it shorter, it would be better. It's not.
Did something happen today? Did something? Sorry, my phone farted. Hey, but did some crazy shit go down today? What happened?
Oh my god.
Someone said that boy done it again. That boy done it again. I should have worn something redder for for my reveal as me being Satan.
Dude, no one is saying you're Satan.
Worn something redder for for my reveal as me being Satan.
You're not Satan. You are a basic bitch man with internalized misogyny and too big of an ego to just be like, I assumed wrong. I was projecting the feelings that I had when I was a broken-hearted 14-year-old boy and some manic pixie dream girl who showed me indie music broke my heart. And this has triggered me. Hey, Gray. Yes, this is such a classic defense technique to say a wildly overblown thing that nobody criticized you for. Exactly. We see this all the time. All the time. Really every time. I love this theory and I hate it at the same time. When I'm sure we'll rehear in his video that we will watch after this, addressing his most hated review. That'll be very interesting. It looks like he is revisiting some parts of it. Of the review. Yes, we see this all the time from lolcows. Every time is the correct take. It's basically how you know it's that time. Exactly. That's how we know it's that time, is because you're doing the thing. But basically, when he was saying that, you know what?
Hi everyone, Ranthony Tano here, the internet's busiest music nerd, and it's time for a review of this new Halsey record, The Great Impersonator. Pop singer and songwriter Halsey. From Tumblr fandom to mainstream stardom, Halsey's rise to popularity has been interesting to say the least. Because while I've never quite been a fan of her work, she always has some sort of surprise in store, which I feel like you have to respect on some level. Especially since her last record saw her elements from just very angsty rock music that came out of the 90s and 2000s, but
Okay, let's here we go.
I guess it's fitting that this album is dropping toward the end of October because so many of these tracks just feel like bad Halloween costumes, musically speaking. Really, though, if Halsey was going to do a cosplay of the influences...
Like, I think Anthony Fantano saw these, we're at 5:36. I think he saw her actually
influential
cosplaying.
musician. Harvey, Springsteen, Cher.
I think he saw her actually cosplaying and the title being The Great Impersonator, and thought that this was an album about doing impersonations of those people. And then he's like, oh, this doesn't sound like them at all. You know what I mean? This is a good screenshot, actually. Just save that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I think. That's what I think happened in his mind, and then but he was triggered by her overall, and this is his. This was his focus. But okay.
Display of the influences that actually meaningfully impact the sound and writing process of this record. She would have dressed up as Avril and then as a young Taylor Swift, and that would have been it. Because when you dig into a lot of these tracks, the stale 2000s pop rock vibe.
Yes, like he took it literally. Like I think he's remembering. He's bringing up these women specifically because these are like of that time.
Vibes.
This is I don't know exactly how old he was. Someone said that he's like 40. I finished reading on it, and man, this is some pathetic shit. It's not even good pathetic shit. It's so losery. Yeah. Hey, Jug. Like it did an Inception on his thoughts while reviewing it. Yeah, he had some kind of like projection Inception. Like going, like seeing something getting triggered, projecting what it is from within onto her, and then getting triggered in another way, and remember, you know, just like memories, and getting triggered and just throwing. This doesn't sound like it's supposed to. This isn't what it should have been, but he has no idea.
The melodies and songwriting ideas, like that's actually what's at play here. That and the sort of songs you only.
This would somehow be better if he actually said really mean shit about her. That's true. That's true. That is true. This is just like and the fact that he's deflecting, and he's like, "Oh, I'm Satan now," just shows that he doesn't get it. His ego is too enlarged, okay? He's let his ego, it's in the toddler tantruming state. It's out of it's no longer an infant, okay? It's out of control. That's his ego, very fragile, tantruming, and all he cares about is what he's feeling.
Remember for their association with various teen flicks throughout the 90s and 2000s, and you know, family television dramas.
He's just remembering his youth.
And the sort of songs you only remember for their association with various teen flicks throughout the 90s and 2000s, and you know, family television dramas. Speaking of which, why does every goddamn song on this record sound like it's being written from the perspective of some troubled girl character from those shows? Or, I don't know, one of those like Delaney Rose skits on TikTok where she...
The wealthy, overly sheltered character in every movie decides to live a little, and absolutely insufferable female lead of an indie movie whenever there's a window in the scene. You see what he's projecting. He's remembering from the past. He's pulling from, you know, pop culture references, things that were, you know, 10 Things I Hate About You, and projecting this onto her. Because that was his world when he felt this way at the time. He's just airing out his entire, all his complexes when it comes to women right now.
He's pretending to be a character in some coming-of-age movie or like a girl from an indie film.
That's what he's talking about, a vapid girl who hasn't had any, who's sheltered. He selected these screenshots. This is what he thinks. He looked at her, he looked at this woman who made an album that I don't know if it's good or not because we haven't listened yet, but we will at some point. We just can't, I don't think we can listen to it on YouTube. He just projected all of these feelings onto her. Meanwhile, this is about like her having cancer and lupus and almost dying and other stuff. So, like, the opposite of being sheltered. He just sees her as he looked at her, he saw her at this woman who's sheltered, who never had to deal with anything, but is all angsty for no reason, and insufferable is a key word in this TikTok screenshot. Absolutely insufferable female lead. Yes. Incredibly smug. It's just it's very interesting to see. It's a good nuanced example of what this very mundane performative male ally feminist person is, you know? This is a performative man.
Now, granted, there are some pockets of this record where Halsey is going for this vibe, going for this sound, and she actually captures it pretty well and executes a good song in the process. Like on the track Ego, which is
He's saying that there are some good songs.
Is going for this vibe, going for this sound, and she actually captures it pretty well and executes a good song in the process. Like on the track Ego, which is a great...
So why does he give it a 1? He rated it a 1 out of 10. Hey, Brett. If there's a good song on the track, why'd you give it a 1? Oh, maybe you're trying to give a 1 to Jessica or Rebecca. What do we think the girl's name was? What is the name of the girl who broke Anthony Fantano's heart in the early 2000s?
Again, 2000s era teen flick, credits roll type rocker. But simultaneously, when she sings about needing to kill her ego because it may in fact kill her, she was not kidding. Because this entire record has the worst case of main character syndrome I've heard on any pop album in 2024.
It's literally, yes, women whining. Why is she whining? Not interested if there's any reason. It's Halsey, it's pop trash. Doing this much intellectual work to say it's mediocre is weird. Yes, it's very weird.
Not only due to the fact that this record subjects listeners to multiple indulgent cuts that sound like messy demos and just would not 2024. Not only main character syndrome I've heard on any pop album in 2024. Not only due to the fact that this record subjects listeners to multiple indulgent cuts that sound like messy demos and just would not make it onto a more respectable release that was actually well conceptualized.
So she added, is this like she had some like cut, like specific cuts that of I don't know what that means.
Make it onto a more respectable release that was actually well conceptualized, most notably the draft track of Life of the Spider. So yeah, it's that.
A draft track, so it's like including a draft at like along with the finished one. Oh, well, if you did it right, you wouldn't have any of that. Your fans definitely wouldn't be interested in the sauce. I haven't heard this album, so I don't know. All I know is that he's not really talking about the music. Hey, Anemone, isn't that just called a demo? I think it's like tracks that are also on the album.
And also all of the lyrics on this record where it seems like Halsey is just hell-bent on making sure the audience knows just how dark and tortured and edgy she is. Well, they say all dogs go to heaven. Well, what about a bitch? What about an evil girl left lying in a ditch?
Listen, with no context, this could be very cringe. If Taylor Swift had these lyrics, that would be cringe. I feel like she did have some pretty cringe, weird woman-related lyrics in an album. I don't remember what it was, but But considering this is about like her cancer and lupus, that you know, the talking about death, it's about dying. This face, actually, this also might be good. Maybe I'll cut a small segment of this and just so I can make a thumbnail and put it up. Who knows? He could be one of those guys like FD Signifier who like goes looking for criticism of him, and like when FD joined the stream because he was so triggered by my thumbnail of him. That's pretty awesome. Maybe he'll see it and feel some kind of way. And if so, if you have somehow found this VOD edit, if you have somehow ended up finding this VOD, maybe go to therapy? Or maybe just, I don't know, what could he do? What advice do we have? Maybe if you hit your head on something, like something will open up and then you can get some air in there, you know, open up. How about that? Open up your mind. Take the L. Because you look ridiculous. You can't refer to previous support of women. Oh, I support women's projects, and oh, Aiden Ross attacked me. I had to deal with Aiden Ross attacking me because I defended this woman. Okay. Did you do that for points? Because that was then, and this is right now. Anyone can take an L. You did something stupid. You felt some kind of way. You projected this idea of what you thought that this album was supposed to be, and projected your idea of who you think that Halsey is. A spoiled, sheltered, never had any real issues in life, angsty teenage manic pixie dream girl. You know? You had feelings. This is reactionary behavior. But it's not the early 2000s. She's not Megan or Rebecca or Jessica or any other girl name. Whoever she was, she's not. Halsey isn't the one who hurt you. Okay? It's much better to just be like, I was presumptuous. You could have just said, my bad. I assumed all of these things about her. I had no idea. And I put my foot in my mouth. How about that? Just say, like, I made myself look real dumb. I still didn't love the album, but I did say some things that are stupid with context and hindsight. You know? But will he? I'm gonna guess no. No.
Jesus Christ. Again, it feels like she's bringing back so many ideas and elements from just very angsty rock music that came out of the 90s and 2000s.
He's just reliving his experience when he was introduced to these things. What was going on in pop culture when I was in that era, when I was that age? It's not Megan. So Anthony has destroyed all the goodwill he has built to keep a review for a Halsey record above reproach. I guess so. But that's the thing. When you feed your ego, when you rely on your ego instead of having internal validation and self-worth and identity, you are chained to it. You have to constantly coddle it, feed it, protect it. You have to do things that are not in your interest that make you look stupid in order to protect your ego? Why do you want to be chained to something like that? What's Anthony's Twitter activity like? That's a good question.
But she is not allowing us to remember the stuff that made that music great or what made it popular in the first place. She's only holding...
Again, did he just see... I've said this before. Listen. I think, and this is perhaps the most embarrassing thing of all. If true, I think this is maybe the most embarrassing thing. And you know, normally I wouldn't presume that I could know something about someone, but he knew about Halsey, so I guess I could know about him. I'm gonna guess that he, as a fellow neurodivergent person, I don't know if he is, but I could see him having a neurodivergent brain and taking Halsey doing cosplay of the great legends of music and naming her album The Great Impersonator. I think that he took those things and assumed that this was supposed to be about those artists. You know? And that, like, oh, well, you did a terrible job. How dare you? He had a video about Halsey from 9 years ago. Are you going to send it to me? You're totally right about his heart being broken and her triggering him. Ah.
No, I'm not cooked. I'm not cooked.
Mm-hmm. I'm not cooked. I'm not owned. Check DMs. Read the title. Oh. Halsey embarrasses herself again. No, he's just looking, he's triggered by her.
Hey everyone, Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd, responding and talking about a delicious article posted over here by the good people.
Ah, delicious. So this is from July 2nd, 2017. Hey, Ursa. Sorry, but like, why? Ego, unpacked feelings, and internalized misogyny.
People over at Stereo Gum. Iggy Azalea responds to Halsey calling her a fucking moron. There you go. There you go. Shout out to Stereo Gum. I like the website. I think I had beef with one of their writers over a piece that they wrote on Kodak Black. You know, I apologize. You know, I just like to break balls. And shout out to Stereo Gum. I like Kodak Black site. Iggy Azalea responds to Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd, responding and talking about a delicious article posted over here by the good people over at Stereo Gum. Iggy Azalea responds to Halsey calling her a fucking moron. There you go.
Let's see. Halsey is openly bisexual. When asked in a recent interview about why she worked with Quavo, who's gotten in trouble for homophobic comments, she deflected the question.
There you go. Shout out to Stereo Gum. I like the website. I think I had beef with one of their writers over a piece that they wrote on Kodak Black. You know,
he seems like a guy who picks a lot of beefs and can't handle it. It gives him serious stomach pains. He'll wolf down a steak, but he'll be in and out of the bathroom all night. You know?
I apologize. You know, I just like to break balls and disagree over the internet. It's what the internet is for, in my opinion. No hard feelings. Love you guys. Enjoy the website. Shout out to Stereo Gum. You know, hit up Stereo Gum and say, hey, Anthony Fantano, that melon, he likes you. So Iggy Azalea responds to Halsey calling her a fucking moron. Now, a lot of you might be saying, Anthony, why are you talking about this? Iggy Azalea, she is a fucking moron. I get it. I understand.
Okay.
But in my opinion, it's actually Halsey who's kind of in the wrong here. Now.
Okay. She deflected the question by instead shitting all over Iggy Azalea out of nowhere. There's a lot of people I wouldn't put on my record. Iggy Azalea, absolutely not. She had a complete disregard for black culture. Fucking moron. I watched her career dissolve and it fascinated me. Okay. All right, let's see. So let's see. Okay. So is interesting. So this is about Halsey deflecting criticism by pointing at something else. I wonder what Anthony will have to say about that, because if I don't really know anything about Iggy Azalea, but if he's saying that everyone should be, what is it? What did he say? Everyone should be critical of Iggy Azalea. If that's what he's saying, then then what is he going to have to criticize? The pivoting? In which case, that would make what's happening right now very ironic.
I get it. I understand. But in my opinion, it's actually Halsey who's kind of in the wrong here. Now, as Stereogum reports, in full disclosure here, I've had Twitter beef with Halsey.
You've had Twitter beef with Halsey before 2017? Oh. So he's had personal beef with Halsey for years, for like a decade. My favorite Iggy clip.
Splash! You feel good?
Oh.
I feel fucking hunt.
Hunt?
Tire marks, tire marks.
Tire marks?
Finish line with fire marks. When the relay starts to run away train. Master, she know the pants got spit like a plaster. Raptor, bencher, deal like dough like dasher, faster, motorbike faster. You gotta get a bitch past the rapture. White bitch go back and blow like a wind. Perhaps your rooftop of the wind. When I win, no, when I win a leg up like she ain't got hoes on call. Got hoes on call to come.
Dude, she's like a fucking broken AI.
Protocol, just damaging, that's my protocol. There's many Australians on source and no camera. I don't care who you are. No killer rap, gotta give it to you raw. Pitch 1 point, put a piece me a joint. Gotta twist this beat, I'm spraying my joint. Straight crack rap, wall till the clap clap. Who know Drew Ram City, no Tiggy, yeah, shorty do it. I'm roll, no diggles, for motherfucking man. It's Iggy, not Jiggle.
That's humiliating. Okay, so I'm gonna say, actually, Halsey's in the wrong. Dude, I want to know about the previous Twitter beefs. Okay, so yeah, okay. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna cut of this VOD, because honestly, I mostly want to make a thumbnail, a fun thumbnail. But I think maybe would calling him a career Halsey Snarker be good for the title? I think that's an important element. You know? See. What do you think? Career Halsey. Snarker. Anthony. Fantano. I'll figure out the rest later. It'll be fun. Okay, cool.
So, of course, you know, I have to extend that out a little bit here and talk about the fact that she cannot stop putting had Twitter beef with Halsey.
Uh-huh.
Stereo Gum reports, and full disclosure here, I've had Twitter beef with Halsey. So, of course, you know, I have to extend that out a little bit here and talk about the fact that she cannot stop putting her foot in her mouth.
Oh.
Halsey, who is openly bisexual, in a recent interview, was asked why she has worked with Quavo of Migos on her latest record, because Migos have been known recently to make some kind of inflammatory comments that are quite homophobic and turned a lot of people off. And Halsey, like a ninja, like the true ninja that she is, woo, 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 she deflects that shit. And she
Oh my God. This man cannot talk. First of all, that felt very weird. The ninja, listen, it felt weird. Felt a little close to to saying, you know. I know what he meant. But it was a weird vibe there. Wow, that's awesome that he is very aware of what deflection looks like. This is from 2017. So I want to see previous Twitter beef. So this is very interesting.
Like a ninja, like the true ninja that she is, woo, 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 she deflects that shit. And she says, hey, you know what? I'm going to bring up another artist that I think people hate more than me, which is actually pretty hard because she is kind of, you know, she's not all there.
Oh.
So, of course, she's like,
oh. I should have done this before, but I feel like I'm just going to note timestamps in my VOD of when he says interesting things. But it's good because we're just starting the deleted VOD. He's been a music critic since 2007 with NPR. Then why is he saying that he's been doing it for a decade? And oh, interesting. Okay. But anyway, this is very interesting. This is his career.
That are quite homophobic and turned a lot of people off.
Okay.
And Halsey,
I got you.
like a ninja, like the true ninja that she is, woo, 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 she deflects that shit. And she says, hey, you know what? I'm going to bring up another artist that I think people hate more than me, which is actually pretty hard because she is kind of, you know, she's not all there. So, of course, she's like, Iggy Azalea.
So when he says she was genre bending in her earlier work and he knew her and appreciated her, that was just a lie. That's an interesting point to bring up. It's probably the case. I think he should maybe he should address that. As a woman who's demanding accountability from Anthony Fantano, I think that he should explain that. If a decade ago he is shit-talking her and saying she doesn't have much going on up here.
Like the one example I have knocking around in my head. She says, there's a lot of people I wouldn't put on my record. Iggy Azalea, absolutely not. She had a complete disregard for black culture. Fucking moron. I watched her career dissolve and it fascinated me. I'm not going to disagree that Iggy Azalea fell from grace pretty fast because of that, and also she kept putting her foot in her mouth. But maybe there's potential for her to come back if she just kind of like keeps her head down and just makes the hits. If she just keeps her head down, makes the hits, there's a chance to come back. However, Halsey sort of seems to be, and I don't know why she isn't self-aware enough to realize this, sort of locked into this same pattern Iggy Azalea was back when she was sort of in the midst of her last album cycle. Halsey just can't stop saying stupid stuff.
Oh.
And the thing is, when you were last talking about black culture, specifically hip-hop music, specifically Kendrick Lamar, you called the dude urban because, oh, well, he does all these collaborations with pop artists, and he's not considered a pop artist. Why am I considered a pop artist? And
woke scolding, I guess?
I am really alternative. Well, one, you make pop music, okay? You make pop music. You don't make alternative music. You're not an alternative to anything. You're an alternative in the same way that
doesn't sound like he believes that she was genre bending in her earlier work.
Target is an alternative to Walmart, okay? Like, that's how alternative you are. Like, you're not even...
Dude, that's rough. Oh. Where did he say she was genre bending in her earlier work? Did he say that in the review? When did he say that?
Hot Topic, okay?
Oh my God.
Pop music, okay? You make pop music. You don't make alternative music. You're not an alternative to anything. You're an alternative in the same way that Target is an alternative to Walmart, okay? Like, that's how alternative you are. Like, you're not even Hot Topic, okay? Not alternative at all. You make pop music, and you threw a fellow artist under the bus, calling him urban. He's urban, like a radio programmer with a suit and a ponytail from the 90s, okay? You sound like an out-of-touch Tool from the 90s who's never heard a rap record all the way through. I'm obsessed with him.
Also, he's very... Don't make voices. Don't do voices. You're not... You don't have enough control over your movements in your mouth. It's very awkward. Don't do it. Yeah, he loved that Hot Topic line. He's been thinking about it. I won't say you need to make fine art to judge it. I've been there. However, I'm a different creative. Does this fella make anything? I am uncertain.
You sound like a Tool, okay? And now you're saying Iggy Azalea has some kind of lack of respect for black culture. I'm obsessed with him.
Oh my... Wait. Is he snarking Halsey for saying that she liked Kendrick? So he's not even... He's snarking her for saying urban? He just is triggered by her. He's triggered. I don't know who did it to you. Megan, Rebecca, Jenny. I don't know who did this to you, but it's not Halsey's fault, okay? She didn't do anything to you. She didn't kiss the other boy from class instead of you, okay? She didn't reject your prom proposal, okay? Halsey isn't the one who did that.
You sound like a Tool.
That's not a good noise.
Okay? And now you're saying Iggy Azalea has some kind of lack of respect for black culture, and you're out here...
Yes, he's woke okay, he's totally woke scolding her for saying urban. Dude, I imagine that you have said quite a few... Didn't he get in trouble for saying the N-word in some facet? I forget what it was. Like, there was something, like, I forget exactly what it was. Like, it was something adjacent. Oh, she collaborated with him. Wait, did she? Wait. Oh. Wait. In the clip she shares on Wednesday. Wait. Halsey took some time out of her day to have some fun with Kendrick Lamar's hit single, Swimming Pools Drank. I don't want to open this. Fuck, I don't know how to find anything.
You're insane. You're in pain. I can tell by what you're...
She did, oh, she made like a post. Halsey took some time out of her day to have some fun with Kendrick Lamar's hit single, Swimming Pools, parentheses, Drank. In the clip she shared on Wednesday, Halsey is sitting outdoors, a palm tree behind her as she stares straight into the camera and delivers Kendrick's verse over an instrumental from a song by Canadian rapper Dax. Okay, so she had like a little fun banter. Oh, that's more recent? Oh, I don't know. Okay. He looks like he sings the N-word in a song and looks around nervously. Halsey said a while back that Kendrick should be considered pop, but isn't because he's urban. Oh! Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Halsey explains her provocative comments about Kendrick Lamar and Lady Gaga. Halsey complained about not being accepted as alternative enough, saying there's a double standard when it comes to pop music. Kendrick Lamar has done a Maroon 5 feature, a Taylor Swift feature, and a Sia feature, which is more pop features than I've done. No one's calling him a pop artist, but I'm being called one, even though I'm inherently an alternative artist. I don't know if it's a male thing. I don't know if it's an urban thing. I don't know what it is, but if you're a female alternative artist and you do anything that's even slightly pop-leaning, it's condemning. That's a crazy thing to say. She's half black. Is she? I don't know. Hey, Psychedelia. Watching white people talk about this includes mixed race black people, it always kind of makes me chuckle. Like, I don't even know what to do with this. What I do know is that Anthony Fantano using this to snark Halsey, who, it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Where am I even looking for? Oh, yes, here. She just looks really white. Okay, well, I don't know anything about urban when it comes to music. her talking about pop music. What I will say, the way she's talking about pop, like complaining about not being considered alternative, who cares? Make your music. Make your music. What's a joke? Huh? Listen, I had an edible. She's Australian. I don't know. Whatever the thing is, I do think that it's cringe. She's like, why do these people get to not be pop music? Oh, half urban. Yeah. I know. Urban was code in the late 90s for black, not even slightly. It was wholesale, the term. Oh. Yeah, I know that from then. I wasn't sure if there's any other context of what something... I don't know if there's a specific kind of music now. I don't know. I have no idea. But, yes. In any case, seems like a cringe moment, overall, including her complaining. I took it as it being a joke for a half black. No. I don't think urban is used in any other way than how it used to be. Yeah, okay. She's not half black for the record. Okay. I don't know why. Who even said that? Because that is an extremely white thing to do. Okay. Oh, it was a joke. Listen, I don't know about anybody. I have no idea. I made a joke that she was half urban. Here's the thing. When I'm reading chat, my eyeballs are kind of floating around, so I'm like mixing chat messages together. She's fully black. Let's move on. In any case, yes, so this is her being cringe. Now, what do you have to say? Anthony Fantano?
You're calling rappers urban?
Italian, Hungarian, African American, and Irish. Her father is biracial. Okay. I'm not gonna do any... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna unpack that, but I will say that's a very white thing to do. And also, I was gonna say something about white women complaining, but I won't.
And saying that, well, he does all these collaborations with pop artists. How come he's not considered pop or blah, 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 blah. Like, it was really a crappy comment that you made. It was really disrespectful. It showed a lot of ignorance toward hip hop, toward black culture. It showed a lot of ignorance toward pop music. And yet you're going to come out here and be like, oh, well.
Didn't someone criticize him for the same thing? Yeah, she said a shitty thing. We don't need to question her racial identity. Yeah.
Look at Iggy Azalea. She has so much disrespect, so much disregard for black culture, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, which is also very... Okay, I'm piecing it together because I don't know who any of these people are or what's going on. Okay, so Halsey is like, look at this, the way that Anthony Fantano is like, oh, I guess I'm Satan now. Like, I'm not Satan, guys. I'm not Satan incarnate. Halsey's like, look, I'm not Iggy Azalea. They're kind of doing the same thing. Say it? I don't remember what I was going to say. It was just a vague concept.
Blah. Like, it's really kind of the pot calling the kettle black at this point, you know? Like, you're really just kind of projecting here. You're getting mad at Iggy Azalea for what you...
I'm just thinking of all of these things in the context of what's presently happening. After this, we will be watching his coping stream. We've done many side quests, but all to that's giving a more dimensional idea of the end points. I'm absorbing the context. It's interesting.
You yourself have done. And listen, you know, honestly,
like I don't know if he does this to other people or if it's Halsey in particular, but it's like when he says these things, it's like he's talking about himself.
Oh, well, look at Iggy Azalea. She has so much disrespect, so much disregard for black culture, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's really kind of the pot calling the kettle black at this point, you know? Like, you're really just kind of projecting here. You're getting mad at Iggy Azalea for what you yourself have done. And listen, you know, honestly, it's not going to be too long. I feel like I'm going to make a bad joke here, but, you know, did Iggy Azalea's career dissolving fascinate you? Well, I mean, I hope your own career dissolving fascinates you because you're going to be front row for that.
What? Why is her career dissolving? Wait, what?
I feel like I'm going to make a bad joke here, but, you know, did Iggy Azalea's career dissolving fascinate you? Well, I mean, I hope your own career dissolving fascinates you because you're going to be front row for that.
Famous last words. Famous last words indeed.
But listen, you're really deflected here, and it's kind of ugly because Iggy Azalea did not ask to be...
Yeah, Sophia Isella is really, really good. She's really awesome.
In your mouth. She didn't ask to be in this interview. She didn't really do anything to you. In fact...
you did not ask Iggy Azalea for consent before you talked about her doing racist shit?
Wouldn't even make sense to have her on your record at this point because she's not that relevant at this point. You know, it's so stupid for you to bring her up. It's such a non sequitur there. It's like so obviously you trying to distract from the fact that you had this like bit of...
Yeah, it wasn't dissolving. He was hoping out loud. True.
Cognitive dissonance here where you're like, well, I'll have this artist on my album, even though, you know, it may sort of go against my personal beliefs or what I put out there in the public as my personal beliefs because, you know, I want people to like me or I want people to think I have kind of a quirky, interesting angle to my art and my personality when I really don't and my music is bland. You know, listen.
No, I feel like as a woke male ally, he would, even if Sophia Isella wasn't an amazing artist, he would still not, you know. He does have the lefty veneer. He just looks like a Halsey Gooner. It's true. It's true. Okay. Here's a question. Is Halsey Anthony Fantano's Brie Larson? What do you think? What do you think? It's total. That's exactly what it is. Hey, Team T. Why is Fantano so mad at Halsey? He's going so hard it feels personal. Yeah, what we're watching now, is from almost 10 years ago.
Messed up what you said, and I think it just kind of highlights what kind of person you are. That, again, here, you threw Iggy Azalea under the bus because you were saying some dumb stuff. And then you threw Kendrick Lamar under the bus before that because you were saying some dumb stuff. It seems like every single time you have something ridiculous to say, some artist has to get thrown under the bus. They got to get thrown under the bus.
Okay.
Like, the bus company must be making a killing right now because you have so many people to throw under the bus.
Oh my God. How is this? I don't understand. He's been trying to neg Halsey for a decade. Dude, what interactions did they have before this?
Hi Ico. Are you interested in reacting to Deaf Noodles in a Destiny-hosted event debate?
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Mega. Reacting to Deaf Noodles in a Destiny-hosted I don't know what that means. I don't think so, but thank you very much. Is this a present day thing? What's going on? Sorry, I'm very stoned. I have been consuming edibles. Is Deaf Noodles doing a debate with Destiny? He said leading into this one that he's beefed with her on Twitter, and this was a decade ago. Yes, he said that he has previous Twitter beef with Halsey in this video from 2017.
And they have to have buses there following you around for when you just have the need to throw someone under the bus. So, good luck with throwing more people under the bus in the future. And, hopefully your career is still around next year.
I'm taking a Destiny break right now. My hater organ needs to deflate a little bit. Too much poisons the blood.
Hopefully people still care about your music next year. Hopefully Tumblr is still interested in your music next year. And I don't know, good luck with all the bus throwing. Blah, blah.
Oh God. All right. So with all that said, yeah, I hope your career is still around next year.
Stop.
Yes, absolutely. What a clown. That's very funny. Very funny. Okay, now we will go to back to Anthony Fantano. His deleted VOD from June 22nd, 2026.
All I'll say is look up Take Back America. First video Deaf Noodle segment in his first 39 minutes.
Thank you, Mega Ed, for the $5 super chat. I'll check out Take Back America. See what that's like. Thank you.
It's a special date.
Someone said that boy done it again. That boy done it again. I should have worn something redder for,
His whole thing is literally, oh, so I'm Satan? Oh, so I'm Satan?
For my reveal as me being Satan. It's a special day today. It's a special. Yo, shout out to my coach. He's doing sick shit to me. This is demented. This is demented right now. That's crazy. Shout out to my coach. He's doing good stuff.
Is it over?
Sorry. No real thigh.
Oh,
no, the thighs
warn me in advance. Warn me. Sorry. I didn't consent to this.
Sorry.
Much like Iggy Azalea did not consent to being dragged into Halsey's complaints back in 2017 that Anthony Fantano pointed out, we did not consent to seeing all of that. Ugh. Ugh. Gross.
Sorry.
He made a deal with the devil for this career, so it's always in the front of his mind. If he made a deal with the devil, 30K views isn't really, doesn't seem like a good deal.
Well, how you guys doing? How you guys doing? I'm main character right now. See, here's the thing. I don't even want to be the main fucking character, but
No. You don't want to be, you want to be the main character. You don't want to be the main lolcow. You don't want to be the target of the criticism. You don't want, like, I want attention, but not like that.
you guys keep making me the main character. I'm just a
No, I mean, I think that you definitely did that yourself. With all of your projection upon her.
review guy. All I do is just give my opinions on
Yes,
albums.
you're not the main character. You are being discussed by some people sometimes. And then it goes, and then it comes back up. Okay, you're not even the main character in the situation. Oh, God. Yeah. Guys, stop. Guys, stop. You keep putting me into the spotlight. Little me.
That's all I do. That's all I do. And then a bunch of people blow it up to be way bigger than it is.
Oh.
And I'm sorry. Okay?
You're sorry for people. You're apologizing for other people blowing it up out of proportion. Listen. Do you want to be this way? Do you want this to be your life?
I apologize for letting other people make me the main character. I don't really know.
You're such a dumb bitch. Ugh. I'm sure we'll get into it, but once again, Halsey is not the one who hurt you. She is not the one that stood you up for homecoming. Okay? He actually said, I'm sorry you're obsessed with me. Yeah, literally. Do you think that there's no reason why people are criticizing you?
What to say. I don't really know what to say. I'm sorry. I've already said I'm sorry. I'm sorry again. I'm sorry 2 times.
It doesn't matter if you say your sorry is, I'm sorry that you're all reacting this way. What's anyone supposed to do with that? How do you do that and not reflect? Yes. Yes. No one's saying that you're like a rapist or a murderer. No one said that you did anything other than be a basic, banal happening. You are just a regular guy with internalized misogyny, and in your case, no introspection, not as a reflection of being a man, but in general. Hey, Babs. You projected weird baggage you have from the past onto Halsey. You never admired or respected her work or thought that it was gender, whatever, not genre bending, not gender bending. You have had, you've had a thing growing inside of you for over a decade now. Oops. Med check, everybody. Oh shit, wait, I'm sorry. Other Bridget? Sorry, Bridget. I'm very stoned on edibles and my eyes are like taking in shadow as a singular unit. So my eyes are like kind of swirling around. You're so high. Listen. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. But yes, this is this has been, I feel like I've been learning a lot. I feel like we're very on topic. We're very on theme. We just watched The Substance. We've been talking a lot about, you know, just these things. And yeah. I think that this is been a dimensional conversation.
I'm sorry 3 times. I'm sorry 4 times for being the main character of review.
You assumed all of this shit. You said some dumb shit and just be like, my bad. That's all you gotta do. Tell me about The Substance. Have you watched it, Brooks? Because I would rewatch. I plan on rewatching it. I've uploaded. If anyone missed it, I've just uploaded it to my Patreon. Thank you to all my paid patrons that make it possible for me to have all my Patreon content at free tier. You have a video breaking it down? Ooh. I'd be very interested. Can you send it to me? I'd be very interested in that. But yes, it was very on theme, on topic. Yeah, let's go back to this. When do you think the rewatch will be? I think maybe let's watch Brooke's video. So everyone has to go catch up with, go watch The Substance yourself before I watch the Brooks video.
All right. I do have a review that I have to get out, so I don't want to spend too much time talking about this, but I feel like it does need to be talked about because it's just becoming such a big, I think silly old mess. So
he talks about it for over an hour.
I don't know.
I watched it like 30 times. I watched it for the first time last night.
I feel like I just have to say something. I don't really know,
why don't
what
you
else to do in
try
this
to
moment
figure it
other
out?
than just sort of like address the goings on the internet right now, because it's just absolutely just full on pandemonium. It's just full on pandemonium over little old me.
Ah, he's literally doing the thing. When I did this,
it's not his own fault. He's just a little sweet boy.
I didn't think that. Look at this hand.
Just doing reviews.
Hey,
Spill the tea.
Estelle.
Okay, for anybody who's not aware, over on the Fantano channel,
Listen, guys, we have to take this seriously. We have to listen to this man. Is a legend. His legacy will live on and outshine everyone else who ever tries to do what the man did.
we had a pretty big interview go out over the weekend. If you know, you know.
I'm going to try to go without putting on my emotional support song.
If you know,
He literally said that he's the best, what did he say? The top of his generation, the greatest music critic of my, and any generation. This man, humble yourself before the world humbles you. I feel like it's pride goes before a fall. Olivia was boring. He asked no interesting questions.
No.
Also, remember, bear in mind, everything that he's saying right now is based on a decade-long beef he's had with Halsey. What? About what? Why? I don't know. How did it start? No idea. He's had feelings about her for like a decade. So.
The interview came out great. I'm very proud of the interview. I think it's
Olivia?
One of the best interviews that I've ever done. And
I would like to do more interviews in the future. Do interviews in the future. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What happens naturally.
You know, I think it's one of the best interviews that this artist has done for this album cycle. This artist, as if I'm hiding anything here, just went #1.
Frankie interviewing.
Her new album.
We do a little
great,
every
by
day
the
with
way,
numbies.
which is great.
Cool. Cool.
We'll see, but it is landmark accomplishment.
Cool.
Again, great interview, great debut, great numbers, really impressive. This artist also just announced an amazing new festival of just female artists.
Ah, shut the fuck up, you performative cunt. Pervert vibes? Yes. Yes, actually. Anthony has major pervert vibes. Hey, Magenta. Yes, I have the... Yes. Yes. This man is a red fucking flag. I wouldn't want him around my nieces. Listen, I'm not saying any of that, but he definitely has some unpacked psychosexual shit that he needs to deal with. And, emotional, unpacked men are volatile, and volatile men are dangerous. So.
Which,
But, you don't get, there's no, like, rewards card for every time you defend a woman. Like, you don't get to cash it in for a get out of jail free card for when you make an oops. Oh, I wish I knew where. I don't know where it is.
Is great. Is really awesome for,
Fuck off. The reason why you should support non-men artists, you know, or just, you know, like any particular marginalized group is because they ought to be treated equally as if they are just any other person. You don't get points for treating a white cis guy like a regular person. That's normal. You think you deserve points for defending or supporting women? No. It really just shows that he doesn't see women as people like 100%. Defend 10 women, attack 1 free. Exactly. Listen, dude. just, I don't know. Major red flags happening.
If you want to call it the culture, you know, as it were, in the music space, singer-songwriter space, women in music, so on and so forth.
Who cares?
You know,
leave the women alone.
Olivia's out there doing good things, making great art, and winning hearts and minds. You know, winning hearts and minds.
Cool.
And you know, what should have been just a great celebratory moment, what should have just been a very great positive celebratory moment, you know, was turned quite ugly by a lot of ugly inside and out individuals on social media who had to come out of the woodwork and say, oh why, no, she's platforming him. Oh no, why would she talk to him?
People were he was getting shit because of his interview with Olivia Rodrigo. Olivia Rodrigo winning hearts and minds with her pop music, changing the world. Buddy, what are you saying? I don't know, this guy. I feel like he lives in a dollhouse, or like a Barbie house, like a, you know, like a you know, a dollhouse, and his whole world is just contained to this little thing of this narrative that he thinks his life is.
Interview. It's a completely normal, enjoyable, fun, good time interview. But still, they couldn't help themselves. They had to go crazy. They had to do just nothing but insane hate campaigns because they don't like Olivia.
Insane.
They don't like me because I've been critical of their fave. It's just unhinged stuff. It's just unhinged stuff. In the midst of all of the nuttiness, craziness, so on and so forth, there were all...
Yeah, Barbie house where his career composes the foundation of all reality. Yes.
Also, a lot of people defending Olivia, which she most definitely deserves, not only because she's a really great artist, but also she's an adult woman with complete agency who's making...
She's an adult woman with complete agency? I didn't think that was a question. I feel weird that... Okay. This doesn't look good. When is he gonna start suing people? You know, those other women, no agency at all. Rare thing, woman with agency. This has been so fascinating.
Totally normal decisions that an artist would when promoting their album, that artists have when promoting their album. You know, not only because in the past have I interviewed people like Jack Antonoff, Lil Nas X.
I don't care. I don't care. Oh, something just hit my mind.
Nobody cares as much as you do. Nobody cares.
Mizkif? Very old one. Very old one.
Whoa!
I think this is like, what, 2023 era, perhaps?
Pissed Pink Pantheress, Damon Albarn.
Hey, Jan.
And many, many, many others, many mainstream artists. Interviewing mainstream artists is not a new thing for me. Rarely does it happen face to face, like in the Olivia interview, but still. And the reason that they do this, and I don't know if this is like, you know, a piece of hidden lore and knowledge that a lot of these dumb, uncultured pop stans are not aware of on the internet.
That's what he's
but part of
calling
the
Halsey's
reason that
fans.
they do this is because I'm the biggest reviewer.
If I were pregnant, I wouldn't be anymore. The contractions of cringe and ick that I just felt would eject a baby from my body instantly. Do I have any babies? No, I don't. But I can just, spiritually, that's how I feel. Right, Frankie? Ugh. Disgusting. Yes, my fetus is cringed into a new dimension. And now, because of Anthony Fantano and being so fucking cringe, I will be forever separated a universe away from my baby. Yeah, he's the biggest, guys. Rolling Stone sells 60 million copies a month, but Fantano is the biggest reviewer. Yes, he's acting like fucking... Like, what, is Halsey just big on YouTube? Like, it's absolutely fucking deranged. It's disturbing. It's disturbing how detached from reality. The fucking critic who thinks he's bigger than the artist. Go back to the Ayn Rand novel From Whence Thee Came. Good point. True. It is a weird... I'm the biggest music critic YouTuber. Is that even true? 30K, Anthony? Let's be honest, okay? Once again, listen, I'm very, very small. And if you are here, you should like the stream, please. But again, his response video addressing my most hated review, which we'll watch after this, has 196k views from yesterday, 34k views, 91k, 121k, 35k, 84k. I don't know how big he's been throughout his career, but he is not the biggest now. If you're the biggest, it's because there's just nobody else filling that gap on YouTube.
Of my generation.
Oh my god, I can't. I'm gonna have to put the song on. Of my generation. How can someone be so deranged? The biggest of my generation?
Dumb, hidden lore and knowledge that a lot of these dumb, uncultured pop stans are not aware of on the internet. But part of the reason that they do this is because I'm the biggest reviewer of my generation on the planet, of any generation. You can't name a bigger music critic. I'm sorry.
I would, if I didn't read that he told this to a journalist unironically, if I didn't read that in print, I would have thought this was a joke. But this is for real. He said the same thing to the journalist. It was written and my eyes perceived and translated it. Hey, something clever. Of his generation, listen, someone could blow up tomorrow, okay? 35K? Nuh-uh. It doesn't, just because there's not someone filling the gap doesn't mean that the shit that's there, the mid shit that's there, isn't mid. One moment. Imagine saying that to an actual journalist. I can't fathom it. I honestly cannot fucking fathom it.
These dumb fucks on Twitter can't name 2 music critics.
That you're just having an opinion and thinking, what do you mean? Just because you're what's available doesn't mean that you're good or great. It doesn't sound like you're terribly great at interviewing people. I mean, you're very good at coddling your ego and coping and seething. But I cannot fucking imagine saying this is an unsafe person to be around. Does he even play an instrument? I have no idea. I don't see any behind him. It's like, just because you listen to music and you have opinions and you have been on YouTube forever and have been, or at least were popular, just because you are known because you've been here and no one else has tried, like, the reason you're not surpassed is that people haven't really, the right person hasn't tried. And as soon as the right person tries, it's not like he was an extremely early adopter. Literally, someone could surpass him tomorrow. Someone could blow up tomorrow. And someday, people won't know who the fuck he is. Literally. That's just gonna be the case. The next generation is not gonna give a fuck. Like, after he's old, retired, once he stops making content, I don't think anyone would even remember him. Yeah, what qualifies him as a music reviewer? I just have the best opinions. I just have, like, really good ears. I'm guessing what he would say. I have no idea what he would say. He has experience. He has being an early adopter of the platform. I haven't really watched his reviews, so I don't know what I think about his reviews. But at some point we'll watch some of his reviews and review his reviews. What was I saying? He sold his soul to the devil in exchange for the ability to get especially irritated by music. Yes. Yes. So, but there are a lot of people with great ears and minds and experience, not experience, There are lots of people out there with a great ear, with interesting thoughts that just haven't had the experience yet. They're just not there yet. But as soon as, if you give them a platform and attention, they'll blow up. Okay? It's not an inherent amazingness to Anthony Fantano. He's just like any other content creator, where if you're making stuff that people like to watch, for whatever reason, for better or worse, then you exist. People stop watching, then you don't exist anymore. No one is going to be like arguing like when he's old or gone or whatever. No one's going to be like, "Oh no, Anthony Fantano was the best critic who ever did it." Who cares? His reviews don't contribute to the artist's overall rating on Grammy sites or Google, so literally his opinions don't matter to anyone outside his audience. That's so fucking true. That's so actually true. Lots of people can say stuff about music. More people are insightful about music than Fantano. Yeah. Where are his Rolling Stone articles? If he's the greatest, why is he stuck on YouTube? Where are the networks courting his review segments over the years? That's a great question. The pond has been small, but it's expanding around him. There was a time when he was the big fish, but we're heading into the open ocean, and there are so many more larger fish to come. You cannot tie your self-worth and identity to the amount of people that watch and admire and praise your content.
When they think of music critic, they think of me.
I didn't. I thought about Brad Taste in music, who is the reason Dav is the one who was always encouraging me to do music video reviews or music reviews of whatever kind on Kick. And I was like, I don't think I really have anything to say about music. I don't know. Then I saw Brad Taste in music's reviews. I was like, oh, I can do better than that. Hey, happily disgusted. I don't think about music critics or their opinions. Yeah. I've never cared about reviews in general. I don't know most popular artists, and I'm more interested in learning songs and understanding them theoretically if they do something interesting. Yes. I literally, it's true, who cares? Like, if he didn't have a YouTube channel, would people be reading his articles? Like, if he wasn't making content on YouTube, could he transition to just a fully, like, journalistic angle? Like, could he, could he do other big interviews? I thought it was lyrics reviews. Oh, it was lyrics. No, you're right. You're right. And Brad Taste, though. Lyrics was the first one. And then when I saw Brad Taste, I was like, oh, he just cries. Lyrics was the first one. You're right. He saw Brad Taste and thought that he could do that. And then I saw Lyrics start doing it because of Brad Taste. And I was like, I can do better than that. For sure. That's how we got to where we are. If you are a critic, it's like literally your thoughts and opinions are only as valuable as people that value them. If people stop caring about you, which they easily could, and probably eventually will, what will happen? Will you disappear? Hey, Raccoon. I don't don't know, but I think it probably wouldn't be impossible. Lyrics stopped streaming. Lyrics ran away for a while, so both were machine gunners. Interesting. Look, critics serve a purpose. When I served as an art gallery attendant, I made sure to learn the exhibits and communicate my own takes. That's what I mean, like, critics are important. Like, critics, they're being critics. It doesn't, he's not important. Like, he's not vital to criticism in general. Like, he cannot, like, you know, you're only as good as your last take, your most recent arc, you know? You can have things of value to say and present and create at one point, but that it's not like a special organ you have. Like, you have an ability to tap into something that's bigger than you. Like, you are not big enough to create all of this hype. This hype is not all because of you. You are a part of the hype, but you're a part of a larger thing, and it's not reliant upon you. You are replaceable to I guess, what would you call it? Like, to viewers and the people that consume your media, they'll just start watching someone else. That could happen at any point. You know, people stop supporting you. And then what?
Listen, I know you guys can name another music critic. You're not stupid. I understand that. But
we have not even gotten into this.
Dim-witted morons have no choice other than to think of me every second of the day, because I have advanced so far that I am the only concept of a music critic in their minds.
$34K views, 91K views, 121K views, 35K views, 84K views, 37K views. Whenever he says that, I'm just gonna go back.
You know, I'm not even the only music critic that is critical of their faves, but because in their heads,
Archer,
I'm the only music critic that exists, a lot of their vitriol comes flying at me. A lot of that was coming out this weekend because many individuals thought that, you know, listen, I know you can. I know anybody in this chat can. This is not directed at you. I already said that. But anyway, I digress. With that being said, a lot of the comments about, you know, me sort of being undeserving of this opportunity, despite the fact that there's not really anybody bigger in my space, so I don't know who else in the music reviewing space would deserve
just because, listen, he's staying, the pond is expanding into the ocean, and he's like, I'm just gonna stay back here. He's just trying to, you know, move away from the opening, hoping that it doesn't continue to get larger, you know? Like, who are you without being compared to someone else? Who are you on your own?
This opportunity instead. I mean, and that's not to say that there aren't people putting in good work in the music reviewing space. There absolutely are. And the people who are doing good work are deserving of the opportunities that they get. But just because they're also deserving of opportunities doesn't mean that I'm not.
That's
This just sounds like hope.
But
you should understand that there will be people who say everything. People say everything about everyone. Some people will like you. Some people will think you're the fucking worst. Whatever. The fact that you're coping means that you know that there's something to it.
Anyway, all that I'm trying to get to here is that, you know, in the midst of all of this pandemonium and nuttiness, I decided to respond or partake in some of the discourse, responding to a fellow music reviewer who was kind of, you know, taking a bit of a survey of the insanity that we are seeing on social media now, and seeing how many times an old review that I did of the latest Halsey record was being weaponized in these conversations as to, you know, why I should or should not get a particular interview opportunity, so on and so forth. Kind of saying that people kind of bring up my review about the album more than the album itself, which, I mean, is an assessment I kind of agree with.
Is that true? I mean, on YouTube, on Twitter, you think out in the world, the general music lovers are out there thinking about, not about Halsey's album, but about Anthony Fantano's opinion about her album? This guy's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. Twitter is not the world.
Maybe one that is.
Yeah, her album tracks is streamed way more times than his review. Not even, I mean, I don't even know how many views his review got.
A little skewed in my mind, because most of the time when I'm hearing about the album, it's people kind of trying to dig it into my back like a knife and twisting it. So, I mean,
because
at least from my perspective, that's what it seems like.
Because it was not a real music review. It was projecting upon her.
And look, I'm witness to a lot of music discourse online, a lot of music discourse about a lot of artists and a lot of albums I've covered in the past. And there's a lot of albums that I see people talk about quite positively or praise or bring up.
Yeah, people in his circle bring up his review more often than Halsey's album. For the overall world, if Halsey is known and Fantano is not. Yeah. It's like Queeman and the stuff he was saying about Asians, you know? Like his assumptions about the world in relation to his experiences going to a movie where there's a lot of Asians. Like, it's a very small world to make statements about people based on his very limited experience. Like, forming an opinion about people, like, overall, the world. Yes, framing the world based on narrow and personal experiences, yes. Like last stream when he was saying the stuff about when he was joking about how women don't have consciousness, but it's like, you know, an element of, he has elements of those beliefs and the things that he says. It's all just it's an imprisoned way to live. It's a very limiting way to live. Like, it harms you. Being reactionary and closed off, it hurts you. It's inconvenience to other people, or worse. Hopefully nothing. Hopefully neutral. But it limits, like, your one life. Unless you are a rapist, and then the karmic wheel of rape turns.
Out of the context of my reviews quite often, and you know, kind of getting into certain tracks or things they like about
Life can be so much more if you let it. Yes. And if you're just curious, just being curious, Like when me and Brooks were talking about being curious is an incredibly valuable trait. And if you look at things through if you try to look at things through the lens of being curious about something, anything outside of yourself, then you move towards things that can lead to more, you know? Discover things, you know? There's a lot of shit and dirt on the path, but in the mud, there are like little diamonds, you know? That make trudging worth it. But if you are shutting yourself off and reacting in a fearful way, that's what it is. Fearful, insecure, you know? Then you feel good about, you know, you can make yourself, like, feed your ego, make yourself feel better and bigger because of you rejecting the things outside of you. Devaluing other things outside of you so that you can feel like you have value because you don't feel valuable enough and stable enough in your identity. There's so much more. The world is so much wider than that. It's like, and it's very sad, and let's not let these things happen without making it, you know, reinforcing the reality that it is sad. Like, they are just having, like, emotional reactions and letting their, that control them. They're not just experiencing feelings, they are getting triggered by things that they have like a knee-jerk emotional reaction to bearing witness to something. They look at a thing, they experience it, and it goes inside of them, and it changes their insides, and it makes them lash out or clench in, you know? Like but either way, it's a negative outcome that cuts off possibility to discover anything, you know, to be interested in anything. It's you know, it's a normal way for people to live, but let's just, you know, that's the lesser way to live.
So on and so forth.
But yes, it is all, like, you're putting all your energy that you could be putting into growing and enriching yourself to just fortifying, like, you know, making a mud fort inside of you.
Halsey's last record is honestly not an album I see people talk about much, if at all, outside of the context of bringing it up in lieu of a review that people seem to be more obsessed with than the album itself. So I kind of like co-signed that sentiment in kind of a cheeky, jokey way, because it's not really necessarily a statement on the quality of the album itself, but more the insanity of those who keep bringing it up, the people who tend to talk about the album the most.
Okay. We will have to, because this is like an hour long. No. What's happening? Oops. Resizing. Okay, we're gonna have to move on because it's been 6 hours and we still have, so we get an idea of what he was providing. Okay, his which was nothing, is I'm sorry.
Hi, everyone. Anthony.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that all of you are fucking haters. A dung fort? Yeah, possibly. I'm gonna get another half of peanut butter and jelly because I'm melting. So let's palate cleanse. Good night, Passashock. Okay, one sec.
Hold the phone, hit the hip, cheek to cheek. Push me away like I'm Lucifer, so to speak. My focus is on the cold, cold butter running down your neck and the sweat. Feet touch, brush hands, feathers ache. We can swing if you prefer, so to speak. My breath moves your hair in a round at a glance like a pirouette and the sweat. I give myself to you as long as you move on the floor. Dancers, hip to hip. Dancing, cheek to cheek. Dancers, hip to hip. Dancing, cheek to cheek. Dancers, hip to hip. Dancing, cheek to cheek. Dance, oh dance, got to dance. Shoulders back, chest out, I'm poised like a goddamn mate, so to speak. I can taste the mood in my mouth like particles of punch-drunk love and the sweat. Bold moves, ice rink lines cut from the moves they make, so to speak. Somebody tell me where I go like a goddamn homing dove and the sweat. I give myself to you as long as we move on the floor. Dancers, hip to hip. Dancing, cheek to cheek. Dancers, hip to hip. Dancing, cheek to cheek. Dancers, hip to hip. Dancing, cheek to cheek. Dance, oh dance, got to dance. Hot waves make change. Hot circles in my cage. Hot waves make change. Hot circles in my cage. Hot waves make change. Hot circles in my cage. I'm a dancer, you're a dancer. Let's dance. Seen you exploding from chrome hooves. Where we're going, we don't need glue. Can he run in a tutu? He looks a little long in the gold tooth. Watch, my 60, go, far, far.
Genesis Owusu and his family. That's awesome, Archer. I think Peter put him in the music video reviews tomorrow. Let me see if this works. This works. Here's the instructions and here's the Discord. Tomorrow evening, music video reviews. On Kick. Before that, we'll have a chat with Sleepy. Oh, Dav? Awesome. Were you talking about it too? Okay. Let's get settled in. Ready to suffer. Actually, you know what? Med check real quick. Tell how stoned I am. I feel like I could maybe be a little more. Right, Frankie? We'll watch this and then we'll go to Kick. And watch Interview with the Vampire. Hi, baby. Frankie's back. Her up. She's just such a beautiful little baby. My beautiful baby. cool. All right. Now. Now we shall watch the video that Anthony put out a day ago. I'm just staring at beautiful Frankie. Anyway, okay. So we will watch now Anthony Fantano's video from yesterday addressing my most hated review, responding to criticism and drama surrounding my review of Halsey's The Great Impersonator. You know what?
Fantano here, Internet's busiest music nerd. Hi everyone, Anthony Fantano here, Internet's busiest music nerd. Hope you're doing well. And it's time to talk about the most hated and controversial review I have on this YouTube channel. My review of Halsey's The Great Impersonator. Now, I'm no stranger to takes I've given on this channel.
It has less than 500,000 views on the video, by the way.
Dogging me for years. And sometimes the very persistent fan comments and reactions will cause me to go back and listen to the record again. This can result in reactions where I more or less feel justified in my feelings and circle back around to give my thoughts more thoroughly. But sometimes I do actually change my mind with a little or a lot of audience pressure. Generally speaking though, this is a pretty rare occasion as I've put out thousands.
Okay. We'll see. The entire thing, again, the point was not that you didn't like it. It was that you were projecting a bunch of insane, misogynistic shit that you were projecting from when a girl broke your heart back in the early 2000s. Megan, Rebecca, Catherine. You projected a whole bunch of shit onto Halsey, which was not reflective of her. You called her a sheltered, angsty, what was it? Main character syndrome girl. You spoke with such confidence that she had nothing of depth to be talking so dramatically about. Turns out it's about her having cancer and lupus and almost dying and stuff. Let's see in this video if he gives any more clues as to my theory about what he thought the album was supposed to be. That he took it literally with her cosplay of music legends and The Great Impersonator being the title of the album, and the way that he talked about the album not really evoking the inspirations that she drew from. I'm trying to remember what he said. I don't remember. I think that he just literally thought it was supposed to be her doing impersonations of them. I don't know. There's no way you're wrong on that one. He had to have taken it literally. Yes. And there's something very disturbing about such a confidently wrong man. Not just a confidently wrong man, but a coping and seething wrong man. Competent and wrong.
Thousands of reviews over the years on this channel, literally, and I still stand 10 toes down for the vast majority of all of them.
Don't
My
care.
point is,
literally, I don't value, like, I don't know. We'll I think we're gonna do some coverage of Fantano's reviews in the future. I'm going to be reviewing his reviews in the future. See how that is. I haven't really watched any of his reviews. I don't know what his reviewing, critiquing is like. So we'll see. We'll see. This is a funny still. But yeah, this shows how, like, close-minded, like, how good of a reviewer can you be if your worldview is so narrow? You know? Like, you can talk about sounds you like, but how are you going to talk about what the music, what the album means? How are you going to talk about lyrics? How are you going to talk about, you know, about it in its totality other than, like, if you think it sounds good? No serious reviewer should ever justify the review after the fact except in extreme circumstances. Yeah, he's just mad. I look forward to watching someone review Aiko's reviews of Fantano's reviews. I'm a hard person to review, if you couldn't tell by the fact that we've been doing this for 6 hours. But, yeah. I'm always open to reacceptions.
Lots and lots of examples of viewers being...
Yeah, how can you convey the emotions of the project if you can't relate in any way? Exactly. And this just tells me that it is a fact. Okay, the way that in 2017, Fantano said, wished Halsey good luck in the coming year of her career. So that prediction didn't work out, right? I am making a prediction. I don't know when, probably sooner rather than later, but this is what this is his whole bit. Instead of just being like himself as a valid entity, he has to be the best, the legend, the greatest that ever did it. Someone is going to surpass you. That is just going to happen. And when that happens, I think he will crumble. Yes, Sultano. True. True. I keep looking at the chat and my eyes go around and I forget what I was going to say. D'Anthony Sultano. Where's Dan? Dan? Ugh. My back hurts. Frankie is here, so I'm a little more squished up.
Unhappy with a certain take I've given, which is fine. I'm not right about everything, and at the end of the day, I'm mostly just stating.
The problem wasn't you were not reacting to her. You were not reviewing and critiquing her music. You were coming up with this fantasy about who she is as a person, and it was not pretty.
My preferences. The debate.
Ooh, yes. Copthany Maldtano.
Around the Halsey review doesn't feel like it's coming down to just subjective misalignment on what we think feels or sounds good when it comes to...
No! He's full of shit.
Music we're listening to. It's less to do with that and more to do with, I guess, the content of my character, which in the eye...
No, it's about what you did. People are... It's not fucking personal. You're taking it too personally. There's no, like people have a direct line to his heart, you know? He is affected. Perpetually affected. You should know the content of your character. You shouldn't be defending the totality of your being because you said some dumb shit on a YouTube video that got less than 500,000 views for the best who ever did it.
Of this review's many detractors is that I'm evil, an evil misogynist bully who exists purely to
purely. Always look at okay, this is a good example of the thing that I say. When people add extra qualifiers, right? That I'm evil.
An evil misogynist bully.
An evil misogynist. Not just misogynist bully. An evil misogynist bully.
Who exists purely to attack women.
Who exists purely to attack women. It's like what when Destiny said, I
have no problem talking with a lot of things with like a 13, 14, 15-year-old girl without feeling like the overwhelming compulsion to f them or even see them that sexually.
You know? When he says the overwhelming compulsion to fuck them or even see them that sexually. If you take away these key words that they add in, right? Does the statement still stand? Without feeling the compulsion to fuck them or see them sexually. Can that not stand on their own and be true? If you take away the evil
misogynist bully who exists purely to attack women.
Who exists purely to attack women. So what about just a misogynist bully who attacks women? Would that just be true if you said that? Like that was the thing that you did? It doesn't have to be the totality of your being. You know what shows good character is being able to take the L. Be like, oh, I didn't even realize, like, oh, some of the internalized misogyny that we all have been absorbing since birth into our pores. It's inescapable. Okay? It's just, if you're not aware of it, then it can fucking run rampant. You're not in control of your mind and your actions. Or, I mean, you are, but you're not, you know, you're being avoidant. Yeah, a misogynist bully who attacked a woman. I mean, yeah, in that happening, that you don't have to be that, only that. But when you're that guy, oh wait. Where is... No.
I think it feels weird if you use a butt later. I think it feels weird if you use a butt later. I think it feels weird if you use a butt later.
Atrioc. Steve Ranazizi. They're like, Atrioc gets caught masturbating to deepfake porn of his streamer friends. I'm not that guy. That's not who I am. Look, my wife is here. She doesn't think I'm that guy. I'm not that guy. See? He's not that guy. Steve Ranazizi lied about escaping the Twin Towers during 9/11. he was coping and seething about it. Talking to, I can't remember who he was talking to. Was it Howard Stern? I don't remember. But he was like, "That's not the guy I am." Yeah, you're not that guy always, but in the context of someone lying about being involved in a major event, you are that guy. Atrioc, in the context of looking at deepfake porn of his friends, yeah, you were that guy. Anthony Fantano, an evil misogynist bully who exists purely to attack women. That's just cope. You don't want to say that you are, like, you're talking about the totality of your existence. That's not what it is, and you cannot put that on us, okay? This is a shield. The purely and the evil is a shield, but it does not shield you. Because in that moment, in that 2024 review of Halsey's album, you were a misogynist bully who attacked a woman. And that's just what it is. Hey, that guy. This is see on the screen. I'm like too stoned to even know where things are.
Or a woman dealing with a severe illness is that I'm evil. An evil misogynist bully who exists purely to attack women. Or a woman dealing with a severe illness, specifically in this case. For context, Halsey recently commendably fought lupus, a process she says took 8 years from the—
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up. What do you mean commendably? Why are you adding that in there? Why? Like, first of all, I just want to give a round of applause to Halsey for being so brave in trying not to die. Why are you doing this? Like, is it I'm sure a very difficult, terrible thing to go through? Yes. Is that a commendable thing to fight your way through it? Yes. But this motherfucker is not to be in a position to be giving commendations. Especially on Halsey's health.
Those initial symptoms that regularly impacted her well-being and health, to finally getting the diagnosis and chemo treatments needed for a more stable and comfortable life.
Here, oh, look at her Instagram post. Look, here she is being brave and fighting. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? No one cares about you validating her experience as a sick woman. That means nothing. He thinks that his thoughts are so valuable, but they're not. Who cares? No one cares. No one cares. You can tell that he thinks that he's like bestowing an honor. You know? I'm acknowledging. He's performatively acknowledging.
Now, attacks on my character over a music review are also nothing new to me. For more times than I can count, people have tried to put my musical preferences onto something severely wrong with me. He's not mentally all there.
That's literally true. That's just true, though. You can... Yes. Yes.
He's a misogynist.
Yes.
He's a bigot. He's Italian. Which is not...
Again, adding the he's Italian to lighten it up and make it, oh, silly allegation. He had to add a little joking thing in there. Mm-hmm.
Not something I usually get too in the weeds on, but this is one of the few occasions where it has made headlines. I'm not just simply coming on here to inflate the importance of a few unhinged Twitter stans, because these are now sentiments that have been echoed by Halsey herself, who...
Okay, and he showed this.
Because these are now sentiments that have been echoed by Halsey.
That's all, and good luck to this man. Being a woman dealing with serious health issues often means being afraid of telling the truth about the pain you're in because you're afraid of not being believed or seeming attention-seeking. He validated that fear to thousands of women. Who cares he gave a bad review? I care that a pay-for-clicks reaction YouTuber can facade as a pro-critic and say it's main character syndrome for an artist to lament her medical suffering on an album. Surprise about her own life. He's erased by 4chan edgelord bully. Yuck. Now, do we think that Fantano is gonna like understand the second tweet? I wonder if he's gonna show more, because it starts with oh wait, does it go backwards? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Oh, I read it backwards. Yeah.
Herself. Who cares he gave a bad review? I care that a pay-for-clicks reaction...
Of course he's focusing... Okay, of course he's focusing on that. What about me? But what about me? Jesus.
YouTuber can facade as a pro-critic and say it's main character syndrome for an artist to lament her medical suffering on an album about her own life. He's erased by 4chan edgelord bully. Yuck. So I'm an edgelord bully raised by 4chan who said it was main character syndrome to lament your sickness.
No, because you didn't say that she was sick. You said that she's sheltered and has nothing to really complain about. Just an angsty teenage lamenting. Dishonest.
Let's get directly into that last one there, since it deals in the review itself, and also saves me and you the time of having to go over the entire video, because for a few years now, her fans have been making a very clear black and white statement about what I say in this piece of content. That I said the music on this album reflected a main character syndrome, a self-obsession or over-inflation of one's abilities due to or because of Halsey's decision to sing about her own medical suffering.
You literally you didn't even fucking know, bitch. And if you did know, that'd be even crazier, because you didn't mention it. Just say, I didn't know. I didn't know, and I missed the mark. That's all you have to say. I didn't know, and I missed the mark. I was wrong in my presumptions of her. That's it. Jesus. Even without the misogyny, he basically shat on a cancer patient's project despite not relating or not bothering to try and understand in earnest. Exactly. How much of a fucking critic can you be when you can't even engage with the meanings of the concepts? Like, I don't care about your limited worldview assessment. Jesus.
So let's watch the clip together where I say that specific phrase to verify that. All right, here we...
No, you don't mention anything she goes through. Okay, we're just gonna get through this so that we can watch interview. Okay? We're just gonna get through this.
We are ready to watch this clip, so let's do it. When she sings about needing to kill her ego because may in fact kill her, she was not kidding, because this entire record has the worst case of main character syndrome I've heard on any pop album in 2024. Not only due to the fact, okay, it is true, around the 7-minute mark in the review, I do actually say that phrase, lock 'em up, throw away the key, I'm guilty. And look, it's totally fair for you as a viewer to decide whether or not that's a fair assessment of the album and its writing, or even if that's language that's
The audacity of, what do you mean you just acted like you were gonna prove everyone you just acted like you were gonna prove everyone wrong, and then you go, actually, I mean, yeah, I said it, but so what? Trying to avoid seeming self-obsessed by not writing autobiographically, seeming arrogant because you're just making things out. Trying to avoid seeming self-obsessed by not writing autobiographically, seeming arrogant because you're just making things up about things you have no experience with. Yes, no, absolutely.
Too harsh for a review generally. But what you can't do is tell me why I'm saying the things I'm saying, especially when I have told you guys why I've said them.
No one. I don't know who you're fighting with on Twitter, but that's not the fucking contention. That is not the fucking contention. There's no... You didn't indicate she was sick in any regard, probably because you didn't know, because you don't care and you're not interested in what the album's about, because you have a very narrow worldview and you live in a little dollhouse that's constructed of your the context of your career that your ego lives inside.
Because I didn't just merely say, oh, this album has main character syndrome, but because immediately after this, I say not only due to the fact, meaning this assessment I have just made of the album is because of things I'm about to list out and describe. So let's go over this list of problems I have with the album. Not only due to the fact that this record subjects listeners to multiple indulgent cuts that sound like messy demos and just would not make it onto a more respectable release that was actually well conceptualized. Okay, so my first issue that I list is multiple indulgent tracks with draft quality production or subpar production that, again, would...
I feel like that's not the first.
Not make it onto an album that had...
I don't think that was the first. What time did he say it was?
Okay, so my first issue... respectable release, messy multiple indulgent tracks with draft quality production or subpar production that, again, would not make it onto an album that had maybe a bit more effort or focus being put in on the production and recording side, which Halsey has proven herself to be capable of before, most notably on her last record prior to this one, which I, for the most part, gave a positive review. I mean, I understand as a hardcore fan...
For the most part? Okay. Note for the future. Watch old. You see how this is? I brought out the clipboard for this. I brought out the clipboard for our ICO logging of Anthony Fantano.
Why one might want to listen to tracks that are like draft quality, that's fine. But if they end up making the final cut on an album, you can't really be surprised when a reviewer takes issue with that.
What do you mean you take issue with? I didn't like that she added draft cuts on her album. It sullied the entire thing. Aww.
Reading some of the top comments of the review itself, I kind of got the sense that because of the life experience informing this album, that many of Halsey's fans would have allowed for pretty much
He just
informing
showed life imitating art. You could literally be dying, but some dude will still think you're doing too much, which is true. He didn't know and he didn't care. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be doing the worst thing. Would it have been worse if he knew that she was sick and he said these things? That would be crazy. I'm assuming the less bad thing, which is you just didn't care and weren't aware and just projected Megan onto her 14-year-old Megan from the past onto her. Haley didn't abandon you at homecoming, okay? She didn't embarrass you in front of the other kids in your class when she rejected you.
this album that many of Halsey's fans would have allowed for pretty much this album to have or contain just about anything musically or sonically, which again is fine if that's your preference, but your average reviewer is going to be more critical and much harsher when it comes to songs on that quality level.
I am the god of what? Listen, he is, okay, much like how Chud Logic does not like race mixing and the creation of what he calls brown sludge, okay? Anthony Fantano does not want the perfectly produced album to be ruined by sitting next to the rough cut drafts. Disgusting.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed about chasing the gawk. I'm a fucking retard like you are, bro. Now, I'll be honest, I've not looked up the precise case law or whatever for this, but that just intuitively to me makes sense. Oh, this guy's a lawyer and a creator, so I'm just going to agree with him. Why do you care so much about, that? It's just very irritating that all these fucking perspectives I see swimming around and circulating about me.
About Ice. About Ice murdering Renee Good. Not about Chud Logic, literally. That's about... He was defending Ice murdering Renee Good. But anyway, so back to... Anthony, what was it? Pope Tano, Steve Tano. I forgot what it was. Anyway, back to him.
And again, I'm sorry, just allowing for anything because of the backstory of the album is just a very lowbrow way.
Allowing anything for the backstory of the album is lowbrow. I'm gonna make these so fucking dry, you won't even believe it. Hopefully, Meltdown, yes. Yeah, it would have been awesome if he actually critiqued the music. If he critiqued the music and didn't care about the backstory, fine. It's He literally was describing what the backstory was. He was making presumptions about what the backstory was. He gave the album a 1-star review out of 10. What do you mean the entire thing was about your imagined backstory? From the traumatized 14-year-old, I don't know how old he was. The traumatized young boy, heartbroken by the manic pixie dream girl, 500 days of summer. No, that was too late. 10 Things I Hate About You. You know? She, it seems like Halsey is triggering Anthony Fantano's inner incel. Because he had an emotional reaction and created this whole narrative about what kind of person she was, what her life is, what she was trying to do with the album. But listen, considering the backstory of the album is just very lowbrow, guys.
Of engaging with art. All that being said, though,
it's a lowbrow way of engaging with art? What are you talking about? Hey, Magenta.
level, be more if that's in just about anything musically or sonically, which again is fine. Got the sense that because of the life experience informing this album, that many of Halsey's fans would have allowed for pretty much this album to have or contain just about anything musically or sonically, which again...
Musically or sonically. Okay. That wasn't what you were talking about.
And is fine if that's your preference, but your average reviewer is going to be more critical and much harsher when it comes to songs on that quality level. And again, I'm sorry, just allowing for anything because of the backstory of the album is...
Like, if you add something and it's attached... Are these songs just like extra? These drafts are just like there's the album and then there are like a few extra ones attached that are rough? Dude, ugh.
Just a very low-brow way of engaging with art. All that being said...
Unlike the highbrow way that he engages with art when he's flexing his thighs at us without warning. I need a trigger warning when Anthony Fantano is about to reveal his limbs to us.
So, taking issue with the production quality and performance quality on some of these tracks has nothing to do with Halsey's illness. So,
because you didn't know about it, you dumb bitch.
You dumb cracker bitch. At the very least here, I did not cite that as my reasoning for saying the album has main character syndrome.
Because you didn't
let's
know.
Keep fishing and see if I do that. So yeah.
We're not fishing. He's doing this on purpose, right? He's doing this intentionally. This deflection is disgusting. Disgusting. Anthony Fantano deserves the downfall.
That, and also all of the lyrics on this record where it seems like Halsey is just hell-bent on making sure the audience knows just how dark and tortured and edgy she is.
Okay, the next issue that I cite is that the quality of the lyricism on the album can...
What? The quality of the lyricism which can be edgy?
Just how dark and tortured and edgy she is.
Okay, the next issue that I cite is that the quality of the lyricism on the album can run a little bit edgy, which I could see viewers as interpreting me going at what Halsey is literally singing about. As
I want to see, okay, let's see if he brings up in here, if he covers the part where he like compares it to Avril Lavigne and early Taylor Swift and 90s 2000 teenage rom-com No Experience, this skits from this TikTok girl about women who are insufferable.
As a topic or a source of inspiration. That can run a little. Next issue that I cite is that the quality of the lyricism on the album can run a little bit edgy, which I could see viewers as interpreting me going at what Halsey is literally singing about as a topic or a source of inspiration. That is, if I didn't actually cite an example of lyrics whose writing was particularly bad.
Yeah.
They say all dogs go to heaven. Well, what about a bitch? What about an evil girl left lying in a ditch?
Once again, if you knew about her health problems and you said this stuff anyway, that would be more insane. You didn't say anything because I don't think you knew, but if you did know, that's fucking crazy. Because, you know, at first, when I first saw the lyrics, I was like, oh, yeah, they are pretty cringe. They do sound angsty, like an angsty kid. But I didn't know anything about what this even was. But with the context that she's literally talking about dying and having cancer and lupus and whatever else, it's completely different. This might be a stretch, but this sounds like he went on a Halsey hate thread on Reddit and based his reviews on the takes before he listened to the project. Oh yeah, that's not a stretch. I completely believe it. Absolutely. Because I'm sure as a longtime career Halsey snarker, Anthony Fantano, like other snarkers, where do they go to snark? Where do they go for snark material? Reddit. Well, I mean, you know, I forgot he's not on like I forgot that he's like supposed to be on the lefty side. For a moment, I placed him on the Ethan Klein, Asmongold, anti-snarker side. You know what I mean? Like, according to his positions and his performative declarations, he should be on the snark side of, you know, the morally neutral snark, but he's not. Yeah, he had pre-existing Halsey hate threads running in his head in perpetuity. Exactly. Again, he's had beef with her for over a decade. That's crazy.
This is like not great lyricism. I think it's pretty clear that my problem with these words is not the topic of mortality, but
no, it's that you kept saying that she was angsty and you compared her to young teenage Avril Lavigne and Taylor Swift. Because you didn't fucking know she was sick. I hope. Otherwise, you're actually a sociopath. As a professional psycho-stalker, I just schizo-project my mind beams from my brain palace and I generate all my takes purely from my own delusions. Yes.
the way the topic is being written about. While it is true, I certainly could have cited more examples to maybe be.
Everyone get in line to meet the girl who flew too high, who does it all just to be liked by strangers that she met online. Did it all to be included, my self-loathing so deep-rooted. Inner child's unrecruited, truth is I'm not suited for it. I mean, whatever. My special talent isn't writing, it's not singing. It's feeling everything that everyone alive feels every day. Okay. Feels every day, feels every day, feels every day. Okay, I don't know. I'll have to listen to it.
a little bit clearer about what I was getting at. Even without that, off of this clip alone, it's kind of hard for, at least me in my mind, to jump to the conclusion, oh, he hates that this woman sung about being sick. Let's see if I cite anything else
Every
here.
time he lied. This is a lie. Anthony Fantano. I'm gonna add lies to the title. Career Halsey snarker Anthony Fantano lies about something. We'll figure out the rest of it later.
In terms of a problem or an issue. Halsey doesn't really seem interested in these styles of music for their aesthetics or what made them creative. Really, she only seems to be using them as a means of laundering untold amounts of just, again, childish angst. And
See, childish angst. Just say I didn't know she was sick, bro. Just say that. Oops, I didn't know that she was sick. I put my foot in my mouth. My bad. Anthony Fantano. Anthony Fantano, perhaps. See, he has no idea. He thinks she's a spoiled, selfish brat who is uppity and needs to sit the fuck down.
expecting us to sit here and wonder at it. You know, just marvel at how mediocre it is at genre switching and making songs that sound absolutely nothing like the artists that supposedly inspired them.
I'm so fucking right. Guys, I'm so fucking right. I'm so right. I'm so right about what I think happened. I'm so fucking correct. Tell me I'm wrong with what I think happened. Now, before we watch what he's about to say about this take, however he's about to explain it, here, I'll pause my comfort music for a moment. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I've learned so much about Anthony Fantano today. I feel very enlightened. I didn't really know anything about him before. But we'll get to know more soon. We'll do reviews of his music reviews. That'll be fun. We'll look at some of his old Halsey interviews. Videos. The edible. How long has it been? It's been 50 minutes since I took the last one, so it's starting to kick in again more. I was completely fucking right about what Anthony Fantano thinks this album is supposed to be. The metric that he's using. He saw Halsey dressed up, cosplaying as different musical legends. Cher, Bowie, who else? A bunch of different people, right? He saw her dressed up in cosplay. And he saw that the album's called The Great Impersonator. And he thought this album is about her impersonations of these other artists. That's what he thinks. He's been judging this based on it not sounding enough like other things. That's crazy. So he's about to explain elaborate. Because the fact that he just said that the songs sound absolutely nothing like the artist that supposedly inspired them, right? That's not a fucking metric. That's not... Who cares? What? Why are you supposed to... You're supposed to sound like... I've been listening to the Skinner Brothers a lot lately. And, they have, you know, elements of... What do they say? Like, it's like Arctic Monkeys with drum and bass and, like... I don't know. Like, I forget what the comparisons are. Fuck, I'm so stoned. Hold on, let me take a moment. They have inspirations, elements that they draw in. Who is judging a band based on, oh, you don't sound enough like your inspirations? Creativity is original, yes. But I don't think Anthony is creative. I don't think he understands that. I'm really looking forward to looking at his content and reviews and stuff. I'm really fascinated by this person.
Is at genre switching or at it. You know, just marvel at how mediocre it is at genre switching and making songs that sound absolutely nothing like the artists that supposedly inspired them. Okay, I'm gonna close that there so my...
Okay. Before we do that, I'm gonna record this. Okay.
supposedly inspired them. Okay, I'm gonna close that there so my laptop can stop working. Marvel at how mediocre to sit here and wonder at it. You know, just marvel at how mediocre it is at genre switching and making songs that sound absolutely nothing like the artists that supposedly inspired them. Okay, I'm gonna close that there so my laptop can stop whirring. But yeah, last issue that I cited was the mediocre...
Uh-huh. If I still have my Vocode app trial, I think it's over. I think it was only a few days. Hey, Strable. Fantano makes me glad I got over being opinionated on music and other media. Opinionated is... Like, having opinions, great. Needing your having an ego and being insecure in your opinions and needing to dominate other opinions with yours to prove that it's valid because you don't feel valid within yourself. That it makes, that's like shitting on the party. She did actually do the artist comparison for this album. He just didn't make that connection that was an intentional part of the album. Yeah, okay, so he just doesn't see it. This is very, so much of the substance comes back to my mind, which you watched yesterday. If you weren't here for that, here, I've uploaded our review to my Patreon. And thank you to my paid patrons that make it so I can make everything at free tier on Patreon. Hey, Wasp. So check that out. Okay.
Genre switching across the album. But yeah, last issue that I cited was the mediocre
It's
genre.
like it's a limiting. It's bad for you. It limits you. So instead of being curious and going out into the world and enriching yourself and widening your horizons, you know, get to the next level. Something that really when I felt like I was in like this, in the process of me getting better, feeling like I had reached a threshold in my mind where I didn't like the way that I thought, but I didn't know what I didn't know what I was missing. And then it just like kind of, the word sophomoric occurred to me, and it reminded me of literally being a sophomore in high school and thinking that I knew everything, that I was so wise and had opinions about things, about the world. And I think it made me think about how confident I was and had no right to be. And that's very embarrassing. And I don't want to be embarrassing, you know, to myself. I don't want to be that. So thinking about it, do you want to stay in this sophomoric mindset where you are like a forever angsty, overconfident teenager? It might feel like normal and like when you feed your ego and get that outside validation from trying to be like, I'm dominant, I'm bigger and better than you. I lost my train of thought. When you that vapid surface level validation that you get, praise for something, that feeling that feeds your ego, your little infant baby ego that you have to feed and coddle and change its diapers when it makes a mess for you, because it will, and it does. That can feel good and validating, but it's not. It's a prison. Like, you don't have to stay here in this miserable state of being. You can go out there and find yourself. Go be curious. Figure out what you're interested in. You know? I don't know. It doesn't have to be this way. Hey, 1,000 lifetimes.
We're switching.
Okay, Foucault. I don't know what. I don't remember which one is which. These guys and their names.
Across the album, which was a pretty core focus for me in the review, because if you worrying, but yeah, last issue that I cited was the mediocre genre switching across the album, which was a pretty core focus for.
Guys, hold on. I demand a round of applause. Anthony Fantano gave himself multiple rounds of applause at the beginning of his Cope stream, but the real winner is me. Why?
Okay, I'm gonna close that there. switching and making songs that sound absolutely nothing like the artists that supposedly inspired them. Okay, I'm gonna close that there so my laptop can stop whirring. But yeah, last issue that I cited was the mediocre genre switching across
It's on the screen.
the album.
Bad genre switching, parentheses, not so good impersonations. Come on. Come on. Come on.
I just got raped, dude. I just got fucking raped.
Except it's Anthony Fantano. That's crazy. Okay. Okay.
Which was a pretty core focus for me in the review, because if you read the album, which yeah, last issue that I cited was the mediocre genre switching across the album, which was a pretty core focus for me in the review, because if you recall, a pivotal part of this album's PR rollout was Halsey styling herself as these different iconic, influential, mega talented artists across different eras of popular music. Something that I guess would have been fine if we were talking about photos.
Oh my god. See, it really, now that it's come full circle, right? Because the first thing that we watched was the video that he's watching and reviewing right now. It all, I'm just fucking right. I'm just the most right person that's streaming right now. That's crazy. He's just like, well, this is what that meant. This was a display of her ego, especially with the context of how he talked about her, how he was snarking her in 2017 and was referring to beef he had with her. Prior to that, in that video, he saw this and was like, oh, she's saying that she's just as good as them. And that made him angry. Hey, Reed. That, not only did he think that, but it made him triggered. He gave this album a 1 out of 10. That's 0.5 if it's out of 5. Do you understand how incel this is? Anthony Fantano is an incel. I didn't expect to diagnose anybody today. And typically I don't diagnose people. But like, I am unironically diagnosing Anthony Fantano as a soy, performative male feminist incel. I don't even know Halsey's music at all. But that's so crazy. Let's listen.
As focus for me, I'm
Okay.
gonna close that there so my laptop.
Right now, I'm a rewind Andy today. I don't know what the cut of this stream it will be that I upload. It's gonna be a mess. Just know if you're watching the upload, I'm mainly uploading this because I want to make an epic thumbnail. So, yeah.
Can stop.
Hopefully it'll make sense at least.
But yeah, last issue that I cited was the mediocre genre switching across the album, which was a pretty core focus for me in the review, because if you recall, a pivotal part of this album's PR rollout was Halsey styling herself as these different iconic, influential, mega talented artists across.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you stand amongst the gods with your audacity. He didn't hear anything. He just saw the press packets or whatever, the press release, whatever. He saw it and he was like, bitch, sit the fuck down. Bitch, you're mid. I am Anthony Fantano. I am the maddest boy with the brokenest heart. Sit down. Sit down. You do not deserve to be there.
Different eras of popular music. Something that I guess would have been fine if we were talking about photos and photos alone, but Halsey actually attempted to recreate and embody the sounds of many of these artists within the track list of this album, and fell horribly short. Now it is,
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what it's like. I have no idea. Did it deserve a 1 though?
true in retrospect. I have a better understanding of how this plays into Halsey's experience with her health.
Oh, okay, because now he knows. Now he knows. He literally is just coping and seething. Oh, I see. He's revealing this now because it's... So he's revealing, oh, I didn't know to this degree. Okay. I'm just making, like, predictions as we go along, just little bits, so I can keep winning and being the most right person on the internet at this very moment. Or at least that's streaming.
Specifically with regards to...
It's a thing about lupus, and SLE is one of several diseases known as the great imitator because it often mimics or is mistaken for other illnesses. Yes, okay.
Lupus. But that doesn't experience with, in retrospect, I have a better understanding of how this plays into Halsey's experience with her health, specifically with regards to lupus. But that doesn't make the process of listening to these songs any more interesting or Halsey's impressions any better. Not only that, but this is not a signifier that I, as a reviewer, had any issue with Halsey singing about her illness.
Because I didn't know about it?
Because that's not what assessing something as bad musical cosplay is.
Okay, I hope. Please tell me you didn't know. Please tell me you didn't know. Please tell me you didn't know she was sick. Please tell me that he didn't know, because otherwise, like, what he's saying, that he's acting as if he knew. He's presenting himself as if he knew. But if he knew, that's worse.
Okay, so we watched the clip, and I'm sorry, but the allegation that I said the album had main character syndrome because Halsey was sick or decided to sing about being sick is bullshit and stupid. So then...
I feel like he's not going to bring up the Avril Lavigne part.
Why is it people have been running with that exact narrative for 2 whole years? Maybe because it's easier to characterize a review as evil and having nothing to do with the quality of the art at all than it is to come to grips with your favorite dropping an album that maybe you don't really listen to that much. Could it be my dislike of this album has nothing to do with the pain that inspired it and just that I think the music stinks? Could it be that making art about important topics doesn't make it important art? Thank you, St. Vincent.
Tell me
Could it be that positive reviews aren't de facto feminism, just like negative reviews aren't de facto misogyny? And look, it's still fine to disagree or even have comments or disagreements on how the review was written, formulated. I know the review is not perfect. No review is.
Formulated? What are you, a fucking alchemist? What are you talking about? Is he that stupid? Does he not get it? Or is he being dishonest? Like, okay. Is it complete dishonesty, or does he also not actually get it? Like, he doesn't really think that that's the main point. Like, does he think that's the point, or is he just deflecting with this point? Both?
Aren't de facto feminism, just like negative reviews aren't de facto misogyny. And look, it's still fine to disagree or even have comments.
I feel like he thinks that people do think that.
Or disagreements on how the review was written.
I mean, there are some people who do, but they don't count. If people are too mixed up or stupid, or, you know, just fundamentally, like, I don't want to deal with that. It's like a bundle of, you know, your necklaces. Have you gotten necklaces tangled? You know, have you ever fucking tried to untangle a bunch of necklaces? It's like some people, that's how I'm going to refer to people now. When people come in and they say things and I'm like, I could, but why the fuck would I? Trying to untangle a bunch of necklaces is it can be done, but it's painstaking. And it's like, do I have to? And the answer is no. You are a bunch of tangled necklaces that I do not need to do anything with.
Formulated. I know the review's not perfect. No review is. There's actually a whole range of criticisms you could make of this review that are valid and I'm more or less fine with, because they don't involve making me public enemy number one.
Everything is about, what about my image? What about me? What about me? Why won't someone think about me and my legacy? You can criticize me, but don't have a negative opinion about me. About me. God.
And could I have made more of a focus on Halsey's personal experience in the review itself? Sure.
Again, please tell me you didn't know.
Yes, but it wasn't really driving most of my feelings on the album, and I don't think that would have stopped people
You had a lot of feelings, and I don't think it was about the album.
from getting angry with me. After all, many of y'all have a tendency to attach my less than glowing feelings on any given album to the most taboo topics held within that record when I do address them, as evidenced by this very popular Fiona Apple fan fiction, where someone as evidenced by this very popular Fiona Apple.
Okay, let's read this comment that really got to him. You are misogynist. There's nothing special about your opinion. You do not, and you will never in your life understand the meaning of this album. I mean, first of all, first two sentences are just objectively fucking true. They're just I think he was saying like Fiona Apple in a negative way. Was he?
Feelings on any given album to the most taboo topics held within that record when I do address them, as evidenced by this very popular Fiona Apple fan fiction, where someone...
Yeah, Fiona Apple fan fiction. Interesting, derogatory towards Fiona Apple. That's also a very interesting... That's a very interesting point. Fiona Apple, another very intense, passionate woman singer that sings about her feelings. Yes, Fiona Apple is a genius. And he is attributing that to this. Keep that in mind. He's calling this Fiona Apple fan fiction. Okay? I'll start again. You are misogynist. There's nothing special about your opinion. You do not and you will never in your life understand the meaning of this album. You feel as though she had a lack of lyrical filter, as if it's a flaw in her writing. It's not a flaw in her writing. She said the word rape and you were scared. A woman didn't stay silent about female pain like she should have, and I know that makes your thin, pasty skin crawl. I know it's scary. She would fail. She would fail if the world was run by cowardly men like you, but for the most part it is not. Tori Amos, who speaks about subjects like this from her own experience, has said that straight men are afraid of her music. This is your reaction. Your opinion on women's art is invalid. Stick to being a Death Grip stan and updates channel for now. It's a position that best fits your experience, Anthony. Oh, this is... I couldn't... What can I say? This might actually... You know, I'll take a screenshot of this because this might also be good for my thumbnail creation. Cool. Just awesome. Yeah, but yeah, so this, he said it that this was a Fiona Apple fan fiction. So I find that quite disgusting. You know, I'll be honest, being a streamer first on Twitch, and then YouTube, entering commentary, which was not women friendly. It's still really not, but it was really, really not. So I've never really actually complained about misogyny, like people being misogynistic towards me, because it was par for the course.
A little bit of bleeding is kind of par for the course.
Because I knew actively that there were no standards whatsoever, and I don't care about that. You know, I don't care about I don't care about the opinions of people that I don't value. You know, whose opinions that I don't value. But now that I think people are becoming a little bit more, you know, we're getting into the open ocean and it's not as completely only incel logic. Not just, that wasn't a reference to Chud Logic, but it applies to him too. I'm like, I guess, I don't know. I felt like I haven't really complained very much about misogyny, I think, in the past, specifically. I think I don't usually focus too much on it. I don't know. I'm very stoned and I'm trying to find the right words. In fact, most of commentary is very fragile compared to you. Yes. Because, like, again, the worst thing that a woman can do to, you know, the fragile men is humiliate them, make fun of them, laugh at them. Whereas, you know, as long as no one's touching me, I'm, you know, whatever. I just have to judge how safe, you know, like being in the street, same weird, you know, same shit can happen in the street and that's worse. Or, you know, IRL. But, you know, if you're not touching me, I don't care. Like, this just shows me what your thinking is. You're just revealing yourself to me, and that gives me information to know that you are irrelevant. Because there are so many other people. Like I said, there are diamonds within the trail of mud, the trek. There are bits of diamonds in the mud that are worthwhile if you can get yourself down the path. Also, you don't care about what chats say. Holy shit, do these guys freak out about chat? Yes. Yes, you pointed out? Okay. I don't know. I think maybe it's just... I guess maybe when people have been misogynistic to me, because it's like, I don't know. Or, I mean, like, I don't complain about anything, I guess, when has to do with me. I don't get mad at people for doing, and by people, I mean, like, you know, streamers, like Queeman for doing Asian accents. Like, I don't care. I just don't care. Like, it doesn't affect me at all. So I don't really think to complain about it. It's just speaks. It's just information and context on like where his head is at. You know what I mean? Like people doing stuff like that. But I guess what it is, I always felt like what's the point of pointing things out if everyone's that way, like, and no one cares? And like, I don't care because I don't, you know, like, I don't care about fixing any of these people. I don't need to deal with that. You know? But now, being out in a wider space, there are some people who care about, I guess, that. People... I guess I'm just so used to being in commentary now. And by people, I mean I don't mean only Queenman, but like, you know, people in chats and people who, you know, all the... I mean... Yeah. Like, yeah, like, men in the space have said really disgusting things about me, but I really don't... I honestly do not care. I just think I think it's funny and revealing. But now that there are other people out there, I'm just not used to being around people who actually would care. Like, honestly. Like, you know? I'm used to being in a space that doesn't give a fuck. So I guess, I don't know. I feel a little weird about... I feel like I'm not addressed. I feel like for a long time I had to like... It's the 2026, not infantilizing adults, especially adult men. I was infantilizing adult men and trying to like explain things in a way where they can like understand. And now that I'm not, honestly, I'm the most correct and the most free person streaming right now. Your biggest hater got kind of owned though. Which one? Hey, Call God. Soul? Oh, okay. I don't know if he was my biggest hater or not. I don't know if... Okay. Should I say... Should I... Speaking of my haters... Guess who messaged me an apology like a day or two ago? Guess. Just guess in chat. Who do you think emailed or emailed? I'm so stoned I said emailed. Who do you think DM'd me an apology for their past behavior towards me? Tom, more guesses. Soul. Shops. I'll give opportunities. I'm really stoned and I'm having a wonderful time. Thank you for being here. Edwin, just kidding. Dude. Aiden? I don't think Aiden did anything. I don't think Aiden did anything to me. That tomfoolery duck, Mrow, God. True. God is always snarking me. No, me and Aiden have never had beef. Bridget. They apologized for handling a situation poorly, making some arguments that they disagree with now. Kyla, Tony Hinchcliffe. None of them are right so far. Keep guessing. None of those are correct. Wasn't Rezi. Hey, Vanessa. Guy who scolded you, Hans, wasn't him. I'm gonna see. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on this song. I'm just gonna wait for someone to guess. Harry. Harry did. Yes, Eon. Harry did. Eon didn't even spell it correctly. Harry, but close enough. Like, he must really be down bad. You did? Oh, I didn't see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you? I don't see it. Never would have thought. I almost said that, but I was like, no way that would happen. Don't worry, Shia. I will obviously not fall for Perry's lies. You have muted, Perry muted in your chat. I think his name is... Oh! True! I forgot. I'll have to unban Perry's name. Okay. Well, you get credit, Bridget, then. But yes. He would have been guessing forever. Is that something that a mod can do, or do I have to do that? I think. If someone can you know, again, 2026, no infantilizing adults, especially adult men. No amounts, 0 amounts. And there's literally nothing. Like, Perry is on. Things have to be going extremely poorly if he's coming to me. Yeah, he did a period blood bit, like a whole. I didn't really. I watched some of it, but I didn't watch all of it. But the thing is that, like, I didn't care about that either. It's like gross, but to be honest, was it any grosser than stuff that I've said about Kyla? He hasn't streamed in like a week. Thank you. Thank you, Gray. People try writing his name in chat. Maybe it's a part of his recovery. It's just, I just gave so much time and energy to people who there was no reason for it. Also, his bit about the napalm girl from the Vietnam War. Didn't Klein say something like that of like 4 years ago? Like I said, I had the realization I'm way more soy than you. You definitely said some wild shit. Yes. Listen. Okay, listen. Okay. Was it better or worse than the stuff I was saying about Chud Logic that I had to delete from the VOD? Like, the whole, 20 minutes at the end. Who was there? Who was there during this? I talked about... I literally described the scenario. And I shouldn't repeat it. But it also included fluids. Yes, you were there. Yes. I was losing my shit at that. Listen. When people say crazy shit or do crazy shit, it just... I feel the vibe of, okay, how do I match that and go further? How do I, it just lets me have the opportunity to have fun if I want to. It's like permission. Yeah. Has Chud said anything about your theory time? Probably not. I haven't heard anything about that. I haven't. But listen. The karmic wheel of rape comes for them all. Okay? The karmic wheel of rape does not include the people who just are victims. Just to clarify, I've used that as an example of edgy humor that punches up. See, that's the thing. I have reasons for my you know, the people that I'm critiquing. You know, I'll be like, okay, this is what I think the level that, you know, I can match the energy. Go a little further, depending on how, you know, just a lot of it is vibes based, but it's intentional. And that's why, like, I don't when Soul was doing his thing, I'm like, I'm not gonna fight with a 20-year-old, a drunk 20-year-old. I don't care, you know? Like, I'm not gonna punch down like that. Why? But Perry does crazy shit in real life, like punching that random girl, that random woman, and breaking her nose in the street. What about a drunk 30-year-old? Yes. I'm gonna be 41 next month. I feel like it's, you know, like, unless there's like a real reason to. But I'm not, like, I literally don't care about them or what they say, so. Okay, let's continue. It's been almost 8 hours. Let's see.
Where someone imagines me getting triggered listening to the lyrics. So I'm fine saying that focusing simply on my feelings toward the music itself, as opposed to the record's backstory, may have been an omission out of fear on some level. But that's not proof I hate women or am endangering or striking fear in the hearts of ill women across the world.
Oh my god. Stop.
That's not proof I hate women or am endangering or. So I'm fine saying that focusing simply on my feelings toward the music itself, as opposed to the record's backstory, may have been an omission out of fear on some level. But that's not
An
proof
omission out of fear. Interesting. So is he agreeing with it?
To the most taboo topics held within that record when I do address them, as evidenced by this very popular Fiona Apple fan fiction.
The one that I read that was epic. Awards. I don't know what he means by any of this.
Someone imagines me getting triggered listening to the lyrics. So I'm fine saying that focusing simply on my feelings toward
Okay, okay, the comment was not imagining you getting triggered. Witnessing you being triggered.
listening to the lyrics. So I'm fine saying that focusing simply on my feelings toward the music itself, as opposed to the record's backstory, may have been an omission out of fear on some level. But that's not.
Omission out of fear? What the commenter said. You feel as though she had a lack of lyrical filter, as if it is. Hold on, my mouth is kind of dry. You feel as though she had a lack of lyrical filter, as if it is a flaw in her writing. It is not a flaw in her writing. She said the word rape and you were scared. That's what he's talking about. And he shows this screenshot for like a second, so it's hard to even pause and read it.
Do address them, as evidenced by this very popular Fiona Apple fan fiction, where someone imagines me getting triggered listening to the lyrics. So I'm fine saying that focusing simply on my feelings toward the music itself, as opposed to the record's backstory, may have been an omission out of fear on some level. But that's not proof I hate women or am...
So is he saying... I'm still desperately hoping that he didn't know about her backstory at all. Because if he did, he's actually a sociopath.
Endangering or proof I hate women or an omission out of fear on some level. But that's not proof I hate women or am endangering or striking fear in the hearts of ill women, endangering or striking fear in the hearts of ill women across the world. That's...
Okay, so while he said
or striking...
He shows Halsey's tweet. Being a woman dealing with serious health issues often means being afraid of telling the truth about the pain you're in because you're afraid of not being believed or seeming attention-seeking. He validated that fear to thousands of women. Yeah. They're talking... Did he see the word fear and think that he is the most main character bitch that who the fuck? He can't even distinguish anything outside of the context of it being about himself. This isn't about you. You validated the real fear that women have because it's a thing, and what you did validated that fear. Why are you dismissing? What do you even...
may have been an omission out of fear on some level, but that's not proof I hate women or am endangering or striking fear in the hearts of ill women across the world.
Guys, the important part is that you don't think that I'm doing it, okay? Hey, Toaster. It's not about you. It's a thing that's happening and you bumped into it. It doesn't matter. You and your tiny bit of relevance, only in the context of relevance. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck about your reputation, your legacy. I haven't even watched your reviews yet. We will be reviewing his reviews. The most important thing is not understanding what's even going on. He saw fear in women's hearts, sick women, and he's like, they're accusing me of them being afraid of me. Hey, Harry. Oh, Fantano seems very ego-driven. You have no idea. I've been doing this for almost 8 hours. Reviews of his music reviews. Reminder, Fantano has been snarking Halsey for over 10 years. Is this not how a lolcow is made? This is the pattern. No. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Being extremely egotistical and desperate to control their image online. And so they keep doing things and keep trying to convince people to see them a certain way, but they just make it worse and worse. But it's entertaining enough to watch. It's fascinating to watch. What release? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. Random stuff. I haven't watched his reviews. Maybe like maybe I saw the Drake Kendrick thing on there, but yeah. There's just so much to work with here. You know what I mean? Like a guy like this is food for a lot of conversation amongst us about the larger thing. Because ultimately, this is not about Anthony Fantano. It's about the overall system that he is participating in. He is saying, oh, I'm evil. Everyone's saying that I'm evil. No, we're saying that you are a basic bitch man. You are just a regular guy with internalized misogyny who is completely incurious about exploring the world or himself. No introspection, just blundering into low-cow territory. Okay? Just completely unself-aware. Their ego is such a fat baby that they're blinding them. It is very funny listening to him sit there and say, well, that doesn't prove I hate women. It is low-cow behavior. Yes, this is cope. This is not serious music criticism. It's like low-cows have to go online and try to convince strangers on the internet that they have a certain reputation. Hey, Kat. Fantano also doesn't know how to review movies. I think Jack Saint has a video about it. Oh, that would be interesting. You know, today, I feel like today is like a special day. This is, okay, please, please, please don't have let Anthony Fantano have raped. Because once, you know, you find a good lolcow and it's fascinating, but then you find out like, oh, they raped someone, and you're like, fuck. Now it's too dark to be fun. It's not fun anymore. So hopefully he has not done any rape. Let me see. This Fantano. Is it all about Fantano? Oh, watch Fantano's Marty Supreme review here. Doesn't he have... Okay, so I'll add this. No, wrong button. Stream. Add that to the stream thing.
Just a fantastical level of cartoonish evil that makes no sense.
No, you are an average, basic, mundane, banal happening. You are just another face in a sea of misogyny. And I don't even... Here's the thing. People will defend their character. Oh, you're saying I'm evil. I don't care if you're evil. I don't care about you at all.
Good morning. Damn, almost 8 hours. Gonna have to jump in the time machine.
Thank you so much, Grizzler, for the $5 super chat. Yes. It's been very long, but quite fascinating for me. Doesn't he have a secret MAGA channel? Who? But yes, it's not about you. It's not about you. When you are literally not in, when you're not in front of my face, I do not think about you. And that's literally everyone as well. They're thinking about other things. You are not the main character. No, he doesn't. He had a dumb meme channel like 10 years ago.
I'm sorry to my core viewers who may
Like, I don't know what he thinks. What do you think evil is? You know what's evil? Him taking offense and focus and acting like he's... Like, I guess since he thinks that he is all that there is, you know, as the main character, he doesn't understand that the fear is based on other things that actually affect us. You know? That actually affect us. I guess I'm a part of that too. You know? It's like no one gives a fuck. If someone thinks you're evil, whatever. I'm sure there are definitely people who think that I'm evil or have at some point. But no one gives a fuck about you because we're busy with our rape advocacies trying to not get murdered. And you are just another person that has shown that they do not get it. And that's fine. Who cares? On to the next.
felt that the review wasn't up to a standard they expect. Which brings me to cartoonish evil that makes no sense. I'm sorry to my core viewers who may have felt that the review wasn't up to a standard they expect. Which brings me to Halsey's and her fandom's characterization of me as a bully and edgelord, which is not...
I don't even know. I know the name. I can't even recall a song. You are a bully. Are you an edgelord? In the most pejorative sense, sure. The most pejorative way, like to be called, if you call yourself like a lefty or a leftist or whatever his deal is, progressive, being an edgelord is cringe as fuck. That is the most cringe thing you could be. You want to be an edgelord? Why are you over here? You should be on the other side. There's no such thing as edgy. Not anymore.
Just untrue, but in my view, performative and cynical. Because Halsey isn't pointing out a danger here. What she's trying to do is delegitimize a critic, which is...
She's not pointing out a danger here. She's talking about how there is literally the entire... Oh my god. That is an issue with the system that doesn't affect him, so it doesn't exist. It doesn't affect him, so it's not even a thing. He doesn't understand that, like, she's talking about, like, fears that have real impacts. It's not just, like, fears of feeling things. Like Anthony Fantano. He's not worried about other shit. Because he's a man. He's a white man. White cis man. You know, he's... You know, so he doesn't understand having a harder time in the system. So he only can relate to emotional triggers and fears. He sees Halsey talking about the fear of, you know, like medical misogyny, and just, you know, in general, the hysterical woman. These are things that actually affect women, and it has nothing. No one is afraid of Anthony Fantano doing anything, making them feel any kind of way. But yeah, I don't know. It's all really coming together, which also explains the like performative virtue signals. He just wants to know what the right he's like, I did the thing. I supported women these times. I defended women these times, and I was harassed for that. You clearly do not see women as like people, regular people. There's something else. He's right-wing hiding as a centrist. I thought he like agrees with Hassan sometimes or something.
Something she has a history of doing, like
I was banned on Bad Bunny's been gone forever. For a long time, for like years.
with this pitchfork.
True.
I've walked in 3 pride parades. Does that count?
Does that count? Frankie's taking up so much of the couch in front of me. I have nowhere to put my legs, and my body is getting uncomfortable. Ugh. He's old enough and he's progressive. He should be far less defensive. Something is off. Yes.
Work tweet. Whoops, accidental 9/11 joke there, but hey.
Okay, and he shows this again. He's using this. This is like he's doing the Hassan said America deserved 9/11 kind of thing. Like that, like, you know, throwing that in there. By the way, he did this other thing.
Trying to do is delegitimize her. He isn't pointing out a danger here. What she's trying to do is
you confirmed a fear that women have because of society. I don't know. I think he doesn't process what these words are, what they mean. It's like, I made the mouth noises.
Legitimize her critic, which is something she has a history of doing. Like with this pitchfork tweet. Whoops, accidental 9/11 joke there.
Halsey inadvertently makes joke calling for the collapse of One World Trade. Yeah, inadvertently. Okay, she didn't know. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Literally no one, and definitely not me.
But hey, it was a joke. She was just playing around. She apologized for it. It's fine. And okay, Halsey doesn't like being criticized that much. Who does? No big deal. What concerns me more, though, and what Halsey, to my knowledge, has not really explained, is does she still kiss her fans? Or let me put it this way. Does Halsey still kiss any of her fans on the mouth without verifying their age?
I don't fucking know, but I do not. I'm not going to just blindly believe his characterization.
or even without explicit consent? When did Halsey stop kissing fans? I know Halsey used to do this because fans wanted help to come out and because fans wanted her to be their first kiss. Does anyone have any info about why this stopped? She has multiple autoimmune diseases, so with her compromised immune system, it's a bad idea. She apparently will often do it anyway if you ask her because she doesn't want to let people down. Okay, you know what? These posts were 7 years ago. Maybe this is just fandom rumors of stuff that used to go on at meet and greets or behind the scenes or something. Surely there's no photos of this. Oh my god, there's actually photos of this. There's actually so many photos of this.
That's weird as fuck.
Way too many photos of.
That's very weird. Ugh. Yikes. That's a weird thing to do. They do look, I don't know how old they could be. I don't know how old this girl looks real young. She looks real small. But who knows? Yeah, not a fan of this. I think it's a bad idea just to do, even if you're doing this to adults.
Of this, why are there so many pictures? There's a whole account dedicated to this, and some of these people look so young I'm not even going to show their faces. But what's weirder is that a lot of her fans defend it. Let's
start with a major issue Army have with her. 1, did she kiss minors without consent? Does she still do it? Yes and no. People under 18 are referred as minors, so in a way she did do it, but the most important thing is that she never forced anyone to do it. It was something
start with the major issue Army have with Halsey. Did she kiss minors without consent? Does she still?
Very strange, very weird. At the same time, let's not forget that everything that we said before about the misogyny stands.
They'll do it. Yes and no. People under 18 are referred to as minors, so in a way, she did do it. But the most important thing is she never forced anyone to do it. It was something the fans asked for photographs. In the USA, the age of consent for a kiss is 13, and most Halls fans were over 13, so they gave consent to be kissed. I feel like when you're
I accidentally pressed this other button, but
this is something that I now look back on with so much regret.
Okay, I'm gonna say it's a little bit much. Yeah, I think it's fucking weird. It's weird and gross and inappropriate. Also, hasn't this isn't why he had beef with her. They didn't just say that being above a certain age gives automatic consent to being kissed, did they? No. They said every kiss was consented. And it was always just a harmless peck on the lips. It's very weird. Is that it's been 8 hours and 13 minutes.
The age of
that's a weird situation that should definitely be looked into more. That doesn't have anything to do with the problems of Anthony Fantano. Where you accidentally played the clip. Oh.
Consent for a kiss So in a way, she did do it, but the Halsey, did she kiss minors without consent? Does she still do it? Yes and no. People under 18 are referred to as minors, so in a way, she did do it. But the most important thing is she never forced anyone to do it. It was something the fans asked for photographs. In the USA, the age of consent for a kiss is 13, and most Halls fans were over 13, so they...
Yes, all of this should be looked into, for sure. Anthony Fantano has not brought this up before. Hey, butterflies. Yeah.
They gave consent to be kissed. I feel like when...
His deflection tricks are just expanding the circle of ew, not removing him from it. Yes.
When you're posting the age of consent for a kiss, you're moving in the wrong direction spiritually. Of course, this person also has a big problem with my Halsey review here that we're...
Who cares? This is a fucking... Dude. You are truly a cruel person. Not liking music is one thing, but being so petty towards an artist who is obviously going to sing about themselves is insane. You'll eat up shit lyrics because you can't comprehend lyrics from someone like Halsey. You're not meant for artful music. I mean, let's be honest. I don't know anything about Halsey. I don't even know what... I don't even remember what her songs are. But that is so true. Anthony Fantano is not meant for artful music. He's not built for it. Why? Because he has limited himself. His ego. He has like a fucking kidney stone. The equivalent of an ego kidney stone. Yeah, this is a random Twitter Halsey fan.
Talking about do a bad review, you don't deserve art. Kiss a minor, you're totally cool. What's crazy is that a lot of this, as
It's
I
a random
looked into
Twitter
it,
person. Oh, what about it? What about isms? Very cringe.
further isn't even...
Frankie's like sleeping like this with her little paw on her face.
super obscure information, because I guess the BTS army was blowing Halsey up for this stuff around 2019, 2020, with tweets like this getting covered in Paper Magazine.
I keep promising underage fans that I'm gonna make out with them. I am so going to jail.
But you know what?
2014? Yeah, no, that's very, very weird. Reminds me of like this... Reminds me of like the Sear and Edwin era.
Maybe like all the kisses were consensual or something. Can we at least have that as a saving grace? I just made out with Halsey. Well, I was taking a video because Halsey was literally holding my hand, then she randomly kissed me. Sorry you're jealous. Okay, so I guess Halsey randomly kissed this person at a show, just randomly, probably a peck on the cheek or something, nothing big. Oh, wow. That's a whole lot to be doing for a random kiss with a total stranger just because they're a fan at your show. But you know what? It's just like one picture, and maybe this is all a misunderstanding. It's not like there's a video testimonial or anything of someone saying they were kissed by Halsey without explicit permission.
And for today's video, I thought I would tell you guys a story behind my first kiss. If you couldn't tell by the title, my first kiss was with Halsey.
Uh-oh. Okay, so for context, this person says in the description of the video they are 19.
They're 19. Okay. Now, how long ago? This is interesting. Now... So suddenly, Anthony Fantano is a rape reviewer.
The video was posted in 2016, and they claim this whole incident went down 2 years earlier in 2014, so you do the math.
So this happened back in September of 2014, and not a lot of people really knew of Halsey. Like, she was big, but she wasn't that big. And she was on tour with the Kooks, and she was opening up for them. She tweeted a link that she was going to have meet and greets for the show. All you had to do was purchase her Room 93 EP, and you were good to go.
Yes, also he was just sitting on all of this until now? Until this beef? Until this... Why? Why did you not? Before? When did you find this?
And that was about like $5 or something. So like $5 to meet Halsey? Why the fuck not? So we were in line and we decided that
How old was she?
I was gonna be the first one to go and ask her, and then after me, Bailey would go and ask her. So we had our plan set, but then Halsey came out, and I literally just like shit my pants. I was like, you know what, no, I can't do this. I cannot be the one to ask her. Bailey, you're gonna ask her. So it's Bailey's turn, and Bailey goes up to her, talks to her, and then she's like, for the pose, can you kiss me? And Halsey's like, on the lips, and she's like, yeah, I haven't had my first kiss, blah, 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 and they talk about it, and Halsey's like, yeah, of course. And so they're about to take the picture, and in my head, I'm just like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking kiss her. Like, this is gonna happen. Like, we did that. You see that? We did that. Like, that's what was going on in my head. Right before the picture's taken, Halsey, like, looks at all of us, and she's like, hey, this is the only person I'm gonna kiss. Like, no one else after this. And then that's literally when my heart sunk to my ass. I was just like...
She was 20.
Okay, I need a new plan. Like, I go up to her when it's my turn, and like we're talking, and then I'm like, hey, I was gonna ask you to be my first kiss, but you also said that you weren't gonna do that, so would you just want to kiss my cheek? And she was totally fine with that, so she kisses my cheek, and that was our picture. And then I'm like talking to her for a bit, because I drew her a picture like a month prior to the show. It was like a self-portrait of her, so I gave that to her, and we were just talking about that. After everyone took the picture, she like...
No, this was... this happened in 2014.
Looks at all of us and is like, hey, it was so nice meeting all you guys. Like, thank you for coming to the show and like pre-ordering the EP and meeting me and stuff. So she walks up to me and she's like, hey, I'm sorry I couldn't be your first kiss, but here you go. Takes my face like this, kisses me, unkisses me, and then leaves. And I'm sitting there just like, what? Like, what the fuck just happened? Fucking Halsey just fucking kissed me. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is fucking crazy.
Fuck?
Yeah,
So-
what the f-
So the girl was 19 when she was telling the story. So I don't know how old. I don't remember. I don't know what
Fuck.
that means.
And that,
What does
ladies and
unkiss
gentlemen, is circling back around to grab a total stranger teenager by the face to kiss her with no heads up or nothing whatsoever. Now, I could take everything I just showed you here, make the worst possible assessment of Halsey and her behavior over it, post it straight to social media, but I'm not going to do that, not only because, one, I don't believe Halsey is actually like a danger to society or her fans, but also, as far as I can tell, as weird as all of this is and as strange as it feels for it to be, as unexplained as it is, Halsey seems to have ceased this behavior. Still, the point of this video isn't to go at her or tear her down, but rather dispel bad faith smears about
Dude,
me and my
you already
content,
been there.
because it doesn't take a great mind to act this way. These Twitter stands are not the brightest crayons in the box, because if you're online making hating critics a moral act and doing these calls for accountability while turning a blind eye to this,
Takes my face like this, kisses me, unkisses me, and then leaves. And I'm sitting there just like, what?
you are no one's moral superior, I'm sorry. You are strange and demented and are probably very much in need of therapy. I think I've said everything I want to say here, so I'm gonna leave it at
How
that.
long have
Good
you
luck
been-
to...
How long have you been sitting on this information about Halsey kissing minor fans? Is what my comment is. Ah, we're done. For now. Okay. A fake? No. She said she did kiss. What does unkiss mean? I don't think you can unkiss someone. I'm confused. Not just that guy, the only guy. That's so fucking true. She said it? Okay, probably missed it. All right. Okay. I'm collapsing. But we have an episode of Interview with the Vampire to watch. So, everyone, please like the stream. Not that one. This one?
Somebody has left a body in a public place.
We started season 2. Right? Okay, be quiet. Be quiet. We're not... Calm down. Calm down. Hush. Okay. Everyone, go to kick. I'm like a freaking zombie right now. Everyone go over to kick. Lindsey Graham passed away. Peace, bitch. Peace, bitch. Yeah. We're entering a new era. Okay. Let me say thank you to everybody. Here. To combat all the misogyny.
Can you say no is cunty getting out of your comfort zone? Learning how
Do you
to
mean
let go
Mitch
is cunty,
or
having
Lindsey
cum on my
Graham?
shirt is cunty, setting
Oh,
boundaries is cunty,
okay.
respecting others is cunty too. Putting
Oh, is
yourself
he
first
officially
is cunty,
dead?
Learning to love yourself is cunty. C-U-N-T. I'm gonna do what's best for me. I'm cunty.
Thank you, Grizzler, for the $5 super chat.
I'll prioritize my own needs. I'm cunty.
Oh wait, also, if you haven't caught up on Interview with the Vampire, do it here. Aw man, Lindsey Graham's alive.
Healing your inner child is cunty. Getting therapized is cunty. Having autistic meltdown
And we
cunty.
watch The Substance. Thank you to all my paid patrons that make it possible for me to have my Patreon content at free tier.
I'm gonna do what's best for me. I'm cunty. That's cunty. C-U-N-T. I'll prioritize my own needs. I'm cunty. That's cunty, cunty, cunty. Wow.
And Mega Ed Productions for the $10 in super chats. Peter for the $9. Pasta Shops for the $10 Tommy C.
Massive whore. I'm cunty.
Mrs. Soap and Clay for the $1.99 super chat. Sidonia for the gifted kick sub. I can barely see. Soap for the $4.99, $1.99, $4.99 super chat. Joe for the $2 super chat. Jessa for the $4.20 President Sunday Destiny Impression Gamba. Soap for the $4.99 and the $1.99 super chats. Peter for the $25. Very base, very pog. Thank you so much. Let's see. Everyone, please like the stream. Let's see who is around.
glasses half empty, but overflowing at the same time. It happens over and over again. And the grass is never greener when I'm on the
Nowhere.
outside.
Okay, come with me. Or go into the abyss. Oh. I'm trying to think if I forgot anything. I can't remember. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow around 6 or 7 p.m.-ish. I'm gonna have a chat with Sleepy about his thoughts on the Mizkif essay, Emaru stuff. And then we will have music video reviews. Okay.
Like, I don't know if you guys have this experience, but I have pedophiles in my family. Like, I have pedophiles that I have to fucking break bread with every now and then. They were pedophiles in the past, right? Offending pedophiles in my family. We all have to kind of deal with people who have interaction with children, who have unhealthy interaction.